There is an assisted hearing aid loop, which is the 3 rows in front of the mixing desk. Anywhere in those rows will provide, with the old style coil hearing aids, will provide you with assistive listening. If you don't need to sit in the assisted listening area and it looks like it's filling up, it would be good if you could move to another place. We need to keep some spaces available for people who need it. Thank you. Enjoy the day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sophie Cunningham, and I'm really pleased to be at this session today. Before I introduce our speakers, I would like to acknowledge that we're on the land of the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians of these plains, and I pay my respect to their past, present and indeed future. And as many other chairs have said, it's always particularly important to make an acknowledgement of country in a festival that's about storytelling and history and all the things that the Adelaide Writers' Week is about. We're here to talk about the legend of Charmian Clift, and we'll also talk a bit about her work, actual work as well, because two of her books, Mermaid Singing and Peel Me a Lotus, have been recently released, and I believe they're available in the book tent. I haven't actually seen them as yet. Now, Polly Samson, who wrote Theatre of Dreamers, has not appeared on the video feed as yet, so she might pop up during the session. But if not, we'll be talking about her book Theatre of Dreamers anyway, but of course talking about Half the Perfect World, which I would lift up to show you, but the wind would mean everything else would blow off the table, so I'm not going to do that. So Tanya, Dalziell and Paul Giannoni are with us to talk about their book, which won the Prime Minister's Literary Award in 2019? Which is, it is a fantastic book. I'm not at all surprised that it won it, but it was wonderful that a book from a small press, a university press, did in fact win that prize, and is testament really to the power of that work, which is partly the skill of the writers and partly because the story of Half the Perfect World is just such an extraordinary one. Tanya is an Associate Professor of English and Literary Studies at the University of WA, and Paul teaches at Curtin University. He's head of the Department of Information Studies at the School of Media, Culture and Creative Arts. He's also a former president of the Association for the Study of Australian Literature, and he and Tanya have worked on other books before. Now, I wanted to chair this session because I've always been so fascinated by both the work of Charmian Clift, and I studied George Johnson at school, and I was much older when I understood who Charmian was and how important she was. It's almost a shame we weren't doing this on International Women's Day, because that would have been a very good day to really talk specifically about the importance of Charmian's work. But it's also inevitably a book about a literary community, and because Charmian and George were not just an isolated couple, they were part of a really extraordinary and vibrant artistic scene. So I'm going to ask Paul to actually set the scene a bit for us, so we understand more about the kind of the folk, because we're talking about not just the broad legend of Charmian, but specifically the time she spent at Idra, which is in a way where the legend was born.
Well, thank you very much, Sophie. Well, Charmian Clift's backstory to get her to Idra. She was born in Kiama in central New South Wales in 1923, so that makes next year, of course, the centenary of her birth. But Charmian was never destined to stay in a small country town, but she was brought up in Kiama, and from there she went to a high school in Wollongong. But by the time she left her high schooling, she was determined about two things, I think. One is that she wanted to get out of Kiama and Wollongong as quickly as possible, and secondly that she wanted to become a writer. And she had been writing since she was a young girl of about 6 or 7. She started publishing pieces in local newspapers, short stories and poetry. And she'd become a very avid reader. Her father was a working class man, but a great reader and very engaged with both politics and literature. And so she learned a lot of that and imbibed a lot of that from her father. She went to Sydney. She had a couple of adventures and some misadventures in Sydney. Got involved in about 1942 with the war by joining the local land armies, and she ended up taking her interest in writing into an editorial role with an army-based magazine that was produced for the troops called For Your Information. And that then led her to a job at the Argus at the end of the war. The Argus then was the major Melbourne paper which competed daily with the Melbourne Age.
My grandfather worked there at the same time as her, actually.
A lot of people worked, I've discovered, at the Argus at some time. And at the end of the war, she started at the Argus, and she met George Johnson, with whom she would spend the rest of her life. It wasn't a conventional start to a relationship because Johnson was already married. They met and instantly started a relationship and were very soon living together, which caused quite a bit of controversy within the offices of the Argus, where this affair was public knowledge. Charmian Cliff was sacked because of her relationship with George Johnson, who was one of the often referred to as the golden boy of the Argus, and they immediately decamped and went to Sydney. Johnson, by this stage, was also set on becoming a writer. He'd been a war correspondent, a very high-profile war correspondent, spent a lot of years travelling to all parts of the world in that role, and came back and started writing fiction. And he published one novel, and then the second novel they wrote jointly, which was a novel called High Valley, which won a major prize, Sydney Morning Herald Prize, which was the richest prize in Australian literature at the time, and that then set their path, their ambition to become writers. In Sydney, they started to fall in with bohemian groups. In fact, they had a small flat out near Bondi. It became a focus for journalists, for theatre people, for intellectuals, for writers. And they became very engaged for the first time with a bohemian community. But they were keen to get out of Australia too. George wanted to get to London to continue his journalism career on Fleet Street. And so in 1951, by which stage they had 2 children, they found themselves in London. They stayed in London for 4 years, which was a bit of a mixed bag. They had some good times in London, but they didn't like the weather. That was killing, particularly to Charmian, who was a beach girl and loved the sunshine. And she was looking for warmer climates to go to. So when the Fleet Street gig sort of came to an end after 4 years, rather than come back to Australia, they thought this was our chance. We can go to the Greek islands, we can write for a living and dedicate ourselves to that. And this stage, they'd put a bit of money aside. They thought they had enough to go for 12 months, and it would be the next 15 years of their lives. So they got to, firstly, in a small Greek island called Kalymnos, a very remote island, a very impoverished island, where they stayed for nearly a year until Charmian found herself pregnant. So they needed then to be somewhere closer to Athens, so they found a second island of Hydra, which at that stage was one of the closer islands, so about a 3-hour boat or ferry ride from Athens at that stage. And that's how their Hydra escapade started, which would keep them going for the next decade virtually. A couple of more things I think that are important just to backgrounding the story to know about Hydra. Hydra is not quite a typical Greek island. It had a very particular history. It had been a very wealthy place in the 18th and early 19th century based on boat building and trade. And when the Greek War of Independence broke out against the Ottomans in 1822, it was largely funded from Hydra, and most of the manpower and the naval power that was required to beat the Turkish came from Hydra. The result of that was that it impoverished the island. And the population fell from about 30,000 people very rapidly to the same population it has today, which is about 3,000. The net result was there were a large number of very large houses that had been built by very wealthy people on the island that were suddenly abandoned. The result of this in the mid-1960s was it was a very, very cheap place to live. And that's partly what attracted Clifton Johnson there, and what also began to attract other people interested in leading a creative or an artistic life.
Everyone comes back to real estate.
It often does.
Not everything, but...
The second thing about Hydra that attracted Clifton Johnson and attracted other people of a similar ilk is that it has no vehicles. It's the only one of the occupied Greek islands which has no cars, no traffic. The only wheeled vehicles that are allowed on the island are a rubbish collection truck and a firefighting truck, and that's it to this day. And the island as a whole has resisted development. So it's not a Mykonos or a Santorini or anything of that type. It's a very different type of experience. And I think that attracted somebody of Charmian's romantic temperament, the fact that it was an island that seemed to be grounded in a different time. And so I think that's what we need to know to sort of start the story of what then unfolded on the island.
Thanks, Paul. And I'm going to ask Tanya to actually read from the book, but my understanding is that Polly is also here. So once Tanya has read, at some point Polly will just appear behind me. So I'm just going to briefly introduce her. She is an award-winning author. She wrote Theatre for Dreamers, which we're going to be discussing today. She has actually written several other novels, and she's written lyrics for 4 number-1 albums and is a fellow of the Royal Society of Literature. So Polly will appear behind us at some point.
Great,
so
thanks.
Tanya, what are you going to read?
Yeah, so the passage that I'm going to read turns on... Is Polly?
Hi.
Hi, Polly.
Hi, Polly. Turns on a place where the expatriates ended up gathering on the Greek island of Hydra, which had Clift and Johnson at its centre. So this is just another scene-setting passage, and then we'll unpack that as we talk with Polly. So this is just a very short piece. So this is about a place called Katsikis, which was a kind of grocery store come cafe come bar where Clift and Johnson hung out every day. So it goes like this. There was no shortage of venues for Hydra's expatriates to gather for socialising, drinking, gossiping, arguing and flirting. During the long summer months, the agora opened up into a generous spread of tables and chairs, spilling out of doorways and reaching towards the dockside as cafe and tavernas competed for the occasional tourist trade, while others operated from the alleys and side streets that rose away from the harbour. There was one venue in particular that became the focus for expatriate social life, Katsikis, a one-stop cafe, bar, grocery shop run by brothers Anthony and Nick Katsikis and their families. Katsikis stood at the western corner of the dockside, immediately facing the harbour where the wide promenade expanded into a small public space. It was separated from Tassos Cafe and the Poseidon Hotel by a narrow layway known to the expatriates as Donkey Shit Lane. Writing of her first island winter in Pomare Lotus, which was her travel memoir which was published in 1959, Clift reported that Katsikis' bar is a 6 steel tables at the back of Anthony and Nick Katsikis' grocery store at the end of the cobbled waterfront by the Poseidon Hotel. And it is here that we usually gather at midday among the flour sacks and oil jars and painted tin water tanks and strings of onions and soft white festoons of cotton waste, a sort of social club evolved from the necessity to relieve the boredom of an island winter. That Johnson and Clift became headquartered at Katsikis inevitably made it a place to which international visitors gravitated. For while the expatriate social lives were far from confined to one place, Katsikis became the place they gathered if they wished to fall within the orbit of the charismatic Australians. Leonard Cohen recalled in an interview that the couple was always available at Katsikis to offer practical support and advice, and this is what he said. Clift and Johnson were extremely helpful to all young people coming to the island. Many stopped at their table at Katsikis bar to drink with them and get advice on everything from where to buy their kerosene to what chemical to use to stop the toilet smelling. They were the focal point for foreigners on the island. And just one more thing from Cohen, again, to set the scene. So for Cohen, later in life, he recalled the romantic appeal that Clift and Johnson had in terms of their particular intensity to a life dedicated to art. And he wrote this. He said, Clift and Johnson had a larger-than-life, a mythical quality. They drank more than other people. They wrote more. They got sick more. They got well more. They cursed more and they blessed more. And they helped a great deal more. They were an inspiration. They had guts. They were real, tough, honest. They were the kind of people you meet less and less.
Thank you. Polly, I know it's very late for you, or early, or one or the other, however you want to think about it. Now, you, in not half the perfect world, in Theatre of Dreamers, you have taken this, written a novel set around these real people, though my understanding is that Erica, who's your main character, she is a fictional character, is that right? Just to set the scene?
Yeah, she's not the only fictional character, but she's the fictional narrator, yes.
Yes, fictional narrator. So I was hoping that you could just read briefly from your novel before we talked more generally about the book.
Sure, love to. Actually, I think this also, we all sound as though we may be obsessed with Leonard Cohen, because I've picked a piece to read that sort of references him. It's my fictional narrator, Erica, has been on the island for 2 weeks, and Leonard Cohen, at that point, a 25-year-old unknown poet, has arrived, as have many other people. I'm sure Charmian knows I have a crush on her, but she always seems pleased to see me. I make myself useful with her children. Set them a good example by clearing my plate or laying the table. Encourage little Bully to speak a few words of English. George is occasionally less grumpy now he's used to my face. In fact, he seems to relish a new and willing ear for his stories. I have become almost as drawn to him as I am to Charmian, and I find myself acting a little more sparkly around him in my desperation to make him like me. His outbursts sometimes frighten me and sometimes make me laugh. He's at his workstation upstairs. He's on a bit of a roll, Charmian says. She cocks her ear to the rattle and ting of his typewriter, gives a thumbs up as I unload my basket. I'm still a bit love-struck and woozy in the afterglow of my siesta with Jimmy, my legs shaky from our exertions. I've left him sleeping and naked, tangled in the rags of our sheets. Charmian takes the greasy package containing the unthinkable scrag end of lamb she chose for me at the butcher's, unwraps it, briskly chops it to pieces, and shows me how to mince it in a machine that is bracketed to the worktop. I turn the red wooden handle while she pours us each a glass of Retsina, though it isn't much past 4 o'clock. Oh, good. I'm glad we're alone, she says, propping herself at the door to the courtyard with her drink. These last few nights, I've been racked with thoughts of your lovely mum. You know, when things went badly between George and me in London, Connie was always so kind. And I've been thinking about that friendship and her being gone and you turning up here. I mean, she wanted the world for you. There are things I should say. I force myself to keep turning the handle while she pauses and fiddles with her hair, twisting it and retying it with the shoelace. I have to say, from what I've observed, that big brother of yours isn't taking very good care of you. Do tell me not to sticky beak if you like. Come on, I think. Never mind all this. Talk to me about Joel. You have to read the book to understand who he is. She shakes a cigarette from her pack, fumbles with matches. The pink worms of meat squiggle to the bowl. She takes a deep drag and blows out the match. And what about your Jimmy? Why is it always left to you to cook? Jimmy does his best work while everyone else sleeps. He'll need more than bread and cheese. She interrupts me with a furious burst. All I've seen so far is you doing all the running around while everyone else bludges, she says. Don't you have better things to do with your life? Look how your mother was bound and constrained. 2 children, plus your dad, and that flat was more than a full-time job. And you've seen what it's like for me here. I'm lucky if I make a page of my own in a week with all the things that need to be made clean before getting dirty again. Max the dog is on his feet, wagging his tail and scratching at the door from the street. Her tone becomes more urgent. Now, Erica, listen to me. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you've got things to do, it's better to get on with them. It's not enough to simply enable some bloke to do his thing. Don't let the buggers clip your wings just as you're learning to fly. But now Max is leaping full pirouettes and Nancy comes charging towards us like a one-woman harvest festival, floral dress and market baskets overflowing. Charmian grasps my arm. You know that nice young Canadian poet earlier, when he asked me if I knew of a room? A nice simple room, he said, with maybe a bed and a desk and a chair. I was so jealous that for a moment I actually hated him. Imagine what I would get done, I thought, at a table in that little white room with nothing but my typewriter for company. Imagine what you'd get done if you had a nice wife rather than that needy old bugger up there, says Nancy, who is wheezing and out of breath. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Polly. I'll just ask you this first, Polly, since I'm gazing at you on a screen at this moment. I wanted to know what it was like, what drew you to this project, and if there was a particular moment where something you learnt about Charmian, or a particularly telling moment that made you realise that she was going to be really central to this work.
It's really hard to pick one moment. I mean, I can only explain this by explaining how this book came about. And in 2014, I went to Hydra with no intention of writing about Hydra. I just finished my previous novel. And I read Peel Me a Lotus while I was there. And I just fell in love with Charmian and the island at the same time. And I then started, when I got back to England, to research her, and I read Nadia Wheatley's fantastic biography. That was one of the first things that I came across. And then I read everything else that I could find. It was very hard in those days in England, certainly, to find Charmian's books. And my original thought was that I would write a very different novel. It was going to be first-person Charmian, and it was as a result of reading the George Johnston trilogy. And when I came to the third and unfinished part, Cartload of Clay, in that unfinished third part of his memoir, which sadly he died before completing, he opens a drawer and he takes out a white leather notebook, and he opens it and he finds that, unbeknownst to him, Charmian has been keeping notes of their time in Greece. Now, my thought immediately was that that memoir would move on then, and somehow he was, because she'd very recently died while he was writing that he would move on to giving her back her voice. It felt to me like a really great novelistic ploy that he came across this notebook, and that within this notebook he would, and I didn't know whether this was real or an imagined notebook, but I wanted to give her her voice too. And I thought that the way I would structure my book would be first-person Charmian, and it would be a sort of answer to the second part of that trilogy, where he details their life in Greece and where really, she is sort of disgraced. And I worked on that for a couple of years and then was devastated when I found that someone else, Susan Johnston, had written a book called The Broken Book, which was not exactly that, but it was close enough for me to think, oh, that's it, I can't do it. And very upset, I sort of put it away. And then I, out of the blue, got an email from someone in the wake of Marianne Eland's death. And it was from a film person. And it's not often that someone quite high up in the film world sort of gets in touch. And she had just read my previous novel, The Kindness. And she said, after that letter that Leonard Cohen wrote to Marianne had gone viral, she said, there is a fantastic book to be written and a fantastic film to be made. And I've got a hunch, and I always act on my hunches, I think you're the person to write this. And I thought that was quite a huge coincidence. And so went back to Idra, and while I was there, Leonard Cohen died, because he was the person who was in some ways always blocking me, because I didn't want to create a fictional character that I might bump into. And I sort of sat on the key, and suddenly Erica's voice appeared in my head and said, well, at least he doesn't have to... it was on the same day that he died that the news came of Trump's election. And this voice came and said, at least Leonard doesn't have to see this. And that was Erica.
Yeah.
And so after that, I then thought again about Erica, and I thought about this girl. And then I thought, well, how lovely. I can have Charmian as my imaginary friend. Yeah. And I can be this, I can be an 18-year-old in the company of this marvellous woman on this lovely island at a time that is fascinating. And so, yes, that's where it started, really.
Okay, thank you. And I want, Tanya, Paul, I want to ask you the same question, both about your general, why you started the project and at what point Charmian, became a particular... She's not a particular... Or she's a focus because she was a focus for the whole community, I suppose, but I'll let you answer that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the prompts for our book was the finding of a large trove of photographs by James Burke, who was a Time Life photographer and friend of George Johnson. And we were very much aware of the wonderful biography of Clift by Nadia Wheatley and also Gary Kinnane's work on George Johnson. And we came across these photographs and we thought there's another kind of story to be told here about this couple and this expatriate community on this island. So the photographs were really the prompt for us to start doing some further research and became the scaffolding for many of the stories that we tell in our book. I think that would be fair enough to a fair summation. And in terms of Clift as one of the centres of this text, I think the reason that Clift is appealing in this way is because she herself saw herself as the centre of this expatriate community. So she self-fashioned this idea of herself as being at the centre of this community of writers and artists who were living the dream of being on this sunny Greek island and had a real commitment to art. And so both George Johnson and Charmian Clift really invested in this idea of themselves as writers, as artists who were dedicated to their art, and that's what really appealed to us as well, to tell that story of them and the community that formed around them.
Well, certainly one of the things I felt when I had finished both your books is, in a way, apart from the quality of her writing, the community was a work of art. I mean, what her Polly, your reading captured that beautifully. The way she was both a kind of had moments of being a domestic goddess, the way she welcomed people, had that kind of maternal as well as a lot of sexual energy, a lot of maternal energy, and was kind of welcoming people, and she built a kind of community around her, and that's part of what the legend grew from. I did want to ask you all really, though, about, because on the one hand, Charmian was the most extraordinary bohemian and didn't particularly believe in monogamy, and the fact she had affairs caused huge tensions between her and her husband, even though he'd had, as a younger man, certainly had his affairs as well. But at the same time, she was very vulnerable to being embarrassed or ashamed of that behaviour being public. So it struck me that she both was and wasn't of her time. I don't know what, if any. Maybe I'll start with you, Polly, just because it's hard for you to leap in because you can't quite see what we're up to. Do you have a view on how kind of that particular issue? Because she ended up, the story goes, doesn't it, that she ended up, one of the reasons she committed suicide was because she was so distressed by the stories that were out there about her and felt some shame about them. And that may not be a true representation of...
I don't know if that's something true, but I don't think that even... I suspect she didn't... We will never know how that happened. I suspect she didn't mean to kill herself. I mean, she had a lot to live for. So I also don't know that we could assume that she didn't believe in monogamy. One of the things that catapulted them to Greece was that George Johnson had been having an affair in London, where they were for 5 years before they came to Greece. And I can imagine that, maybe they just wanted a new start, in all sorts of ways, but probably, not unrelated to his serial unfaithfulness. I'm not sure that her affairs were a result of a belief in marriage not being a good institution. I suspect she believed, like many women of her era, that monogamous marriage was the ideal, as many people do today. But
I suppose it was actually reading your novel that made me think that, because she says several times to Erica that it's you have her as a character saying that she didn't really believe in monogamy, or was an would you think?
I think I do, actually. I think that that it was the circumstances that created this. George Johnston was 10, 11 years older than her. She was, on a small Greek island where I am now, and she, was married to a man who was impotent from the drugs that he was taking to treat his TB. He'd also been, fantastically unfaithful to her. So, as I have her say in the novel, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. And I suspect that if he hadn't been serially unfaithful to her and created a huge amount of heartbreak, maybe she would have put her sexuality to one side and felt, a greater need to remain faithful to him. But there she was on this island, beautiful young people arriving every day on the ferry, a husband, who hadn't treated her particularly well in that way. What was she to do? She was ravishing, energetic, and in her mid-30s. Yeah. I'm not sure that it would be because she particularly believed in polygamy.
Okay.
I think it was the circumstances.
Okay. Tanya, do you have a particular position or view, or Paul?
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree with Polly. I don't think we can say what prompted her taking her life, if indeed that was the intention of that act, and that's kind of important to say. And I'm not too sure about the idea of shame. involved in her sexuality. I think that, you know, as with her writing, she was a very vibrant woman who wanted to live life to the full, and that, you know, I think that if the discomfort resided anywhere, it was with others on the island, particularly the expatriate community and particularly the men who were looking on, this was a woman who was sexually active and was, you know, unabashed about that, and that from what we saw, at least in our research, there was not the sense of a kind of shame there, but rather it was a condemnation that it happened externally.
Yeah.
In terms of the community. So for all the bohemianism that was very much apparent in the community, I think we could say that it was gendered. So it was okay for the guys to go off to Athens and go to the brothels and do all that kind of stuff, but the women's lives were very different. You know, we kind of talk about this a little bit in the book about, you know, the domestic responsibilities still lay with the women. George was very supportive of Cliff's writing, but nevertheless, you know, the domestic housework still fell largely to Cliff. They did have a maid, but still she had the bulk of the domestic responsibilities. And that, there was, I think, if in terms of thinking about sexuality, it lay outside of Charmian rather than within.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should move from that, because you touched on George's supporting her writing, and then your reading also touched on but she had to look after George, and that took away a lot of her energy. I actually wanted us to talk about Charmian's work, because I agree with what you said, Polly, that Peel Me a Lotus is an extraordinary book. I read it for the first time to prepare for this session, and am I right that at the time George had a much greater profile, for want of a better word, than she did, and that she spent so much energy supporting him that she did not have the same amount of time for her own work?
Certainly by the time they arrived on Idra, George had published several novels under his own name, and they'd published by then two novels jointly, and they wrote a third one while they were on the island of Kalymnos, which was about the experience of being on Kalymnos. And that third novel they wrote together, which was published as The Sea and the Stone, kind of broke them as a writing partnership, though. I think Charmian at that stage had decided that she had to write independently from George. And she became remarkably productive in the immediate years after that. She wrote Peel Me a Lotus. She wrote, before she got to Peel Me a Lotus, she wrote another travel memoir called Mermaid Singing, which was about the time on Kalymnos. She then wrote Peel Me a Lotus within about 2 years of that. She had to rewrite Mermaid Singing because it was republished in a very different edition in the UK from the first edition, which had been published in the US. She then started work on her first novel, which was Walk in the Paradise Gardens, which would appear a couple of years later. At the same time, she'd had a third child on Greece. She had set up a home there. She was doing renovations to the home. She was supporting George in his writing at the same time. And she was obviously his main sounding board for everything that he was writing, and he was being immensely productive in those same years. So she's often remembered for the fact that at times during her later career, she struggled to be productive because she could hit a writer's block at several times. But she was a remarkably hard-working and focused writer, as was George during this period. And despite the fact that they were both drifting into the early stages of alcoholism and developing a lifestyle which was not conducive perhaps to being productive, those first 4 or 5 years they were on Idra were remarkably good for both of them.
And her columns, which she wrote after they left Idra, she did get into the public eye, certainly in Australia, for those columns. And I'm not sure if that was an international repositioning of her or just an Australian.
It's actually the Adelaide Festival of 1964 that brought them back to some degree. So George Johnson had written a novel that was very well received, and My Brother Jack, which kind of precipitated their return to Australia. And when they then came back to Australia, Charmian remade herself in a way as this incredible essayist, that she was syndicated in the Sydney Morning Herald and the Herald in Melbourne, And this is oftentimes how people come to Charmian Clift, is through the memory of these personal essays. And she was publishing in the women's columns of the papers, and she transformed them. So traditionally those pages had been about fashion and cooking and those kinds of things. And in Charmian's hands, they became a literary form, and also one that was attuned to the changes that Australia was undergoing in the late 1960s. So in that sense, you know, she had distinct almost periods in her writing.
Yeah.
She was a travel writer, she was a novelist, and then she was also this columnist who had a real impact on Australian cultural life in the 1960s. So, yeah.
Okay. In terms of getting your answer to your response to Charmian's work, I might roll it into another question, Polly. That is, you writing fiction about so many interesting writers and indeed artists. How much did the sources interfere with your own voice? Was it hard to find your own voice as a fiction writer while reading Charmian's amazing memoirs? And so I suppose it's partly a question about how you use sources, but also how you fictionalise real lives and those kind of things. And then I'm going to ask Tanya and Paul a bit about the decisions they had to make because they were writing non-fiction rather than, and had certain constraints on them.
Well, I was incredibly grateful to Tanya and Paul because when I was first researching, I came across an essay, an academic paper that they had online about a completely unknown New Zealand writer called Bim Wallace, and Redmond Wallace, to give him his proper name. And that academic paper led me to his archive, and that was very useful. He wasn't a particularly good writer, but he had tried to write a novel about his time on Hydra and he also arrived in 1960, and he had written several drafts of this sort of roman à clef, which became more and more sort of centred on Leonard Cohen as he rewrote the drafts, and he realised that Leonard Cohen had become a household name. But that was quite a sort of marvellous moment, actually. And I, again, thank you very much, Tanya and Paul, for publishing that paper, because there was no way that I was going to find that archive without that. And again, the photographs were fantastically useful. I mean, what a gift for somebody novelising real people to have over 1,500 photographs of the community. And you know, the first thing I did was identify every person in those photographs, and that took a long time. And actually, I was helped enormously by people here on Hydra, and many of the children, actually, of the people who were here in 1960, who still have connections with the island, or who I contacted via other people on the island. So really, the people here helped me to find all sorts of other things. I mean, it was enormous. I mean, I was swamped at the beginning, but that suits me because I always write immersively. I always do something that's called method writing, where it sometimes sounds a little crazy, but I become my fictional character. And so often I would be walking around Hydra as, you know, 18-year-old Erica, and trying to see things through her eyes, and I would have my fictional Charmian walking beside me. So I think that, you know, often if you're writing not about real people, then it's wonderful. You just have a whole gang of imaginary friends, and of course these are also imaginary friends, because I don't think have I met any of the people from. I think there are very, very few of them left. So I've met some of the children who are here, but not the adults. And so it was a different experience. It was exhaustive and exhausting in some ways at the beginning, but by the time I was writing, it all felt so real to me.
That comes through in the scenes with Erica and Charmian, that they feel so natural. I mean, how you describe walking around, imagining you Erica and talking to Charmian, that kind of vivid, real life quality is in the writing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is like being in some sort of a trance once you're sort of so immersed in it and so full of information But of course, that information, you have to let go of it. It has to feel real. If you're going to fictionalise something, you can't just constantly be sort of looking at your sources. You have to have absorbed it all, and it somehow becomes reinvented as a fictional narrative.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm incredibly. I mean, I was so lucky. Serendipity was my friend. I mean, every time I met anyone, they would know someone who knew someone who would produce a box of photographs, or would write me an account of what they remembered. So I was immensely lucky with the people I met and the people that they introduced me to.
Okay, thank you. So Tanya and Paul, tell the audience about, I suppose, your experience with the archives and with your sense that you couldn't just move into a more, or maybe you chose to move into a more imaginary space and reimagine. Yeah, tell us about the process, the kind of creative process for you both.
Well, I totally support Polly's observation about serendipity that shadowed her research, and I think it seemed to work in our favour as well. There were just so many incidental connections that were made between individuals, and we'd often find frustrating endpoints where you think there's no way forward, but then you'd find somebody who would tell you something, or you'd read something which would hint at something else being in an archive somewhere, and you'd go and look and you'd begin to find and produce answers. And there were pivotal moments for us. Certainly discovering James Burke's photographs that Polly was just referring to was immense, because it opened up an understanding of how complex and multi-layered this community was at that time. And how many people were drifting through the island who hadn't been previously recorded or known about. And because the focus had fallen so much on Leonard Cohen and one or two other people, that I think there'd been a loss of understanding about the breadth and depth of the community and the
wasn't
people
Axel
involved.
Jensen extremely, he's not a writer I'd heard of, but he was extremely international. He was internationally famous in a way that Leonard was for a while there. Am I right, or is that?
Well, he was internationally famous at the time in a way that Leonard wasn't, because Leonard at that stage had published, when he arrived on Ida in 1960, one small volume of poetry in Canada, so he wasn't internationally known at all.
Yeah.
But Axel Jensen by then, at least in Scandinavian countries, and he was beginning to get English translations as well, was very well known. He was almost the angry young man of his generation of Norway, and he would have been certainly the most well known of them at that point.
Right.
And not a name that's well known in Australia now, except of course he was the first husband of Marion Eland, who then became the partner of Leonard Cohen. So I think Axel would be embarrassed to know that was how he was being spoken about in Australia. But it was the case. But of course there's been a rediscovery of his work recently too, because of the interest in Ida as a creative community and the interest in Marion Eland.
I think it's also, if I could say one thing, it's worthwhile mentioning that Clift's own work is an archive of this time. So, Pilmia Lotus is this repository of an experience of a first year on Idra, and in that sense, it's a narrative gift that she's giving us as people who are interested in her work. And you will read this yourselves, that she is offering us an account that itself serves as an archive and as a springboard for knowing her, but also getting a sense of that post-war modernity, which is kind of what their lives are also about. So while we're talking about them as individuals, I think the case can be made that they're also very much, they're kinds of case studies, for want of a better term, for thinking about that post-war period and what that meant in terms of, radical changes and aspirations and dreams. And Clift's work itself is this kind of really important archive for that.
Now, we are going to have time for questions. I'm going to ask another question or so, but if people want to start thinking about what questions they have, that would be great. I actually wanted to talk, though, a little bit more about this sort of the romantic vision of the artist's life, which certainly took George and Charmian and I assume everyone in that community to the island, even the people who weren't artists but were attracted by the community. Was that vision... It's from the outside, it certainly did result in, it was quite destructive, and the poverty was just so much harder, say, than Charmian and George could have imagined, because you can't live on nothing. It doesn't matter how much cheaper life is in Idra. So, to some extent, you think Charmian and George and the others were slave to a particular kind of fantasy of the romantic vision, or would you, having researched the lives of these people, stand by that romantic vision as something that was really worth, valuable and a kind of really positive force in their life? It could be both. The answer could be both, of course. Polly, do you have a view on that?
I think that at that point, there was very little to base a romantic vision on. I think they wanted to be somewhere in the sun where they could live cheaply and right, and their children could be free of the constraints of town living. Charmian, significantly had grown up in Kiama, had been this sort of barefoot girl who'd, there's this lovely stories of her star baking, hoping as a child that she would become silver as she lay on the rocks. And 5 years, I know where they lived in London. It's opposite the Russian embassy, which I hope will soon be known as the Russian embassy on Zelensky Avenue. But their flat was in a red brick Victorian building right opposite the Russian embassy, where they could look out of the window at all the trees that her children weren't allowed to climb. And, there was smog. Everyone was obsessed with Princess Margaret. And, it was a really not an ideal place for Charmian to be stuck with 2 children. George, of course, was working on Fleet Street, coming home late, drinking, taking Benzedrine to stay awake in order to write in the evenings. I mean, their time in London sounded hellish, and they were looking for another way to live. And I don't think it was a romantic idea at all. I think it was, it was necessity. And they found a great story. They found a story based on Kalymnos about the sponge industry. So Kalymnos was an island, which was the first island they went to, which was entirely reliant on sponge diving. And there were several reasons that the sponge industry was failing. Significantly, synthetic sponges were taking over the industry. And there was a plan that these divers would be relocated to Darwin, where they could be retrained as pearl divers. But this never came to pass. But they'd already made the decision to leave. Charmian had already cancelled the coal order. So off they went to Kalymnos to do that story of this island that had fallen into terrible poverty because their entire industry had gone. There was no tourism or anything like that. They had no second string to their bows. It was all about sponge diving. Right. And so that's what really led them there, which I don't think was romantic. I think it was entirely practical.
Okay.
And in search of story. And then, of course, once they were on a Mediterranean island, I can see that they would, why would they want to leave? I mean, It's lovely here.
Tanya, do you have anything, or Tanya or Paul, do you want to add anything to that? Or...
Well, I think I disagree with Polly a little. I think Charmian was deeply romantic by nature, and I think that was underpinning a lot of the adventure in the Greek islands. And I think to them it was a great disappointment that it didn't quite transpire as they had hoped it would. And the poverty was the main reason that was the outcome. When they went there, she was no doubt, and she's recorded saying that the hope was that they would live on Idra 6 months of the year and they'd spend 6 months sailing around the Greek islands and the Eastern Mediterranean, soaking up the history. They're both deeply fascinated by Greek and Mediterranean history. But of course they could never afford to get off the island. So it was fine for the Leonard Cohens of the world because they could come and go with the seasons. And Cohen was there in summer and gone for the winters, whereas they were stuck there for the winters, which can be pretty cold, and most of the other expats disappeared off the island, and they were long and lonely months for them, and George's tuberculosis got worse, and there was less to eat on the island, and it became a very hard grind for them. And so I think the romanticism, which was, I'm sure, there for Charmian at the outset, was, of course, gradually eroded by time. But she still didn't want to come back to Australia. That was George that brought them back.
Yeah.
Charmian would have happily stayed there.
Yeah. We've got a couple of questions.
Thank you. I'd just like to, I'm intrigued that none of you have mentioned the child that Charmian Clift had before she married George Johnson. And is that because you didn't think it had any impact on her writing or didn't affect her writing? Because my feeling is it did, and it, you know, her suicide. There was all sorts of questions that could be asked, but I just find it intriguing that
We haven't discussed any of the children.
Haven't mentioned.
No, there were 4 children, but Polly's novel actually, Polly, maybe you want to answer, because your novel certainly does talk quite a lot about the child, all the children.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my fictional character, Erica, is the same age as Suzanne Chick, who is Charmian's first child and secret child. And that explains why Charmian is open to my fictional Erica, because, of course, this will always have been on her mind, this sort of marvellous baby that she had to give up. I mean, she had no choice in the matter. She was 19 years old. There was no way that she could keep the baby. She, I'm sure that was the greatest wound of her life. And in fact, it's something that, at the end of my novel, it is something that Erica learns and reflects on and can see all the pieces that had puzzled her falling into place because of the very existence of this child. So I would say that child, Suzanne Chick, is very much the beating heart of my novel.
That was how I read it too. And Tanya and Paul, do you want to maybe answer that question by talking briefly about having to negotiate the fact that the way that some of the children died, the fact that one of the children was still alive, and how that affected your work?
Well, Martin Johnson, who was the oldest, firstborn, some of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with his work. He became one of the foremost poets of his generation, and he died of alcoholism or disease conditions related to alcoholism in his early 40s. The daughter, Shane, who was only about 14 months younger than Martin, killed herself when she was 26 or 27, I think. And she struggled. She had a difficult relationship with Charmian after they returned to Australia. It was never an easy relationship with them, and there's reasons I think we can understand given their histories on the island and Charmian's history during that time. And the youngest son, the one who was born on Idra, Jason, was born in 1956, so he's now in his mid-60s, and he's still alive and living in Australia. And Polly, I understand you've met Jason. We haven't had the pleasure, but I know you have.
Yeah, I've been with Jason on Idra. It was like meeting. I'd actually finished most of the work on writing the novel, and when I saw him, it was like meeting a unicorn. It was extraordinary because he's the only surviving member of the family, and this was the family that I'd been reading about, working on, and writing about for whatever it was, 7 years. And there he was, and he looks extraordinary like George, and he's wonderful company.
Okay, thank you, Polly. And we've got another question.
I've not yet read any of Charmian Cliff's writing. I recently saw a movie adaptation of My Brother Jack. But my question is directed at Polly. I grew up with 2 musical heroes, Leonard Cohen and David Gilmour. And in fact, I learnt to play guitar back in the 60s and 70s with many of Leonard's songs. What I'm curious to know, I also have read both Kindness and Theatre of Dreamers. I'm interested to know whether you've thought of writing a novel about a songwriter. And secondly, are we ever likely to see an album of songs with your writing and David's music with you singing?
I don't think you want an album of songs with me singing. Writing about, I often think about writing a novel with a songwriter somewhere in there, because they do say write about what you know, but it just hasn't ever materialised into anything. I always get distracted by something completely different. So I hope that answers your question.
One of the things was when I was reading the books, but both books, there's an amazing photo of Charmian and Leonard Cohen, which you all reference in your work, where there's just a kind of intimate, they're sitting, he's playing his guitar and Charmian's head's inclined towards him, which I know would probably fed the very possibly untrue rumour that they'd had an affair. But there was a kind of comfort. It's a really beautiful photo, and so much, to my mind, of the legends do grow out of single images. And I think both books had to wrestle with Leonard Cohen's, to not have Leonard overtake the narrative, because it can be hard, I think, when you have a charismatic big bit player to not... and that was one of the problems for Charmian's life as well, wasn't it?
I think what's interesting though about that photo is that it's pre-Cohen as we know him today. So at that time he was an basically unknown Canadian poet who was into singing Jewish folk songs and union songs. And this was a staged photograph. So this was a series of photographs being taken by James Burke, because he was actually taking the photographs as a Time employee. He was wanting to write a photo essay about this bohemian community that was growing up on Idra. And so that photograph, which has kind of become iconographic really, and has also been mislabelled. So, if you've ever Googled anything about Leonard Cohen, you might have come across this photo, and Clift is mistaken as Marion Island. And I think there is that kind of projection of fantasy onto this image, when at the time the photograph was one of a number of that were taken on that night. Like, the proof sheets show that James Burke was walking around taking numerous photographs, and that they were kind of staged. They were public facing. They were looking to being published in Life and presenting the expatriate bohemian community to the world through Life magazine. And it comes to us today in a very different mode because of what we know about Cohen now. And it's part of that tension, I think, around Charmian Clift about kind of myth and life, which collapse, which is why she's so interesting, I think, for us today to think about, in the sense that there is this kind of dual nature of, life and myth that are built up around her. And that photograph is just really emblematic of that tension, I think, in really interesting ways. Yeah.
Look, we're very close to the end. I think that's a really good note to end on, unless it is time, is it? Okay, it is time. Polly, I'm so pleased that we managed to speak. It was really wonderful to hear you. And the novel itself is wonderful, Theatre of Dreamers. If people here haven't read it, you should go to the tent and buy it, and one of us can sign it if you need a signature on Polly's behalf. Thank you, Polly. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Polly.
Thanks, Polly.
And thank you, Charmian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to session 2 of day 5 of Writers' Week. A little bit of housekeeping. We'd like to remind you all to try and stay COVID aware. Wearing a mask is not mandatory, but it is recommended. It will protect you as well as other people. Maintain social distancing, don't lick strangers, same way as you wouldn't lick a toad. You never know where they've been or what diseases they're carrying. Could we ask you please to not move the chairs from where they've been positioned? They're there for a reason. If the session that you're attending here is very crowded, please do not sit in the aisles or block the aisles in any way. We need them to be kept clear in case of emergency. And if you require assistive listening, there is a hearing aid loop in front of the mixing desk for the 3 rows in front of the desk. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Welcome to this morning session of Adelaide Writers' Week. I'm Karen Goldsworthy and I'll be talking to Delia Falconer about her new book. A bit of other introductory stuff before we begin. Firstly and most importantly, there's the acknowledgement of country. We acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains. We pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they're of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. On a much more prosaic note, another note of caution about COVID precautions. Thank you for attending. I do need to reinforce some key conditions of Writers' Week's COVID management plan, which is approved by SA Health. Please maintain social distancing wherever possible, and we strongly encourage the wearing of masks and ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals and staff and volunteers. At the end of the session, you'll have a chance to ask questions, and when the session is over, you can purchase books at the book tent, and you'll also be able to get Delia to sign your books. The signing table is over there near the tent. Right. Now to the business part of the morning. Delia Falconer is the award-winning author of 4 books. She's published 2 novels entitled The Service of Clouds and The Lost Thoughts of Soldiers, and 2 non-fiction books. The first of these was the volume on Sydney in New South Publishing series on Australian cities. The second is the book that we're discussing this morning, Signs and Wonders, which came out late last year. Between them, these 4 books have been shortlisted for national awards across the categories of fiction, non-fiction, innovation, history and biography, including the Miles Franklin Literary Award, the Prime Minister's Literary Awards and the National Biography Awards. It's quite an achievement, you're right. Delia's short stories and essays have been widely awarded and anthologised. She has a national and an international reputation as a critic. She won the 2018 Walkley Pascal Award for Arts Criticism with an essay called The Opposite of Glamour, which we'll be talking about in a moment. Delia has also had a long and successful academic career during which she has acted in numerous capacities as part of the national literary infrastructure, not just as a teacher, critic, reviewer and essayist, but also as a member of judging panels for literary awards, as a peer and mentor and board member for assorted literary associations and institutions. Since 2010, she's been a senior lecturer in creative writing at the University of Technology, Sydney, including a stretch of maternity leave when she and her partner welcomed their new twins. One commentator has described her book like this. In Signs and Wonders, Falconer explores how it feels to live as a reader, a writer, a lover of nature and a mother of small children in an era of profound ecological change. Please welcome Delia Falconer. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be out of the Sydney deluge and here at Adelaide. It's wonderful.
Well, that sort of comes into everything we're talking about, the fact that Sydney is virtually underwater as we speak, Delia's home. Delia, I thought we'd begin with the title, which is always a good place to start. As soon as I saw the title, I thought how wonderful. I was familiar with the phrase Signs and Wonders, but I couldn't remember where from. What was your sense of that phrase, Signs and Wonders?
Well, that's sort of really the beginning of this book because I was, it's a phrase that just popped into my head and then I had to think about what it meant because, I'm an inveterate walker until about 6 months ago. I used to live by the harbour in Sydney. We've moved recently. And I would always sort of go for walks around Woolloomooloo and around the Domain, very lucky to have those places to walk. And I walk around during the day because I have a job that allows me to do that. And I realised that I kind of look to check that everything's kind of okay in my world. And, I look and see if I can see the swifts at autumn, sort of buzzing over the park and kind of coming in around my feet like little warplanes. And, I look to see if I can see the microbats at dusk and so on. And I was walking down in Woolloomooloo, and I looked into the water, which I usually do, to see if I can see, what fish are there. And there was nothing that day. And it was a real moment for me, where I would normally think, oh well, it's seasonal. There's a lot of seasonal variation in the harbour, and it is a bit strange. I'm not even seeing mullet or anything today, or the little sort of fish that sort of always sort of buzz around the seawall. But normally I sort of wouldn't think too much about it. And that day I just thought, oh, what if there aren't any fish to see? And I realised that was something that I'd been thinking quite a bit recently. And I thought, it's the profound uncertainty of being in this moment where we know that, we're bombarded with news about, the fact that there's more CO2 in the air now than, there has been for, 800,000 years. We see those terrible IPCC reports about, the narrowing gap in which we have time to, act on, radical decarbonisation to stop the worst excesses of global heating. And so you end up in this situation where you look at something and, you're not sure if it's a sign or if it's a wonder. So this phrase just popped into my head, and so I had this incredible walk for the rest of the day, just muttering that phrase to myself and thinking, that's what it sort of feels like. I feel like, when I was when I studied Latin at school, which was a great privilege and a wonderful, probably the best subject I ever did for being a writer, for various reasons, we used to learn about the augurs and how the Romans used to, determine the god's will from the innards of an ox that had been freshly slaughtered, or from the movement of birds through the sky or animals out of place. And I thought, well, actually, I feel like I'm kind of, we used to think, how ancient, how unmodern. And I thought, I actually feel like that's the kind of situation, we're often in now, where you have those conversations constantly. Someone says, I saw an echidna in my old neighbourhood where I grew up, and then they say, but I don't know if that's because we're encroaching on their land in the national park, or if it's a great thing because they're coming back. So it really captured for me that sense of radical uncertainty and sort of the difficulty of taking our bearings about the state of the world, from the evidence that we see.
Because it's associated with the supernatural, really, isn't it? In a number of... I mean, I, of course, did what we do now and Googled it immediately. But before I Googled it, I remember the first time I saw that phrase, which was when I was 12 and I was reading T.H. White's The Sword in the Stone. And the young King Arthur, who doesn't know he's King Arthur yet, his guardian, is chatting away drunkenly to a friend. And he says, a sword has appeared in a kind of a stone, and there have been signs and wonders of no mean might, he says. And that was my first, But I did the Googling thing, and in Acts in the New Testament I found, and I will show wonders in heaven above and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapour of a smoke. And I looked this up after I'd read Delia's book, which includes several things about the mega fires in New South Wales in 2019-2020, and thought, well, that fits perfectly. So it also turns up apparently in evangelical Christianity, signs and wonders as miraculous things that are taken as normal, which is also an idea that feeds into your book. The subheading of the book is Dispatches from a Time of Beauty and Loss. I think most of us know the loss. I would love to hear a bit about the beauty, please.
I was till very late in the piece I was going to call this Dispatches from a Time of Beauty and Terror, and then I felt that was perhaps, going a touch hard, and sort of reeled it back a bit. But, some of those, but that's the kind of axis I wanted for the book, I guess, was this, that I think we are increasingly aware of the terrors and the potential signs, especially this is, what Amitav Ghosh speaks of as a kind of great derangement. We can see the world deranging. But what I wanted to do was also to look at what was still beautiful, what was still with us, not in a way of I think there's a lot of speaking and writing at the moment about, how we can go out into a green forest and feel better. It wasn't kind of about that sort of beauty. It was more about trying to capture the detail in things, because I thought, look, everything is changing so very, very so very fast at the moment that I actually just want to capture what it's like. And, but the weird thing about the phase that we're going through at the moment is that it is so often so intensely beautiful. So, even after the fires, we had these, once the smoke had cleared from Sydney, we had these bizarre, gorgeous orange, deep orange sunsets in Sydney for a long time. And so I really wanted to be, not just celebrate that beauty, but be a bit, I suppose, a bit suspicious or wary of it, because we kind of know that even in nature, beauty is, can be a sort of a warning sign as well. And so I felt a little bit impatient with some of the books that were saying, oh, if only we could look at an octopus, we could see how, wonderful and gorgeous and beautiful it is. But I wanted to, I felt that there was, that beauty, it's almost like we're in a kind of a Baroque phase of climate catastrophe. I think that, there's so much that looks gorgeous that is very diverting, and so you open your phone and there's this cavalcade of stunning things, mammoths coming out of the permafrost and so on, which are very beautiful, but are they also trying to tell us something in this distraction, this beautiful distraction that we're often seeing through our screens? So it was quite a few things I wanted to do around that idea of beauty.
So you mentioned the mammoths coming out of the permafrost, which is, a point at which I was going to talk about this later, but since you've brought it up, a book came out right at the very beginning of the COVID era, which meant, of course, that the writer had written it and published it before the COVID arrived. And the plot basically is that there is a pandemic, a new one, a deadly one, and the solution to where this came from turns out to be migratory birds who are spreading it from the dead mammoths in the permafrost, which of course have emerged from the permafrost. So there's a direct connection between ecological disaster and climate change on the one hand and the pandemic on the other. And I think you mentioned that briefly in one of your essays. I also wanted to ask you about there's an epigraph from the great photographer Diane Arbus, who said this in 1963. She said, "I want to photograph the considerable ceremonies of our present. I want to gather them like somebody's grandmother putting up preserves, because they will have been so beautiful." And I looked at that, they will have been, so I want to do this because they will have been, for ages, thinking, what tense is that? Is it the future perfect? Is it something more complex? And it struck me that what you seem to be saying there is, I look forward to the future and I see myself looking back nostalgically where these things are lost. Is that the kind of encapsulation of what you're doing?
Yeah, that just really snagged my attention. I think because Arbus is the great documenter of the weird and, sort of weirdly beautiful as well. But yes, I all the way through this book, I kept thinking, am I writing a reliquary? Am I writing, sort of a warning? And so I wanted to, again, sort of just like she wanted to capture those preserves. It's so difficult to stop. It's so difficult to kind of pause in this kind of washing machine of news and of things sort of flitting through our screens so frequently. And I wanted to capture. I also wanted to just write this in a way where. I could say, well, it's not like we didn't know about this stuff. Our politicians particularly like to say, we didn't sort of have any idea that, COVID was going to be, contagious, for example. We didn't kind of see that this damage was, that we couldn't have anticipated the floods in Sydney. And yet, I wanted to write this in a way that was, where I was sort of saying, well, actually, we do know. And we know because of the past and also the future. So one of the things that really started this book off for me was sitting, also, this is probably the other beginning really, I was sitting in a lecture theatre and I was listening to the wonderful environmental historian Tom Griffiths give a lecture on sort of environment, on the where we're at with environmental history now. And he showed these graphs of the Great Acceleration. So the International Geosphere Stratosphere program had put together graphs, 24 graphs of what they call the human dashboard, so of human activity, whether it is, and the effects on the planet. So whether that is the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere, whether it's ocean acidification and so on. You can imagine what they are. There's, deforestation and so forth. There's 24 of them. And you look at the growth pattern. So you see these graphs and they start around 1950, so post-war, they start to go up. And they kind of, start to increase more and more. And then around 1990, they just start to shoot upwards, almost off scale. And so that's called, there's always jargon for something, that's called the hockey stick effect. Okay. So that's exactly what all those graphs look like. But, those graphs stopped. They actually stopped in 2010. And so you can imagine what, but what they say is that basically we've been living in this stable Holocene period for 12,000 years, so 20,000 years, and we've but what we're seeing is as we start to put stress on all those systems, you start to hit cascading effects. Everything becomes sort of exponential. We hit tipping points. We don't know how many tipping points we've hit. But what we do know is that things start to wobble and go, and that's exactly what we're experiencing now. So we can sort of graph where we got to, but we can't kind of, what we're looking at is the predictably unpredictable. Yeah. And so on the cusp of that, or in the middle, because we can't quite know, I wanted to write it. So I suppose that's the kind of the knowledge that comes into that quote, and the feeling that comes into that quote is that we are sort of in this period of sort of predictable unpredictability. Yeah. And we know it.
That we know it's going to change, but we don't know how or when or how fast. Yeah. I apropos. You're saying, why politicians, they know, why don't they do something? Some people think of nature writing as a form of activism, either bearing witness or actively trying to inform and persuade. Do you think of yourself as a writer, as an activist, and indeed as a nature writer at all?
No, I think I say in this book that, yes, I think it's important. I certainly think there's a place for nature writing, but not the sort of nature writing that sort of runs around and moons and thrills at things and says how gorgeous they are. But, that kind of, for kind of trying to take the temperature of what's going on. But I think I've said that I feel that, as a nature writer, if that's what I am, I don't know. I think I'm a novelist and a non-fiction writer who's kind of deeply worried about this stuff. Yeah. But I think that we're more like the lyrebird sort of scratching at the... scratching at the leaf litter and hopefully, freshening things up a bit. I don't know that I would have grander hopes for my writing than that. Yeah. I think that, it can be a bit of a worry if we, get too grandiose about what writing can do.
Well, that's a balance to be kept too. You say somewhere else in the book that we're inclined, and you actually say, at festivals and whatnot, to pat ourselves on the back simply for writing without thinking enough about what our writing is doing.
But it's it's an enormous challenge to our imaginations, and I guess that's sort of my business is, thinking about, how to imagine stuff, what the limits of imagination are, how other writers imagine. Yeah. So, I wanted to kind of again. I thought, look, I have a weird but unique skill set, I guess, in that, I do have that academic background. Yeah. So what I wanted to do with this was to, again, I thought, look, okay, I reckon, what I can do within my own limitations is just to think, I want to put in the one book what scientists are saying about this stuff, what philosophers are saying, how writers, filmmakers are responding to it, how I think that even when we don't seem to be responding to it in our novels or our films, actually there's been some sort of sense of disarrangement there, and I wanted to kind of point that out, and then I wanted to observe closely. So I kind of figured that was the stuff that I could do within my sort of skill set, was kind of try and be across all those different areas.
Yeah, as a scholar, as much as anything else, you say in the acknowledgements that beginning work on the essay called The Opposite of Glamour was a moment when you first thought that you might be able to write this book. And you've also said that the essay has marked, working on that essay has marked a turn in your writing. It's obviously that particular essay, very significant for you. And it's the centrepiece, literally, of the book, isn't it? That you put. It's probably the longest essay, and you've put it right in the middle where it. Can you tell us a bit more about the opposite of glamour? What is the glamour, and what is its opposite?
Well, I was asked to think to give a speech, which was a great thing in retrospect. Very grateful to have been asked to do that. And it could be on any kind of, writing and environmental topic I liked. It was the Eleanor Dark lectureship. And so obviously Eleanor Dark's history, I wanted to do a good job at that. And I started thinking, and I thought, I'll just write an essay, just write a speech about what is happening to what it feels like and what's happening to us when we realise there's a loss of abundance in the world, and you go back and you look at, and I start that essay by talking about Steinbeck's Log from the Sea of Cortez that I'd had this incredible urge to read again, which is where they go out and he and his friends, including the guy who becomes the Doc, who's the sort of main character in Cannery Row, they go out to collect specimens in the Sea of Cortez in the Gulf of Mexico, and I was looking back at those books and thinking, how do we, that I had such a longing to read them because. Because they harked back to a different era of abundance. So I kind of I thought through, how different writers were now approaching that question of, the fact that we have now, killed off about, I say we, and by which I mean, petrol dependent, sort of well-off nations have been, and people benefiting those have been doing that. Where we've killed off 80% of the wildlife in the world, and I got to a certain point with that essay, where I started to think about what it meant to write about nature in an accepting, loving, concerned sort of way. And there are many writers, I think so many people I know are kind of coming into that space of trying to grapple with this and write about it. But I also found myself thinking that for every one of these books, there was a whole regime, a whole universe of books and TV shows which were about glamour. Which were I kept thinking about that word glamour and its old Scottish meaning of passing, putting a spell on someone. Which bewitchment. Which they revive in the vampire series True Blood, where they glamour people. And I thought, look, we are sort of glamoured in some way by, and I think you guys would know what I mean. All those programs, Instagram feeds in which. The world is travel magazines in which we're presented with a world that is, there's always some refuge to go to, there's always some place with an infinity pool, there's always, you can always zhuzh a house, you can flip it, you can zhuzh yourself, you can make yourself over. And so we have this kind of imaginative regime that I think is so incredibly powerful. I think I say in the book, it's probably the thing that will, it may be the thing that kills us all, and that I think that, you throw your crumb of a book out into that world in a way to sort of try and balance that idea of the universe, of the world as something that's infinitely imaginatively replaceable as well as materially replaceable. Yeah. So so hopefully this is in a way that the opposite of glamour.
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea. The idea that things are replaceable in other ways than materially, because people don't usually think in those terms. But you're right; people believe it. We can always fix this. We can always do. Yeah, that's a sad way looking, but as you say, the opposite of glamour is to actually face truths like that rather than reinforce them and add to them, I guess.
Could I just say, Karen, that I met someone who was working in a kind of a media, sort of a think tank in Melbourne, and they had done a lot of research on the sort of imagination around disaster, and they had sort of tracked things like the fires and flood, and this will no doubt happen with the Sydney floods, and what would happen would be, even if climate change came into stories early on of especially around those 1920 bushfires that I write about, it took about 3 days until the narrative changed to resilience to overcoming and to renewal. And so that's I think a really kind of grainy little example of how that those sort of narratives of infinite replaceability glamourous in.
Same now in Lismore, where they're saying how wonderful that the locals are coming in and pitching in to hire a helicopter and stuff, as distinct from we're doing something.
Yes.
Yeah, well, exactly. Apropos again, I noticed in the essay Science and Wonders you ask the question, and it's almost a rhetorical question really, where is our urgency, our terror, our justified outrage? It made me wonder how different the answer to that might be if Al Gore had won the presidential election in 2000, as he so very nearly did. What sort of a world would we be living in now? It wouldn't be that different, but my goodness, it would be different. Before I get you to read a passage that we talked about, I'll just ask one more question about your attitude to your own. You've told me that your two favourite essays in the book are the one called Coal and the one called Birds. What is it that makes them your favourites?
I don't know actually what makes them my favourites.
Do writers have favourite things? They just are. No, it's the whole question of do writers have favourite things that they did themselves, or artists really, any artist. What's the nicest photograph you ever took? I was just curious about those two because they're so particular.
Yeah, well, I think that's it. They are particular, so that I've kind of I'm someone who. I'm a very reluctant autobiographical writer. I don't like to write about my own life, but with this book I realised that actually my life, starts about 10 years into the Great Acceleration. And so I thought, what tool do I have? Again, you're always thinking as a reader, just as a writer, what's in my toolkit? And I thought, well, actually, if I'm going to sort of, these are, we're being haunted by deep time in the form of our, our emissions from, the carboniferous forests that we're burning that are coming back and heating our atmosphere. I mean, these are enormous sort of imaginative, almost unthinkable things that we're facing. And I thought, well, one yardstick I have is, to just try and every essay is kind of trying to take a facet, to take a different sort of core sample, I suppose, through the, through this material. And these ones were, the hard ones to write because they were personal. The Coal essay is about taking my kids to Parliament House in Canberra, where they're asked to, all children get a little trail guide and they're asked to look for Sean the prawn, which, spoiler alert, isn't actually the remnant of isn't actually the fossil of a prawn, it's the fossil of a bit of a carboniferous coral garden.
It's coral,
but
it's also not called Dawn the prawn, which is a point
that's
that
right.
Delia makes. It's automatically a boy.
And so that's sort of thinking through that, this little creature from 350 million years ago that sits in that stairway near where our politicians are making those decisions that are setting us, potentially setting the world up for, hundreds of thousands of years of alteration of the planet. And I try and spin that little figure and going with my kids and searching for that figure out into this history of how weird coal actually is and how obsessed our history in Australia is since Cook came to Australia in a repurposed coal carrying boat, a Whitby collier. So that's a personal one. And Birds, again, was the last essay that I wrote in the book. And, the last ones are the ones where you're putting off hard stuff, I think. Yeah. And that is about, my mum passed away 2 years ago now. And it was about my memories of feeding her birds with her in her house where she was for 47 years. And it was thinking through issues of, mother, the time of mothers and the time, and how hard it is to think the time of our mothers, especially to imagine that they had a life before us, which is kind of, and sort of thinking about how hard it is to think this other stuff, but through birds. And I'm a bird nerd. I just love them. So so I'm using those birds and that relationship with my mother to think through how sad I feel about all this stuff as well. So I guess they're my favourites because they were hard and because they were really I had to dig deep into the personal stuff.
That's lovely. The idea that something could be your favourite because you put so much into it. I might get you now to read the piece, either the one that we talked to, or something else. If you know.
Which would you like me to read, Karen? Make
the paragraph,
for me.
the one in.
Right.
Okay, I shall. I've got the page turned down and everything. That's not it. Here we go, page 100 and.
You would like me to read from the disappearing paragraph?
69.
Yes,
Yeah, now new normal.
All right.
Or maybe say, give the context.
Okay, so this was the essay where I kind of really pushed the boat out. It's one that's had
I loved
one
it.
of the most responses.
Great. Yeah.
And I thought, actually, I think there's something really weird going on with paragraphs in that they are, those sort of growing up on the Victorian regime, I suppose, of paragraphing where, each paragraph is sort of moves on to the next with just a little paragraph indent, and sort of, you would have these big sort of sections of writing and then a sort of and that build in sort of cadence, especially if you read someone like John Ruskin, and then you would have a section break, and then you would move on to a new section. And I noticed that writers like Jenny Offal's Weather would be the book that people would be most familiar with, I think, are often written in these little prose bricks, so like a paragraph without an indent, and then a space, and then a little paragraph, so like new thought, jump, and I got very obsessed with why that might be. Yeah. So, and it's fantastic, because I thought, this is the one where I'm just, see if I can, just sort of see if I can push this one and see, I don't know, but I'll float the boat out.
Well, I believe
and it's had
you.
it's the one that, it's had lovely response. So this is from that essay where sort of towards the end where I'm trying to account for what Offal and a huge number of other writers writing this way are doing. In our new normal, moments of terror and beauty flash by, one bright and intense thing following the other. Sea slugs that look like David Bowie. University redundancies. Cute animal friendships. The death of a black man at the hands of Minnesota police. A glockenspiel programmed to play Bohemian Rhapsody. In my darker moments, I find myself wondering if what Adam Mars Jones identifies as a stylistic tick in Offal's writing is now our general condition. Is the dwindling of our old ecology of paragraphing, without being noticed or mourned, indicative of a more pervasive loss of executive function in terms of being able to process long historical sequences, or even being able to sit patiently in a moment to see how things unfold, skills that our very survival might depend on? I can't help thinking that our growing taste for short, unmoored paragraphs may point in the longer term to a shift in our emotional regulation. After all, Offal's novel isn't unique in its ambiguous, unanchored feelings. Think of television drama, which over the last decade or two has also become emotionally labile and disjointed. From soapy medical dramas punctuated by extreme action, a bomb in the ER, a rapist with Ebola, to dramedies 6 Feet Under and so on, which scintillate between tragedy or horror and hilarity. It's hard to know whether to laugh or cry. As we jump from one crisis to the next in this broken world, without the dependable old rhythms of its local climates and seasons to sustain us, is funny not funny deadpan becoming our default setting? Perhaps as the ice sheets melt and the future truncates, our feelings will also only be able to express themselves like Offal's narrative in erratic but predictable little meltwater pulses.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you, Delia.
Thank you.
My own immediate response from the first time I read that was that you could, write a whole essay on every piece, every punctuation mark that exists. Easily churn out 5,000 words on the semicolon for a start.
I'd so be there.
Yeah,
I'm
so
such a
would
nerd.
I.
I would so be there for that book or that lecture series.
One of the reasons I was glad you're happy to read that about paragraphs is because it moves us on to another way of thinking about the book, and that is I want to ask you some questions about your own feelings about yourself as a writer and what writers do. I spoke to Charlotte Wood here on Monday, and she was talking about the teaching of creative writing in universities, and she was saying, you know, creative writing teachers can get jobs in universities because it's bums on seats. The students want it and it brings in money. On the other hand, creative writing teachers get treated really badly. I mean, obviously you need to be tactful about this, but has that been your experience or observation?
I'm not sure that it's actually bringing in all those bums on seats at the moment, actually. The
not even that
university
either
sector's not particularly healthy. Look, I think it was the case that, you know, when I started teaching creative writing years ago, it was a case where, you know, you just do whatever you do because, your area is the cash cow for the rest of the university. Yeah. Now I think that pendulum, unfortunately, is swinging. So you got a certain respect, even if no one kind of really cared what you were doing. I think now this pendulum's moving a bit more towards super vocational writing. Yeah. So creative writing isn't actually seen as that, you know, particularly sexy sort of thing that it was within the university. So you're not allowed to call courses, you know, things like novel writing, you know, it's sort of like writing, right? But look, the students remain, you know, while the universities sort of, you know, arrive in their own sort of, you know, possibly end days, you know, the students remain so wonderful. I always love teaching, and what I teach at the moment is creative non-fiction.
Yeah, good.
And so and that is such a broad church at the moment, and so diverse in form and still exciting, and students can still get creative. You know, like non-fiction is you know, quite hot. There's a lot of publication places for it. So you know, my students are published a lot, but to see students find a form for you know, a particular experience, to find a form for you know, expatriate homesickness, or for feelings that it's really hard for them to put a finger on, and to find and to be able to use, especially with the essay, all the lashings of different approaches that it's possible to take is you know, it's the great excitement of my job.
No, that's fabulous. Some of you may not be aware, Delia's name appeared very suddenly and in big letters on the Australian lit landscape when she won not one but two major prizes for the same essay. I don't think you did little or nothing published in the way of writing before that, if I remember.
It was one essay and one story.
Yeah.
So it was the HQ short story competition,
right,
and the Island essay competition. Yeah. Which was announced here, and everything started for me here in 1994 when you know, I was sent an airfare to come down for that prize giving, and my partner and I cashed it in for a train fare, and we both came down, and I met my agent and my past agent, and her father, John Bryson, who just passed away, had been one of the judges, and you know, was a very kind presence from that point on. And it, you know, so I have this memory of, you know, going to the lunch at Jolly's Boathouse, and you know, sort of Frank Morehouse was one of the other judges, and giving the announcement, and us sort of realising how late it was, and running up here to the tents to you know, for it all to start.
It's
really,
all coming
so
back to me.
It always comes back to me when I
think
here.
I was here. I think I remember that. I've completely forgotten about it. The thing is, of course, that back then, especially in the early 1990s, people were, agents and publishers and people on the whole, were running a mile from non-fiction in general, and specifically the essay. You know, if you wanted to upset a publisher, all you had to do was say the word essay. Yeah. That was enough, you know. Yeah. So at a time when it was not hot or fashionable at all, the essay was the form that sort of got you underway. And I'm wondering whether that's still your go-to. Is that your go-to genre, or do you just not think about it like that?
Yeah, I don't see a huge I don't see a huge divide between fiction and non-fiction. It's never kind of been there for me. It's about finding a form for an idea.
Yes.
I guess I was actually having a talk with a writer about this yesterday, and we were trying to nut it out, and I don't think we got very far. But with both writing fiction and creative non-fiction, my process is a bit different to the creative process that you and Charlotte were speaking about in your fantastic session yesterday, of sort of putting things down and not kind of knowing where you're going to go, and then sort of, kind of moving things around, and you're drafting and redrafting until you hear what Peter Carey calls the osteopath's click, which I really like. For me, it's like that. It's like writing Signs and Wonders, where I'll see a flash. I'll see the flash of something, and then I'll pursue it. The essay form. You kind of know kind of what an essay is, or what so you have a. It's like the smaller piece of ivory, that Jane Austen wanted to write on. For me, creativity often comes out of knowing what the boundaries are, and with essays, I find it's less of a hard act to. It's still very hard, but to pursue the bright flash. I know it's there. I've heard a couple of words. I've felt it as a kind of a shape or a feeling or a colour. It's kind of almost synesthetic, and then I'm pursuing. It's a more knowable process than having to think about creating a world of characters and a fictional world. But it's a similar thing. It's just that fiction is I find more stressful and a more difficult genre to work in technically. But in terms of the ideas or the feeling, or even the sort of things I want to do, I usually have a feeling that I want my writing to do some sort of work in the world. That I have. It has a job to do. And I guess maybe that comes out of academic training, where you think about how a project or research is going to be original in some way, and you have to kind of think about that first. And my training, my intellectual training, was first as an academic. But it's a strange old process, regardless.
It is. Yeah. And the thing about the essay form is that it's very elastic, but it stops you from being chaotic.
Yes.
You've actually got a container. It might be a stretchy plastic one, but it's a container.
Yes, it is.
Whereas with fiction, you're on your own. It seems to me almost.
Yeah. Containment is good. It's it's great to put limits and breaks on there, because the worst thing about writing is when you get sucked down the rabbit hole of things being entirely uncontained. It's a horrible feeling.
Unimaginable. You also use the word diary in, I think, 3 of these essays. They're kind of sub-headed diary, and one is about walking in the time of COVID, and another is a really amazing piece called, is it Terror from the Air?
Yeah.
The Fire Diary. Delia was, of course, virtually caught up in the mega fires in New South Wales of 2019 and 2020. And the diary, what struck me reading it was that the diary is a thing that conveys immediacy to the reader. You're inviting the reader into the experience as it's happening. Was that what you were thinking about?
Yeah, look, I love reading diaries as well. I love them as a form, and I think it is because you don't know what's going to happen. Even if you do, as a reader, you do know what happened. You do know that the fires eventually extinguish themselves in this instance. It's, I think often when we think about, especially about environmental things, we often, but about history in Australia generally, it's often the case of seeing it all as if it happened inevitably. And, that's the Paul Carter, the historian, has written about that, almost as if it's happened on a stage. And once you do that, you kind of abnegate a certain sort of sense of responsibility, because it's like it couldn't have happened any other way. And I think especially with this sort of, with so many aspects in Australian history, but, for my purposes, particularly around the ways in which we've been, ignoring all the warning signs at our peril.
Yeah.
It's really important to go, look, the path ahead was murky. This is what it feels like to be in that uncertainty at the time, and it's bloody terrifying. So let's, and I wanted to put that on record before before those histories were smoothed out. And I think it's often in those tiny details, the tiny details that you remember of, for me, just, sometimes just, Sydney, my council decided to go ahead with its fireworks in the middle of, conflagrations, sort of most of the eastern seaboard at this point, and that was kind of, they do it a couple of weeks before Christmas, and I wouldn't let my kids go down because of what they'd been breathing in, but also because I felt it was, it was not a good thing to be doing in the face of, you know, the live cremation of the state. And and it's sort of kind of traumatic to remember, but I wanted to again remember the sensual detail, the material detail of looking out the window and just seeing first the light ash, which was like the almost like the under feathers of a bird. You know, they have that soft grey layer underneath, and then just seeing suddenly these carbonised leaves start to fall, and they were whole. And we were 2 hours drive from the nearest, 1.5, 2 hours drive from the nearest fire, so all around our reservoir and everything. And just looking at that and thinking that because they were being the megafires are, you know, they produce their own weather. I mean, you know, they're amazing. They're terrifying, but they're kind of wondrous at the same time. And they they condense, and they do that because they pull condensation up into them, and then at a certain point they even create their own lightning. But clearly what had happened was that these leaves had been instantly kind of cremated or carbonised and lifted up, and you know, with and at speed, with the speed of those high winds, sort of dropped and deposited there in my harbourside street. By the water, like little instant fossils. I think it's really important to try to capture that sort of detail, because that's the feeling detail.
Yeah, before it all goes. Yeah, it's like the importance of bearing witness.
Yes.
As you say, before it all gets smoothed over. We've got 10 minutes or so for some questions. If you want to ask a question, the microphone's down the middle aisle here, about halfway back. I'm working here while people are getting their thoughts together. Is there anything that we've not talked about that you would like to talk about or think about some more or say?
Oh, that's like the end of the job interview question, isn't it?
Do you have any questions? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've got many left, because I've always got many left, and I'm wondering whether you would, maybe on a lighter note to end with, tell the story of the fluffy dinosaurs, which was probably my favourite phrase in the entire book. I was shocked by this story, by the way.
You know, I have to say, sort of bird paleontology was almost my undoing with this book. You know, I've had to ask a lot of experts, you know, sort of to kind of read bits and pieces of this book, but. Birds, so in terms of the wonders, one of the wonders I was thinking about of these things that just kind of turn up all the time, there's an amazing image that came up on one of my feeds one day of a little bit of a feather, bit of a tail, a feathery tail that turned up in a piece of amber. And it turns out the latest thinking is that dinosaurs, that feathers are as old as dinosaurs, that they probably co-evolved, possibly not for flight. And again, I love that because it messes up our idea of, our gradualist idea of evolution, you know. Yeah. And there was a kind of a conflict, apparently, you know, in the sort of early Victorian period where, you know, there were two schools of thought, and Darwin's school one, that was the gradualist school, that evolution takes place slowly and kind of progressively. And then there were the other people who were arguing that actually it can, you know, it can happen in quite sudden, sort of eruptive sort of ways. And I think we're sort of starting to come around to that sort of second idea a bit more. Even evolution can happen in bursts. And so I love that you know. But scientists can now study the melanosomes of these fossils to work out what colour fossils. So even Tyrannosaurus Rex was fluffy, and it's sort of, again, it changes your. I think we feel like we own we feel that we own history, we own the deep past in a way. We we understand that dinosaurs were these cold creatures in paleo art, always sort of fighting each other to the death. And it's amazing if you start to think, well, what if they, apparently their brains were geared, birds actually are theropods. They're the meat-eating hollow-bone dinosaurs, and they were in their sort of, a recognisably bird-like form from about, 130 million, I think it was something like 130 million years ago. So birds were birds, recognisably birds, while we were still little, insect-eating nocturnal shrews, escaping the Chicxulub asteroid when it hit the Earth
Well,
by
yeah.
hiding in crevices.
Maybe they
So I
didn't-
think that's my theory on why we find birds so fascinating and wonderful, is
Yeah.
because our shrew selves recognise that birds are much older
Yeah.
in their current form. But yeah, fluffy dinosaurs, and it's really changed the world of illustration of dinosaurs, because you see these creatures, sort of with sort of stripy red mohawks and red stripes,
Beautiful racing stripes.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Maybe one more. I think people are probably a bit sort of just taking it in. So I do have a question. This is something we talked about in the green room just before we came out here, because both Delia and I contributed to the Cities series for New South Publishing, and Delia wrote the book on Sydney. And she said, this is something she says of her own book on Sydney. Will it even make sense to write books about place in a world when record-breaking events have become the new reality? And you say later, with this, after the fires, with the sense that all the aspects of this place that are most familiar to me are now provisional, I no longer trust them. Do you think we've lost trust in our sense of place now that it's started to change so much?
Look, it really rocks you, doesn't it? I mean, I think that everyone is just so rocked by the torrential sort of East Coast Sydney rain that we've had, and we are creatures who of story. We're creatures who have sort of certain sort of, I suppose, sort of fundamental beliefs in things like seasons. You think of all our writing and poetry and so forth. Even things like sort of summer, winter. When you start to see those sort of stable categories that have been stable for quite some time, sort of shifting, they shift us because they shift our foundation of story. But I actually spoke about this a little bit last year, because we all spoke. Of course, Karen, you wrote the wonderful book on Adelaide, and in the same series, and we were all talking about those city books, and I was chastised on Twitter for just talking about beauty and landscape in Sydney, but it goes much deeper than that.
Yeah.
But you didn't hear the part about sort of environmental catastrophe and what I had to say. I, having grown up in Sydney, spent most of my life there. There are certain things that even I, as a catastrophist, expect to be continuous. And I always thought, well, for many years there are certain things I would depend on in my city, and that is the southerlies are going to come through every afternoon. The humidity, will come in at a certain time, it will disappear it'll sort of disappear sort of after, sort of towards the end of January. There'll always be that salty umami sort of smell of the harbour. And they're the things that, are fundamental to your sense of place. And the fires really shook me. The southerlies didn't come in. The cool changes didn't come in. The moisture wasn't in the air, which was now there's too much moisture in the air. But as these things, as things go off, really off kilter, we're in uncharted territory. We're in the territory now where you used to see the dragons on the map.
Yes, here be dragons, exactly.
It also fundamentally affects us and how we are in the world, and how we can even feel our own sense of identity in place, because it's so profound.
I think we have some questions now. Yes.
Yes, I'm just wondering, Delia, do you have hope or think that these floods, this rain, will affect people's thinking and realise that climate change is real? I mean, I've heard, I don't know how true it is, but the Pacific is 25 degrees at the moment, so that's why all this rain is happening. So unless that temperature changes, when will the rain stop?
Yeah, we're experiencing a marine, that's correct, we're experiencing a marine heat wave all down the east coast of Australia, and so yes, the water is much warmer. I mean, again, these are profound changes that, burning fossil fuels and heating the atmosphere are creating. So, the Gulf Stream has moved about 10% off its usual path, and that affects the bigger weather patterns as well. I mean, you would hope so. There hasn't been, again, in the reportage in New South Wales, which I've been constantly glued to, doom scrolling. There hasn't been a lot of mention of climate change, and Tom Griffiths, again, an environmental historian, has something very interesting to say about that, and he says that it's a particular folly in Australia that part of our kind of that part of the violence of colonial settlement, in a way, was starting to pride ourselves on being able to live with the extremes of a very volatile country. And so we have a particular blind spot here in Australia to being able to acknowledge climate change and, sort of addiction to fossil fuels, also because of our weddedness to coal from the very beginning as well. So they're really sort of big shifts. I really hope so, because it's my hope is it is hard to know what to sort of hope for, because we are already locked into a certain level of heating at this stage anyway. And as a mother of 10-year-old children, I think about that constantly. But my hope is that, yes, you would hope but I hope that around the fires as well. That there will be a reckoning, that it will come onto the agenda for the federal election. But we're not seeing many signs. That's why I think why the independents. There's a lot of movement in New South Wales at the moment behind independence. I can't speak for other states, and don't follow it as closely, but partly because they are because there's enormous frustration that we are not, that we're not seeing Labor committing as much as we would, perhaps I wish to decarbonisation. Has to be quite radical at this stage. We really need to, be moving. By 2050, you would have to really radically decarbonise to be kind of all right.
We've got time for just one more quick question, I think.
What you said about we need to do something radical. Do you think that the catastrophes of fire and flood now will distract us again by just trying to patch things up? It'll be okay. We can just patch things up. I want to feel hopeful, but
I know.
Shall we?
And that's the danger, and that's, I guess, where, even conversationally, I think we all need to kind of try and turn that conversation around, because that drive to say, hey, we're all together, and they're good things. They are community, getting together, doing things for, to sort of try and salvage. Other people's homes and so forth. All of those things are great things, but there is a risk that we kind of go down that, that sort of rabbit hole, and we don't, think about the bigger picture.
We're still reactive when we should have started being proactive a very long time ago. Delia, thank you so much for that, and for the book, which is lovely. Thanks. Yeah, just join me in thanking Delia for a great session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. As we're creeping towards lunchtime, next session's about to begin. Just a few bits of housekeeping. Could you please remember to try and remain COVID aware? Wear a mask wherever possible. It's not mandatory, but it obviously will help protect you. Maintain some social distancing. Don't lick any strangers. Please do not move any of the chairs from where they have been placed. They are there for a reason. If the session you are attending is overly crowded, please do not sit in the aisle, as we need to keep them clear. You will find, obviously, the hill behind the stage has plenty of coverage, and also on the outer edges there are still seats available. If you require assistive listening, there is a hearing aid loop in front of the mixing desk. We would ask that if you don't require the assisted listening in the hearing aid loop and you can find somewhere else to sit, please do that, as we'd like some of the chairs to remain available. Thank you.
Ready when you are.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session. At the outset, we're just going to do a very quick acknowledgement of country, and I'm going to read it as it's written because it's going to match the words that come up in language on the screen behind me. We acknowledge the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, and pay respects to elders past, present, and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. So hello and welcome. My name's Anton Enos. My day job is bringing you the news on SBS World News. Which, by the way, I really love doing. You know, it's I would do it for free. That's how much I love it. But also, my passion is being at festivals like this, talking to interesting people and hearing about really wonderful books. And I think for all of us, being introduced to new authors. Before we start, just a couple of housekeeping things. Please adhere to the COVID protocols. They are very important for the safety of the whole festival, but also for your own personal safety. So when you're moving around, please maintain distancing between you and the next person, and where appropriate, please wear your mask, and please do wear it over your nose and your mouth, please. Otherwise, it's pretty pointless. So two things about today's session two things that are not taking place today. This is not the Isabel Allende session. Sorry, fans of Isabel Allende, but she couldn't be with us today, so this is a different session. It is also not an analysis of the invasion of Ukraine. This is a historical perspective of the Soviet Union, and obviously there will be some overlap on the situation as it is today. But if you're looking for an analysis and a look forward to what comes next, maybe that's a different session. So just to get those 2 points absolutely clear. Also, the book is available in the bookshop. I did check, Sheila, so it is available.
I can even hold it up in the traditional way.
Sheila will be available to sign your copies if you take the trouble to buy one in the bookshop over there. Acknowledged as a world-leading scholar on Soviet history is our guest this morning. She's been writing about the Soviet system for 6 decades. Armed with a BA in Russian Studies from the University of Melbourne in the 1960s, armed with a BA and a scholarship, she headed to Oxford, St Antony's College, where she was awarded a PhD for her thesis on the Russian writer and administrator Anatoly Lunacharsky. During that decade, she was, like the Beatles, back in the USSR. In the ensuing decade, she has published prodigiously, including books on the Russian Revolution, education and culture in the Soviet era, life under Stalin, and the Australian connection, of course, is there under a book partly titled The Red Peril. In 2016, she was awarded the Prime Minister's Literary Award for Nonfiction for her book On the Stalin Years. She is also a noted memoirist. My Father's Daughter was about her relationship with Brian Fitzpatrick, founding member of the Australian Council for Civil Liberties. And by the way, that book also won the Prime Minister's Literary Award for Nonfiction. And A Spy in the Archives, documenting her early adventures jousting with Moscow bureaucrats and making lifelong friends, which I hope we'll have time to talk about as well. We are very fortunate indeed to have a scholar of this stature with us today. Please welcome Sheila Fitzpatrick. Sheila, having just said that this session is not about the invasion of Ukraine, I'm going to start with a question on exactly that.
How can you do this to me?
We do know that the Ukrainians and the Russians have a long and complicated history. They're almost like cousins, I guess, in that part of the world. When we look backwards in time to the 7.5 decades of the USSR, the relationship of those two nations within and subsequent to that union, what comes up for you in terms of milestones or markers that might help us understand why we're in this terrible situation we're in today?
Well, first of all, this is a huge question, obviously. But I guess the first thing to say is that the Soviet Union actually was a union of republics, of separate republics, based on a nationality principle. And the biggest of those republics was the Russian. It was a federated republic. So the Russian Republic was the biggest, and the next biggest was Ukraine. And then you had Georgia, you had Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and sort of 14 or 15 that came after. So this is the situation, this is the way the Soviet Union is set up in the early 1920s after the Russian Revolution. And it's the way it continues up to 1991. And one of the things I tried to explain in my book was how important these republics and the task of and the leadership, how important was the role of the leaders of these republics in what happened there. You know, we have a picture of the Soviet Union as extremely top-down, and it was extremely top-down, especially under Stalin. But the thing is that power was, a lot of power on domestic affairs was delegated to the Republican level. Now, that's particularly relevant if we think about how the Soviet Union collapsed. Because basically, in my reading, it was mainly not what you would have expected it to be, in a way, mainly not a popular uprising against the oppression of Moscow. It was a matter of the leaders of the republics taking their republics out of the Union. And the Ukraine was one of those that goes out of the Union, so was Russia.
So was it a surprise to you when we saw this invasion of Ukraine? It was sort of presaged by a lot of, there was a sort of fear-mongering campaign, there was a campaign of misinformation, talk of genocide and neo-Nazism and so forth. Given what you know about what came before in terms of the management of information and smearing and so forth, did that come as a surprise to you?
It was a surprise. Now, I have to say, this is outside the scope of my book, but Putin is in the scope of my book. That is, I have a final chapter, which is about after the Soviet Union, then what? And I actually had, in my last paragraph, I quoted what Putin said. It's often been quoted recently, that anybody who doesn't regret the passing of the Soviet Union has no heart, and anybody who thinks the Soviet Union can be restored has no brain. Well, I quoted that, but, then I said, but maybe Putin thinks that somebody with a brain, like Putin, could maybe get a little bit of that back. And I did have a sentence about Ukraine in there, and then I took it out because I thought, come on, you know, this book is not just for 2022, but this is happening. I'm writing this in the middle of last year. But anyway, so the whole question of the exit is that's key.
So in terms of how you know Vladimir Putin from observing him over many years, I saw one analysis that he said that the dismantling of the USSR was the greatest tragedy of the 20th century, which is a pretty big call given, the number of world wars that we had in that century. Do you sense that there is a kind of hankering back towards recreating what was in the past on his part?
Yes, I think so, although exactly which past is not so clear, but a greater Russia, yes, I think there is that sense. And I actually think that before this war, as regards popular opinion after the invasion in Russia, I think we all don't know and we're all waiting to see. But before this war, many Russians, especially of Putin's age, would also have they would have remembered what was for them the humiliation of 1991. They're a great power, they're a superpower, and suddenly they're nothing. And suddenly they're abused by all the departing republics. So that a lot of people, it would have made sense, I think, to a lot of people that Putin's stance on NATO, for example, that he didn't want NATO right up against his borders in the former Ukraine. And I think many people in Russia would remember that Gorbachev, back in the 90s, thought that he had an agreement that Eastern Europe, let alone the former Soviet republics, wouldn't join NATO, and it turned out that he didn't. However, all of this is attitudes before the invasion. It seems to me that the invasion is that actually invading the Ukraine, killing Ukrainians, who, as you say, are seen as cousins in a sense, that's all a lot more difficult, and not even to mention Russian casualties. So that I think we can expect, or Putin can expect some problems at home in terms of opinion.
I'll ask you one last question about Putin before we move on to the actual USSR. There's obviously a lot of analysis in the media these days about what's going on. Any number of retired military people commenting about this. And there seems to be one thing that seems to come up time and time again, that they're saying it's along these lines, that the Russians respect strength, a response of strength, and they will not react to weakness. So knowing what you know about Putin, who seems to be driving this process, does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me, but if it's a policy prescription that says the West should be putting in troops, I'm not sure that I'd go along with that policy prescription. Yes, but in general, Putin definitely seems to have been a person who advanced where he saw weakness and didn't where there was strength. Now, surely there was a miscalculation here about the reaction of the West on Putin's part. I think he could not have expected anything as solid and as strong as the outrage. He hasn't encountered anything like that before, and so how he'll react to it, I think, we don't know yet. We'll see.
You certainly write in the book in the chapter about the dismantling of the USSR, that Mikhail Gorbachev had a kind of handshake agreement about that expansion eastwards of NATO that you just mentioned a moment ago. How serious, give us a sense of how seriously it would have been taken in Moscow that the West really disregarded this undertaking.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, if we think back a bit to the sort of historical situation, from the Second World War, basically the countries of Eastern Europe became Soviet satellite countries, and when any of them showed signs of departing, as Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, then the Soviet Union sent troops in to quell that. And Brezhnev basically said, we'll do this whenever it happens. That was the Brezhnev doctrine, that, what is socialist stays socialist, actually. Now, in 1989, as the Berlin Wall falls, and not only East Germany shows signs of departing, but the other Eastern European states that had been had communist governments, Gorbachev did not react in the traditional way. He didn't react like Brezhnev. He basically said, okay, go. Now, exactly why he did that without asking for any clear quid pro quo or whatever, perhaps in a way out of idealism, that he really did think that states should be, should have a democratic choice. Anyway, he said go, and then he's talking to U.S. Secretary of State Baker and Kohl in Germany, and they assured him this, he said, but it also seems to have been confirmed by memoir-type sources later. They assured him that these states would not be taken into NATO, and that there would therefore be a kind of a neutral zone, so to speak, between the West and the Soviet Union. then, as I said before, that quasi-deal, that verbal agreement was forgotten about. And the East European states were, well, first of all, Germany. When Germany united, East Germany was automatically in NATO. So in a sense, the agreement could never have been literally carried out. But then the other East European states joined. And the question then arose, what about the new states that were formerly in the Soviet Union? In the Soviet Union and under Soviet tutelage is a very different kind of thing from the Soviet point of view. So that I think the feeling, there is quite a strong feeling that Russia got, well, would trick be too strong. Anyway, Russia lost out on the question of these European states joining NATO. But to lose out on the question of former Soviet republics joining NATO, that's another step, and I think not just from Putin's point of view, but perhaps from that of many Russians, a step too far.
We had Malcolm Turnbull on this stage a few days ago talking about his interaction with Putin and how he seems to have changed from those early days when he was quite sort of coldly calculating, sort of, you know, quite a clinical approach to things, to the man we see nowadays is kind of a kind of ranting personality. The sort of very general question, Sheila, if you look along the whole pantheon of leaders from Lenin right through to the 21st century, where would you place Putin in terms of intellect, vision, policy making, and so on?
Let me comment first on Malcolm Turnbull's point about the change in Putin, because I would really endorse that quite strongly. When Putin first came in, people perhaps don't remember now the 10 years of Boris Yeltsin, and his sort of drunken falling around, and generally he became a real embarrassment, and then comes in Putin, who nobody knows, who's an apparently unpretentious but evidently very bright man. And I remember for the first 10 years or so, his talks on television, he would broadcast on whatever the situation was. They were very focused. They didn't ramble. They were focused, sensible, non-emotional, a rational kind of presentation of things. This does seem very different from what we see now. And I don't follow, I'm not a political scientist, so I don't follow it in that way to sort of do it month by month. But it must be about 7 years ago that when I was, going off to work in the archives in Russia, and I, as usual, was looking at Putin on television, and he seemed really burnt out to me. That, one of the things you thought about him at first was not only this is a rational man, but this is a self-disciplined man and a hard-working man. All of this with the Yeltsin in mind. Now to your comparison with other rulers, which I hope that some incredibly clever thought would come to my mind while I was speaking. And surprise, surprise, it didn't. But let me say that on Lenin, of course, was another very bright man, with also single-minded, also determined, also not very bothered about the casualties that might ensue. After him came Stalin, and the thought about Stalin during the Western view of Stalin for most of his period in power, which is the 30s, 40s, and into the 50s, was that he was really not a bright man at all. He's educated in a seminary. He didn't have higher education. He didn't have university education. He had a Georgian accent in Russian, which made him seem somehow not that bright. His speeches were boring. So he was, and Trotsky, his main antagonist, Trotsky said, this is a mediocre man. He's nobody. And so we all thought, mediocre man, although a tyrant and bloody, etc. Now, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the archives opened for us, Then we found actually that Stalin was a whole lot brighter in an intellectual's terms, you might say, than we might have thought. One of the things that was a real eye-opener to me was looking at speeches that party leaders had given to Stalin to approve. Now, they presumably gave it to him to approve for ideological content. And he did that to some degree. But he corrected their grammar. He changed the punctuation. He introduced paragraphing where it wasn't. And he used the proper markings for editing. I've never found out how it was that he knew that. Anyway, we also discovered that he had a very large library over a wide of literature, but also history, sociology, Western as well as Western in translation, as well as Russian. In other words, he was a well-read man, an autodidact, but a well-read one. So that's Stalin. Khrushchev, nobody has ever claimed high intellect. Look, you can't you can't get power in a country without some intellect, but the general thought has been sort of more on the lines of peasant cunning, I suppose, and terrific political instincts. Brezhnev, the same, no very high claims for him. And the other thing about Brezhnev is he stayed around for far too long. He got old, the people around him got old, he got really doddery, he kept appearing on television, and he would present medals to his closest comrades from 50 years, and he couldn't remember their patronymic. I remember that one with Ustinov. It was terrible. He was just standing there, sort of shaking, and Dmitri. Anyway, so he looked in the end like a very diminished man, and so then came Gorbachev, full of energy, full of ideas, and obviously, again, a bright man, although from the point of view of many people in the Soviet Union, the end result of all that wasn't so great.
Okay, so have we placed Putin anywhere in the midst of that?
Okay. Well, Putin has a good Soviet education. If you put them in terms of education, he would be up there with Lenin. Lenin had a good, not Soviet education, or he had a partial education as a lawyer. I think it must depend if you're talking about the early Putin or the late Putin. I would certainly put him above Khrushchev and Brezhnev. I guess I'd have to think about Gorbachev.
Okay, and did I sort of, reading between the lines, sense that you had a bit of a soft spot for Brezhnev?
Well, when I was commissioned to write this book, but I found it an absolutely fascinating commission because it meant that I had to think, what was the whole Soviet Union about? I had to look at it as a whole instead of doing what historians love to do, which is to take a small thing and know everything about that small thing and refuse to generalize it beyond it. So I was forced to do that. But then I thought, how am I going to start this thing? And it suddenly occurred to me to start it in 1980, that is in Brezhnev's time, in 1980, which is a relatively high point for the Soviet Union. In terms of standard of living, in terms of military strength, it's a superpower.
Olympic year. It was an Olympic year.
Well, that got boycotted, so the things start to go down in the course of the year, and then Afghanistan is at the end. But take the beginning of 1980, and I think it felt to many people like a sort of calm harbor after the terrible upheavals they'd gone through in the previous half century. Famine, war, civil war, Stalinist terror, you name it, they'd had it all. But in Brezhnev, you didn't have any of these things. You had achieved a relatively, actually, egalitarian society on still a fairly low level compared to the West. In other words, people didn't live as well there, but they lived a lot better than they had. And so that's how I start the book, because it was just at that moment. The Soviet Union had, during the Cold War, there was a lot of hostility to the Soviet Union, of course, in the United States. And great pressure, this is a minor thing but funny to me, great pressure against, what was then the card catalogue of the Library of Congress, great pressure against having a card called the Soviet Union, because that would acknowledge that the Soviet Union legitimately existed. So if you wanted to look up the Soviet Union in the subject index of the Library of Congress catalogue before the early 80s, you had to go to Russia, 1923 on. That was, I mean, talk about Russian chauvinism, actually. That would apply if you wanted to go to look up something about Ukraine. Anyway, in the early 80s, the Librarian of Congress, who happened, Jim Billington, who was a Russianist, he wrote around to all the Russianists saying, don't you think it would be a good idea to have an entry in our catalogue of the Soviet Union? It's a bit silly, we've refused to do it all these years. And we all said, yes, of course, it's a really good idea. And so 11 years later, there isn't any Soviet Union. So there were 11 years of card catalogue of current entries were made.
That's amazing. Okay, so we're going to do like a whistle-stop tour through the 7.5 decades of the USSR. And you're going to maybe just give us a little flavour of sort of different themes that kind of run through that. So when we think of the beginning of the Soviet era and the sort of centrally controlled economy and society, everything is planned and deliberate. And you say in your book that they frowned upon terms like things happening accidentally or spontaneously because that didn't fit in with the ideology of the time. And yet you say that didn't really reflect the reality. So what did you mean by that?
Well, as Marxists, the Soviets felt that they had a key to understanding history, a key to understanding historical progression, which included, for example, the knowledge that after capitalism would come socialism. That was part of their understanding of history. And they thought that, as well as that, part of and a very important part of their program was to assert state control over a previously capitalist economy, which they saw as anarchic and liable to be damaging to many people within it. So the creation of an economic plan, the first one was called the First Five-Year Plan. It sounds to us incredibly boring to have an economic plan, but in the early 30s, it was quite sexy. There was this notion, it was a little bit like space in the 60s, the exertion of extending human control to travel into space was it was terribly exciting. Similarly, for many people at the beginning of the 1930s, extending human control over the economy, that was seen as a great advance. So there's big investment in the notion that that the Soviet Union that planning occurs in the Soviet Union. And it did occur. There were 5-year plans with regularity. However, in real life, things they were all the time not going according to the plan. And so a sort of staple of Soviet humor was to compare what the plan said and what actually happened. So that's the point that I'm trying to make there.
Okay. So when the Soviet Union came to power, I mean, it was quite a disparate collection of nations, some from Europe, Slavic, some Asian. What held it all together? What was the thing that stopped it from just kind of, exploding apart?
Well, in part, there was a history. It wasn't a matter that the Soviet Union took in a whole series of hitherto independent states. There were some, especially not at the beginning. The Baltic states had been independent during the war, and they were taken in after the war. But if you're looking in the early 20s, what it is doing, in effect, is reconstituting the old Russian Empire. In other words, places like the Ukraine had a very brief period of independent statehood in the midst of the civil war, and were being drawn back in In Central Asia, it was a different situation. There hadn't been states covering the area of the present Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and so on. There had been sort of little fiefdoms of a smaller kind, which had been taken under Russian control in the 19th century. So it's a different situation all over, but as a generalization, we can say that what's going into the Soviet Union is, in the early 20s, is what had come out of the Russian Empire on its collapse in 1917 or in the subsequent years.
So, as you write in the when the Bolshevik Revolution came about, they inherited an incredibly inequitable system. I mean, the numbers you quote from the census under Tsarist Russia, the literacy gaps, for instance, between men and women, between young and old, between city and country, were quite marked. It was quite a sort of very uneven, not to mention class structures. What was the plan initially to deal with all of that?
The Bolsheviks had a big commitment to education of the people. Lenin himself was quite notable in that respect. His wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, became the deputy minister for education. But basically, the thought was that you need to, in order to for people to become citizens in a socialist country, they need to be educated enough to know what being a citizen meant. Now, so the first thing is to teach them to read, and to introduce compulsory or universal primary education first, and then secondary. And that's what they were systematically doing in the 1920s and particularly the 1930s. So that by the Brezhnev period, it's actually a very well-educated population, including up to graduation from high school and into tertiary education. And I even, to a degree, suggest in the book that maybe they put too much, maybe they over-educated, in the sense that you had the creation of a very large professional middle class. They didn't call it that, but that's what it was, which, because of the relative egalitarianism of the system, wasn't earning all that much more than a skilled blue-collar worker, had less, might have a dacha, might under Brezhnev have a car, but basically the range of possessions available for those who did well was smaller than in the West, and they were starting to know this. And of course, the other thing is that the younger population was much better educated than the older population. So they're looking at the doddery old people like Brezhnev and starting to be quite unhappy with them.
What about women? Because I think certainly in the early years of the Soviet system, it was very male-dominated, wasn't it? So were they keen to change that, or was that something that they sort of were dragged to?
No. That was key policy. Emancipation of women, it was absolutely key policy. And there were, in the early Bolshevik leadership, there were quite a few women. What happened when they seized power, comparatively speaking, that number goes down. But no, they were really keen to get women into the workforce, to educate them, to remove laws that impeded their freedom to dispose of property, that they made divorce easy, they legalized abortion. There was a whole raft of, they removed the notion of removed the stigma, legislated to remove the stigma of illegitimacy. So there's a whole raft of things that of emancipatory legislation. And that's the 20s when, they're still struggling to get anywhere, and you have legislation, but it has only a probably limited effect. But if we're talking education for women, it's really good by the end, including even in somewhere like Uzbekistan. But you get pushback. You get pushback from, once you're in power, it's one thing what the party leaders who are intellectuals who've lived abroad, cosmopolitan, but what about all those party functionaries who are mainly working class? They basically come with the assumptions about what a woman's role is that they'd grown up with. And so you've got a constant fight between, you've got tension between the emancipatory intentions and the practical realities. But certainly in the end, you got most of the women in the workforce, which meant they had the double burden, with because they are conventionally supposed to do all the housework, all the child minding, unless they have a grandmother resident, and as well as have a job. So one of the ironic things with the collapse of the Soviet Union was that you had some women basically throwing off emancipation and saying, great, now we can be a housewife.
The freedom of choice, I guess.
Yeah.
Obviously, Russia was the sort of dominant force within the Soviet Union from the beginning throughout those years. But as you said, the power of the republics was entrenched. And certainly, as you write, the sort of non-Slavic representation within the Soviet leadership was quite marked. But there seems to be a bit of a paradox here for me, Sheila, that those minority groups were heralded up towards the leadership positions within the Soviet system, but it wasn't beneath the leaders to resort to anti-Semitism when it suited them, as we certainly saw in the case of Trotsky and others to their cost.
Well, there was, in the Soviet approach to nationalities, which means ethnic groups, there's a big difference between those nationalities that had their own republic or territory, and they had a republican government, and they ran a lot of things their own way, and those that didn't. Say the Georgians have a republic, the Ukrainians have a republic, the Jews don't have a republic. They did try to set up that autonomous area in Birobidzhan, way out in the Far East, but that wasn't where Jews were living. And so let's just simplify it and say the Jews don't have a republic. So that the nationalities that are the so-called titular nationalities are the ones in the good position, and those who are not titular but are minority nationalities within those regions, not just in Russia, all the, Ukraine, Georgia, they also had their national minorities. They're in less good position, and they are also liable, one has to say, from time to time, not only to oppression from Moscow, but to oppression from, well, let's say, Tbilisi, or from, in other words, in Georgia. The titular nationalities in the republics could also be repressive.
So when I asked you earlier about sort of the very different sort of ethnic diversity that existed within the Soviet Union and how it all kind of hung together, those were not the only challenges, of course. I mean, the revolution came about in the middle of a world war. You had famines to deal with, you had civil war, you had this incredible sort of enforced collectivized farming. Those are pretty big tensions within a sort of new kind of political structure. So I'll ask the same question again. Why did it just not explode? Why did it hold together?
Well, when you're talking about something like collectivization, I think that's in a way, it's a separate issue from the national one, in a way. In other words, there are all sorts of tensions within the society and all sorts of problems which are not national ones. But I guess a question would be, where do you go? Where do you go? I mean, in that sort of putative explosion, I suppose the metaphor isn't quite right for me, because the whole of the Soviet population found itself dealing with a series of awful things, of civil war, of famine, and then war again, and then another famine, smaller, after the war. And normally speaking, when things are really bad, I'm not sure that that's the time that they explode. There's the old de Tocqueville saying that nothing is so dangerous for an oppressive government as when things start to get better. And I think that applies to the economy too. When you're right with your back to the wall, probably people just struggle through. But as things start to get better, then there may be more thoughts of, of radical change.
Certainly, a lot of what we read about in your book has to do with the USSR kind of racing to catch up to the US and the West in terms of prosperity and education, life expectancy, and so on. Maybe you can talk us through, did they succeed and how they succeeded in doing that? And also this concept that you raise of backwardness that they had to deal with. How did they deal with that?
The thought that they were backward was a very powerful impulse. Or rather, to put it another way, the impulse towards modernization was very powerful in the revolutionary movement. In a sense, socialism was seen as a form of modernization. And so the whole rhetoric is, how do we get out of the backwardness, economic, cultural, social, that we're in? And those education programs I talked about were a part of it. The first 5-year plan, the basic impulse, the basic goal of those plans was to build up industry throughout the Soviet Union, to build the industrial might of the Soviet Union in general, but also to spread it geographically so that it's not all on the near the border and in danger. Now, in terms of the catching up, Khrushchev, back in the late 50s, early 60s, he was a great one for saying, we have caught up. We have caught up, and we're going to get to communism quite soon, and we're doing terribly well. But they hadn't caught up economically. And in the Brezhnev time, which, as I say, was more or less at the beginning, early Brezhnev, it's in the 70s, probably the most successful time for that as a society. They've done better. They've greatly improved on their own previous record, but they haven't caught up, except in education. Now, life expectancy is interesting because that was rising up until the 70s, and it was in sight. Well, if it had continued rising on that trajectory, it might have got up to the United States in another, I can't remember how long, but that's what it looked like. And then the Soviet life expectancy started to go down. And among the most dramatic demographic figures I've ever seen are what happened to male life expectancy in the 1980s and 90s. Went down incredibly low, got down to 58. That really is when they were pushing into the 70s, and now 58. And to me, one of the most interesting things there was that male life expectancy went down, plummeted in the last phase of the Soviet Union and perestroika under Brezhnev, under Gorbachev, sorry. Female life expectancy only lost about 2.5 years. Oh, wow. Which you have to say, it proves again that women are stronger.
All that housework they took on. So Khrushchev, presided over the Cuban Missile Crisis in the early 60s, but we had all these other advances, as you're saying, life expectancy, education, and industrial output, and so on. If there is such a thing as the golden years of the Soviet Union, would that period be it?
I'd say the beginning 70s would be the golden years. But the trouble is that they were also, from the point of view of many people who lived there, they were starting to be boring. This is, of course, very perverse of people, that when their lives are full of upheaval, they think if only things could become normal and stable. But then when they do become normal and stable, especially if you don't have access to some things that exist in the West, then you start to feel constrained. You start to feel constrained because the borders are still closed. That, by the way, is really important to remember about the Soviet Union. Essentially, the borders closed at the beginning, in the early 20s, and they didn't start opening again until really the 60s, and then only to a limited degree. And they didn't fully open until the collapse.
The 60s, of course, was when you went to the Soviet Union for the first time. This is not directly related to the book, but it is sort of comes out in your memoir, A Spy in the Archives, which I would recommend as well, by the way. You were in your 20s, newly married. heading off to the Soviet Union as a British exchange program for the first time. I mean, it was a society that was sort of just emerging from that Stalin era. It had the Cuban Missile Crisis, like the mid part of the century. Weren't you a bit anxious about going as like one small individual against what could be quite a sort of brutal state machinery? Weren't you scared that you might just get kind of swallowed up by it?
Oh, of course it was scary, but it was also terribly exciting. Now, it was not as scary as it might have been, in that the only way to go there for a period of time, other than short-term tourist visit, was to go on one of these state exchanges. And if you were on a state exchange, you could get into trouble, but you were not going to get arrested because you would be sent home. The embassy would come and pull you out straight away. Now, that would be very bad, but it is, you know, sometimes foreigners got arrested, but it wasn't going to be us because we would be protected by the embassy. That's the first thing. So second thing is, it was tremendously exciting because, at least in my picture, when I went there, so little was clearly known about the Soviet Union. We had the Cold War sort of stuff that said it's terribly powerful and threatening, and then and the Soviet stuff also, which said it is terribly powerful but not threatening, but peace-loving. So it was a big surprise to go there and find that they don't have plastic buckets. In other words, this is a third world economy. This is the women with the little birch brooms. You know, the brooms where you have to lean over? And you would see them cleaning not only corridors in buildings, but actually streets like this. So this is a shock if what you've been hearing about is basically the evil empire, which by definition is extremely powerful. Now, also, the first thing one encounters there was terrible bureaucracy, and I mean by stupid bureaucracy. Nothing could be done. My favorite example of this is that you could only stay in the Soviet Union as long as your visa was valid, but on the other hand, you couldn't leave without an exit visa. So, so if the exit visa happened to be delayed, you were in a kind of completely a sort of no man's land. But in addition to the third worldness and the bureaucracy, there was a third thing that we all of us exchange students encountered, was that we all made very close friends. British Foreign Office had told us this would never happen, etc. You'll never make friends with Soviet. Everybody made friends with them. Half the people married them and tried to export them. It's very hard to export. Especially hard to export husbands. It was easier to export wives. But in any case, I was married, so I didn't try that. But I did, I did make very, very close friends, sort of
yes.
Friends for life. You know, the real kind of friends.
I'm going to ask you about that in a moment. We're going to take questions from the floor. If you have any questions, there's a mic just over there. You went there to write about Anatoly Lunacharsky, and then you ended up, as you say, these remarkable friendships with his daughter Irina, and then his brother-in-law Igor Sats, who's the book you dedicate to. Would that have been very unusual, and how important to you were those friendships?
It wasn't unusual, you know. I mean, we had been told that it couldn't happen, and yet in my acquaintance, almost everybody had a family like I had the Lunacharsky-Sats family that had taken them in, that treated them as a family member, that would sort of... the Soviet attitude to money was funny. They thought of it like any other commodity. So they would more or less say, are you hungry? Can I give you some food? Are you short of money? Can I give you some rubles? Within the family context. It was, so it was not unusual, but it was wonderful. And of course, in my case, since I was working on the founder of that family, it was particularly good, except that if you, I mean, historians or biographers in the audience will know that when you have a terrific source on somebody's life, you also have a potential censor. And the more that you like that person who is the censor, the more difficult it gets. And so I had real trouble about Lunacharsky. I had been thinking of writing a biography of him, and I do think he was a likable and in many ways admirable person, but silly. That I really came to the silly and politically inept. So I thought, and Irina's life, his daughter, was dedicated to preserving her father's memory. So what am I going to do? What kind of book can I write? So I shifted. I changed my topic. I changed my topic from the biography of Lunacharsky to Lunacharsky as Commissar of Education, as Minister of Education. In other words, I shifted it so that I wouldn't have to deal up front with that awkwardness. But yeah, my friendship with Irina lasted until she died. She was killed idiotically, and her first trip first trip to London, in a car crash, driven by a Russian. Russian were not great drivers, from the airport.
Oh my goodness.
Igor lived longer. No, sorry. Igor had already had died earlier. Igor was essentially substantially older than Irina. Now, so this was a friendship. I mean, when he died, the family sent me a telegram so that I could take part in the mourning. The sort of, so with them in spirit, so to speak. So this was a really important connection in my life, and I have to say, Igor in particular was an old Bolshevik. He'd run away. He was a student of piano at Kiev Conservatorium. He'd run away to join the revolution, and he was a very, in a way, cynical man. So he had lots of criticisms of what had come about, but at the same time, it was his revolution, his party, and as he once said to me, I've only got the one country, the one party. I didn't, fate didn't give me another one, and therefore I'll stay with them. When the Soviet Union collapsed, one of my thoughts was I was quite glad that Igor in particular, but also Irina were, not there to see it.
He certainly sounded like as a brave intellectual who made a lot of enemies within the system. We haven't even got to these Stalin purges yet, but let's take a question from the audience.
Yes, it's been fascinating. You mentioned that the 70s were the highlight, maybe not so for the Jews. Could you talk about the refuseniks and the repercussions on a worldwide level?
Yes, well, the Jewish emigration story was, quite a complicated one. I mentioned that the Soviet borders were closed. That meant that nobody was allowed to emigrate. Not just Jews, but nobody. On a few occasions, some particular groups were allowed to leave, as the Polish Jews at the end of the Second World War. But it became, freedom to leave became a Cold War issue, and it was particularly with regard to Jewish, but also to some degree German immigration. And the result of that was that gradually the Soviets resisted, inconsistently resisted allowing large groups to leave, and they were pressured to do so from outside. But in the course of that, of course, the situation of those Jews who wished to leave became much worse within the Soviet Union. They individually, because once they'd made known their intention to leave and were waiting for permission, they became, as it were, outsiders. They were excluded from the society, and others in it. And there was also, I have to say, because other people were not allowed to emigrate, there was a degree of resentment that that Jews had got this privilege.
We've got lots of questions. Let's take another one, please.
Thanks, Anton, and thank you for doing a great job. So good morning, and also good morning to you, Sheila. I have a statement that I'd really appreciate a comment on. In the context of the current crisis in Ukraine, and this is from a historian's, academic's perspective, Putin uses his understanding of Russia's history to help validate his invasion of Ukraine. And Zelensky's understanding is very different. These differences reflect the importance of historians, such as yourselves, role in documenting all the bits and pieces that shape our knowledge and memories of our past. The famine you refer to in your book is called the Holodomor by Ukrainians.
It's in the book.
Yeah, but many people aren't aware of that. Could you please comment on this?
A comment on...
on the role of historians in shaping our history, our past. So Zelensky's and Putin's understanding is very different, and so that's very important in a historian's perspective, I feel, as do so many other Ukrainians. So it's to do with stuff that shapes the knowledge and memories of the past.
Yes, well, historians, of course, attempt to understand the past and to explain it. And there are also people who are not professional historians who attempt to, who have their own understandings of the past and who seek to use them for political purposes, which which I think is a right that one must concede to them. Even if I'm a professional historian, everybody can have their own understandings of history. Now, historians, those who are professional historians, probably feel a particular obligation to master all the sources, to deal fairly with all the evidence, and they will often feel that to take too partisan a position would be to distort their representation of the past.
Okay. I found that your histories of the Soviet Union broke down a lot of misconceptions I had about it and opened my eyes to new areas of the history that I hadn't thought about. What do you think is one of the biggest misconceptions or misunderstandings that people not from the region have about the Soviet Union?
I suppose the degree of its modernity would be one of the, and it was treated as in the days of the Cold War, when it was seen as enormously threatening, that, and it had after all sent a man into space and so on, that went with a sense of that its power was all-encompassing. And of course, in some areas like military, it was indeed impressive, but in other areas, it was very much not. So I'd see that as a major misconception.
Okay.
1980, which you said was a high point for the Soviet Union, is when Polish solidarity was created. This led to the disintegration of the Soviet Union 9 years later. But you did not mention Poland once. Why?
Well, you find mention of Poland in my book, but it isn't actually in the Soviet Union. So that's why I didn't focus on in my discussion today.
Okay, question.
Sheila, would it be too simplistic to say that where we are today in relation to Russia is the failure of the West to learn from history? If we look back to the end of the First World War and Versailles, the oppressive measures placed on Germany following the war, leading to the growth of Nazism and Hitler, of course. The reality after the Second World War, the lesson was learned in the endeavours and successful endeavours to incorporate Germany into the West and the democracy. And then the collapse in 1991 of the Soviet Union and talk of the end of history, and the failure of the West to, instead of virtually treat Russia as the defeated and the poor, to incorporate them into the West and attempted to broaden out democracy within Russia. Is that why we are where we are today?
That's an interesting analysis, and I think it's a part of why we're where we are today. I mean, there are obviously sort of internal factors on the Russian side, and I'd also say, to sort of diverge a little bit from the question into the broader area of whether things are inevitable in history. In other words, whether historical circumstances set things up so that a certain outcome has to happen. I have to say that I don't go along with that, really. And in my book, that's one of the themes, because I'm playing off the notion that the Soviets thought they had history taped and they understood everything. And the fact that there has been historically, including in the end of the Soviet Union, so much that was contingent. But I do basically sympathize with that analysis.
We're almost out of time. I'm just going to put in one last question, Sheila. Throughout the decades of the Soviet system, you had this whole other kind of grey economy that was taking place, where things were happening under the counter, favors were going back and forth, nepotism, bribery, corruption, that the leadership seemed to just turn a blind eye to. So on an official level, it was operating in a certain way, but in reality, there was a whole lot of other stuff happening. To what extent do you think that made a mockery of the Soviet system?
Well, to some degree, it could be said to make a mockery of planning, because it applies to the economy as a whole, that all kinds of dealings behind the scenes were necessary to make the plan actually work. Now, in people's everyday lives, it was also necessary to have connections to get particular goods. And this a sort of notion of reciprocity. You can give me access somewhere, and I can give you, I can repay with something. And it's not on the notion of an immediate exchange, but rather that we've got an ongoing sort of tab with each other. So this too, by the way, probably intensified the third world feeling, because it's not unique to the Soviet Union, but it was certainly strikingly incongruous with the self-image of the Soviet Union.
Well, I could just say that it's a very informative book and very, very engaging. I really, really had a good time reading it, and it's been a wonderful 1 hour and 1 minute talking to you, Sheila. Please thank Sheila Fitzpatrick. And the book is available. Sheila's going to be signing it for you over at the book tent. Thanks very much.
To the next, just up the top there.
Let's go across there.
Good guy, hates Scott Morrison. Oh, okay, that's a relief. Working as a volunteer in Zambia. When he was young.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A few of the housekeeping announcements once again. Please be aware of the COVID regulations or the COVID plan. If you are moving around, it is recommended that you wear a mask to protect yourself and others. Try and maintain some social distancing. Avoid strangers if you can. We would ask that you do not sit in the aisles at all. If the session is crowded, obviously you may, and you're late, you may have to sit further back. But we can't have people in the aisles because they need to be clear in case of emergencies. Please do not move the chairs from where they've been placed. If you require a hearing aid loop or assistive hearing, there is a hearing aid loop in front, 3 rows in front of the sound desk in the centre group of chairs. If you do not need assistive hearing, we would ask that you try and keep some of that space free, as obviously some people may need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How good is this? We're already into day 4 of Writers' Week, yet more fantastic brain food, one session after another. My name's David Sly, I'm an Adelaide journalist and writer, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to 2 fine young writers as we delve into the depths of crime fiction, Australian crime fiction, which is keeps on getting stronger and stronger. On my far left, Christian White, and we'll be talking about his book, Wild Place. And directly next to me, the last guests by JP, or better known to many people as Josh Pomare.
Oh, nice. Thank you. We had a big discussion. About Josh's surname. You nailed it. That was good.
Thank you very much.
I said Josh's name wrong for the first 3 years I knew him. So, yeah, doing well.
These 2 gentlemen are both Melbourne-based. Josh was born in New Zealand but is now living in Melbourne. And there's a bit of a Melbourne crime fiction fraternity and it is a fraternal feel amongst that. You've actually got a community of people that not only communicate with each other but support each other and aren't just fierce knife-wielding rivals either.
Yeah, we're talking about this in the green room, just talking about how weirdly kind of egoless and supportive the crime world is anyway, you know, and it's lovely. We just kind of have each other's backs.
Yeah, I think it's also there's a big enough market for Australian crime now that it's not as competitive. I can see why literary authors can feel like they're missing out on a chunk of the pie, whereas, you know, there is enough market. And I think it's also helps that we're all alcoholics and spend a lot of time together. It's quite a collegiate kind of...
Speaking of alcohol, we had a couple of wines on the beach the other day, didn't we? And we almost went halves in a beach box.
Yeah. I tend not to like to relive those drunken moments
on stage.
Live on stage, Christian.
And as we can see, folks, the collegiate things comes down to wearing the Melbourne Crime Writers uniform as well.
Yeah, this wasn't planned, believe it or not. I came this close to wearing shorts. I nearly wore shorts.
I ironed a white T-shirt, but the hotel iron had sprayed a little dark kind of... Oh. Yeah, so I was going to go white and it would have saved
I don't believe there are excuses for 1 second, folks. Not 1 second. We just mentioned then about the rise and the strong position of Australian crime fiction, but it wasn't always so. Let's talk about, for a second, how did we get to this place where Australian crime fiction is not only strong as a fraternity, but is really starting to have the world's eyes come on these new books from Australian crime fiction and really respect them?
Yeah, I think... there are a lot of, you know, Australian amazing crime writers for years and years and years, but Jane Harper really, I think for me in particular, I really followed in her footsteps. You know, she won the same award I did, and you know, I think for me, she's created this wave that I'm still riding, definitely.
That award's quite significant in itself because it's an award given for a manuscript, not actually for a book, and in both of your cases, the acknowledgement of that manuscript started this really fascinating bidding war among publishers. Suddenly it was the piece of material everyone had to have. And that became a story in itself, that this bidding war erupts over an unknown writer with their manuscript.
Yeah, it's one of those weird sort of situations you fantasise about but never actually think will happen, to go from being this, you know, kind of little quiet, introverted, I'm talking about myself, nobody writing this thing, being afraid to send it to anyone. I actually sent in, for my first book, Nowhere Child, I sent the manuscript in for this competition, and it was actually the 5th book I tried to write, and the second one I thought was, okay. And I really entered it just to practice getting rejections and practice getting myself out there, So it was crazy. It was bonkers. And then, it was crazy. Bidding war and all that business.
For 2 young writers, I find it fascinating. And firstly, with Christian, who's devoted half of his life to writing, more than 15 years, to then become an overnight sensation. It took a long time and a lot of perseverance to reach that point where suddenly you became an overnight sensation.
Yeah, it was a very, very long night, that overnight. So, I was 30. I love that you keep calling me young, by the way, because I'm actually 41, and I was 37.
That is young.
Have a look around here.
Yeah. That's very young.
Spring chicken. But I was 37 when I got published, but I'd been trying to write when I was sort of 17, I thought, oh, I'll just be a best-selling author by 25. That's miles away, and that didn't happen, and I just sort of kept going, and eventually became that overnight success.
Josh, your journey of being a young writer and wanting to pursue that path of getting published, how difficult was it?
I think it was probably, the what Christian expressed earlier, that's sort of what I went through as well. Like, this overnight thing was years and years and years in the making. And, if Christian followed in Jane's footsteps, I was hoping to follow in Christian's footsteps, because he was published a couple of years before me. It's just a thing. I was shortlisted for a unpublished manuscript prize, and then it was that same sort of thing where you fantasize about a publisher wanting you, choosing you, right? And then you get in this position where you're choosing a publisher, and it's such a strange reversal. And then you're right. It is, people perceive it as overnight, but I was entering short story competitions for a decade. I celebrated the first rejection I got. I celebrated it in terms of a personalised rejection. I celebrated, and I'm sincere when I say this, I celebrated as much as when I got the book contract. I was so excited just to get a editor. It was a literary magazine called Southerly out of Tasmania. I was so excited to get to know that someone had read it, and because people don't always send rejection slips, and often they're not personalised. And I was just so excited to know that I'd made progress to the point that someone had said, "This is pretty good, but not good enough for us," sort of thing.
You're right. You don't imagine, when you send something off, you don't actually imagine someone actually reading it. I imagine an intern gets it and kind of flicks through it, and then shrugs and scrunches it up, and there's a little plastic basketball hoop over the bin. I just go, that's what I always envision, but people do.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah. So it was kind of similar to Christian's in that it was a lot. It took a long time and a lot of hard work, and but then when it happens, people think it's like you bought a lotto ticket and the next day you won, right? It's nothing like that.
The one thing I admire about both of you is the prolific energy that you put into your writing. You're writing a lot and frequently. Your ability to keep dedicating yourself to the desk and come out with things, and are working across areas as well, doing short stories. Christian, you've done work on film and a Netflix series that has become popular as well. Having wanted in your hearts to be writers, you're certainly both grasping that nettle with both hands and dedicating yourself to that task, aren't you?
Yeah, Josh wrote his next book on the plane ride over. He's ridiculously prolific. We had a beer, I don't know, and he sometime in summer, and he pitched, I'm working on this idea, and he had this amazing idea, and it was just a hook, and then it felt like a week later we hung out and he'd finished it. It really, very, very impressive. It's nuts.
Yeah, I think I'm slowing down because I've got a daughter. The short story is when you're in your late 20s, you can write all night, and it doesn't matter what time you get up in the morning, right? Now it kind of does. So I've got a 5 o'clock, the most reliable alarm system you could imagine. So I've sort of slowed down a little bit, but in saying that, I still have the same approach where my first drafts are very manic, and I don't do anything else really except write. And I think when you're trying to get this thing out of your head in its purest form, you don't want to contaminate it. And I think time contaminates it because you change over time, you get distracted. So I do try to, I think probably 4 to 6 weeks, I'll try to get a first draft out.
It's a real trick. Once you have that, it's so easy to write half of something and then go back to the beginning and write it again and write it again. It's just that finishing it, and it gets easier, I think, getting that, because my first drafts are always genuinely bad, really, really bad, but you have to just get them out, then you get to make them good, and that's a huge, and you can get stuck on that, I think you get stuck on that for months and months, and
that's fascinating in itself in the fact of crime fiction, to come out with a first draft that is going to need a lot of work and a lot of twists in it. I think a lot of readers would probably think crime fiction, the full idea fully forms and pops in the writer's head, and then it's a mad scramble to try and get this perfect thought down on paper. But I'm fascinated with the fact that crime fiction writers work in a lot of different ways. I'm a good friend with Michael Robotham, who's a great Australian crime fiction novelist. And Mike's always said, I don't have an ending in my head when I start writing, and I find that ridiculous. I think he's telling me fibs.
Me
on
too.
That one.
That's
But
completely
he always
unfair.
insists that he doesn't know where that book is going to finally finish, and it's only in the process of the writing and taking his characters on their journey where he knows it's going to conclude.
Yeah.
How does it work for both of you writers?
Well, I mean, in a strange sense, it kind of does work that way. Usually I start with what I think is this really airtight, solid plan, and I have an ending in mind, and it's perfect and it's going to be amazing. And I start to write it, and I very quickly realise, the ending's not going to work, and I know this character now. I know she wouldn't do what I want her to do, you know. So you do kind of follow the characters. But for me, with my last two books, my first book I laboured on, you know, for years and years and years. My last two books, I had a plan, realised it was a bad plan, and then I just get my wife to read it, and she says, "Oh, just change this and do this," and comes up with the twists, and I just sort of do that's been my whole process now. So I really just get her to do it for me.
Sensible.
If we get divorced, I won't be invited back. You'll know. You'll read it. You'll sense in my work. Oh, this is so boring and predictable, and it'll be because I've gone through a crushing divorce.
And I'm not fortunate enough to be married to a brilliant writer like Christian's wife. So I don't know the end as well. I think if you know what's going to happen, the reader will know as well. And I think that's the antidote to a predictable story, is to not know it yourself when you first set out. And, you know, my first reader is my mother-in-law, who's just the best reader. And whenever I mention her, she's just somewhere, probably playing golf. And her head will perk up. She knows I'm talking about it. No, but she's just the perfect reader for me, because she's very honest, and she doesn't get bogged down in the craft as much. Because I think we're on top of that, you know. In terms of the editorial team, we can make the sentences sound okay, right? But she's very much big picture, and she'll just straight away be like, "Oh, where did that character go? Or what happened here?" And so she just cuts to the core of it really, really easily. And so when I do have big ideas and I think it's going to work, she'll read as early a draft as possible, and then I'll recalibrate based on her.
I think your mother-in-law and my wife should start a little business.
Oh, yeah.
And you can send in your manuscript, and they give it. It's amazing.
Yeah. No, let's chat after.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk.
It's such an important part of crime fiction, which you both talked about, is the twist. And it becomes integral to make crime fiction work. I must give a disclaimer. The one thing we won't be doing is talking in great detail about the plot of either Wild Thing or The Last Guests, because there's then no impetus for you to go over to that book tent, buy both of these books and get these gentlemen to sign them at the end of the session. And to give too much away spoils the whole process. But needless to say, integral to all crime fiction, and especially Australian crime fiction, I've found, is twists. At what point do the twists seem contrived? Knowing that you've got to have them in your book, there becomes a very thin tightrope that you have to walk to make a twist work, and then to make it completely unbelievable, or a roll of the eyes of the reader of going, "Oh my God, where did they come up with an ending like that?" So how difficult is the process trying to make the twist work?
It is a tricky thing to nail, because I think for me as a reader, the best twists are, you get so annoyed at yourself for not picking it. Oh, it's so obvious in retrospect. So it can't just completely come out of left field, because then it's cheating, you know, that's not earned then. So really, for me, it's about finding that twist and then loading it up with clues, to the point where it's almost too many clues. In my second book, A Wife and the Widow, everyone, you know, just talk about the twist, and that, you know, so much of that was going back and making it seem like I'd planned that all along, you know, and I think that's part of it as well, just sort of hiding in plain sight, and also creating red herrings, but not really obvious red herrings, and thinking. I love bringing a character in, and he's in it for 2 seconds. He's in a page and a half, but I want and he's just a nobody. He's going to float in and out. But I love thinking, the reader's going to suspect that guy because he's just, why is he here? It's all that sort of getting in the reader's head and yeah, it's a bit of it's tricky balance.
Yeah, I think my favourite twists subvert not just the story or the plot, but also my perception of the characters. And often will contextualise the characters in a way that makes the story make sense, right? So I don't mind if you're a little bit lost at times and characters are doing things you don't understand, but if there's a way we can bring it together at the end, or even, my favourite twists are usually right in the middle, actually, when I think of them. When I think of books like Gone Girl, and even Wife and the Widow, I think if something undermines everything I knew up to that point, but also contextualise it, they're the best twists, I find. So I look at, the biggest thing, often when I'm looking at twists, I'm thinking what's already there and how can I set it up in a way that we're subverting that? What's a fundamental belief the reader would have at this point in time, and how can I subvert that? And I think the classic, because I've been listening to a bit of Ngaio Marsh lately, and the classic kind of mystery twist was always the kind of whodunit character twist. But I think these days, certainly in film and TV, but often in books, you find the twist is really a big structural thing. So it might be something like where the book is set, right? You might believe it's set somewhere, and then when you find out it's set somewhere else, it changes everything. Who it's happening to, what time it is, the timeline twist. And so for me, it's usually big structural things when they shift, even if a little bit, but it changes everything else in the story. They're my favourite twists. And as Christian said, it's all about breadcrumbing it. And when you get to the point where you know the twist, in the editing process, you're thinking of ways you can kind of misdirect the reader.
Yeah, my publisher does this thing where, I'm not sure if they did it with my last book, but they would do this thing where they share, I think, the first 100 pages or something with all the staff, and the staff have to guess, what's going to happen, and then the closest probably gets a Mars bar or something. And that's a really cool thing too, to get when you can send it to readers. If you've got readers you trust and that will give you an honest opinion, that's a really good thing. Because sometimes it's just too obvious, and that means you'll have to hide it better or ditch it altogether.
Yeah. Interestingly, in talking around the twists and plot development, within the global sphere of crime fiction, there is this Australian voice, and I should actually probably expand this to call this Antipodean voice, because of course Josh's book, The Last Guest, is set in New Zealand, even though he's now living in Melbourne. But there is a tone to the work coming out of Australia. I mean, there was probably through earlier in this decade, there was Outback Noir, where everything was a Wolf Creek sort of horror story out in the outback. But what you've both set is a sort of a suburban noir, which is very different from the Scandi stories, from the English whodunit, from the American horror story. How's that developing, and why do you feel that there is a movement, a genre of a sort of Australian suburban noir coming out?
Yeah, for me, I love all the outback stuff and the deserts and everything, but that's just never been my experience of growing up here and being Australian. And for me, it was always, I grew up in a suburb, and so with my second book, I really wanted to just show just the Australia that I grew up in. And then with Wild Place, it's set in the late 80s in a little suburb, basically my childhood. So it really just came from wanting to, part of writing what you know, I suppose, but also wanting to see kind of that world represented. We're talking about, Josh's daughter and everything. So like when you watch Bluey, the cartoon Bluey, and anyone with kids will know this show, and you're watching it thinking, oh, this is my reality. There's something really special about that, and seeing, because I'm actually a dog. It's a really weird example, but you get
Barney,
it.
We all grew up watching Barney, and it's very American.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's this.
We were never that purple dinosaur. That was some American thing.
Exactly.
A cartoon dog instead. That's very Australian.
Yeah. So I think, and I feel that when I read Josh's work as well, it's this sort of closer to reality, my reality, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I do this thing, and I think Christian does it as well, but not all crime writers do it, where I just write the story I'm kind of interested in or want to write. And I think the Outback Noir thing's great. And maybe one day I'll be like, hey, I want to write that. But at this stage I don't. And setting for me is probably comes first, I'd say, in most of my stories. So I've set two in New Zealand, one in South Yarra and one in Warrandyte. And these are all places of great significance to me, right? But I'm writing one right now set in the States, and obviously I couldn't get over there for the last 2 years. I didn't know that when I started. But it's just a whole other thing where the setting's not first, and I don't know how it's going to work, and we've got lots of eyes on it, so hopefully it's coming across as authentic. But the story that I wanted to tell, it had to be set there, and that would become clear pretty quickly if you were to read it. So yeah, I think I like the idea of. I love that we're cultivating this environment in the Australian writing community where Australian crime's sustainable. People want to hear stories from Australia as well. That's fantastic. We're seeing parts of Australia that haven't typically or historically been represented in fiction, or certainly not in crime fiction, which is great. But at the same time, I think I'll just always be drawn to whatever I just feel like writing, you know. And so I don't know. I don't know if I'll find myself writing.
Yeah, I
Noir.
always think that there's no non-wanky way to say this, but my writing philosophy, you know, it's always just to write stuff I would want to read or I would want to watch, and I think that as long as there's an audience for it, I think, I don't know. I love writing things in, talking about setting things in America. My first book's set half in America, and it's sort of like. There are some stories that you can only tell. It's like setting something in Narnia. This would only happen in America, you know.
And they export so much culture that you can, the proxy of Netflix sort of experience, you know, what America's like the Mayor of Easttown, right?
Yeah.
You can watch that, and it's so atmospheric. You get such a clear idea of what this place is like.
I got terrified. Quick segue, but we were watching that, and I think Martin, my publisher, who's here, the first couple of episodes, we were thinking, oh my God, it's so close to what, you know. But then it went off course, so it was all right. But yeah, so when I realised I wasn't ripping it off subconsciously, I enjoyed it.
So if location is integral to tone of how Australian crime fiction evolves, central to that is your key character who you choose for the books. And without giving too much away about either of these books, I found your pivotal character in each of the book really interesting choices. And if I could start with you, Josh, in the last guest, the key central character is a Maori ex-SAS man.
Yeah, correct.
Going through some pretty tough times. Nothing's really working out his way.
Yeah. So it was quite fun to write because he's so blokey. He's nothing like any of my other characters. And also, it was really fun to research because I spoke with a couple of people who had served in Afghanistan and New Zealand SAS, and just the insight into the ways in which your brain changes from repeated exposure to trauma, you know, and experiencing this. You go back to peaceful New Zealand, right, and you can't function in the way that everyone else around you does. And so I sort of thought it's a really interesting, good character, and it's something I feel pretty strongly about. You know, I don't think anyone's probably missed the news on Ben Roberts-Smith and what we're seeing out of so many of these kind of investigations into what really went on, what SAS elite soldier culture's like, how toxic it is, how septic it is. And so I wanted to write this character, and I wanted to, because he's got this perspective on the world and on society and on duty, you know, and on what he needs to do, that's so far removed from how we view and experience the world, and he's just hyper masculine, and that's a lot of fun to write about. So so that's probably why I chose Kane. I grew up in New Zealand, and I am part Māori, and my dad is, we used to go to the marae and stuff, and so I also wanted to tap into that cross section as well of duty to country, to the country you represent, but also a country that has treated your people pretty poorly in the past as well. So there's a lot to unpack with him, and he was a lot of fun to write.
Any particular trigger that made you want to draw that character at this time? Because there are a lot of facets to him.
Yeah, I think it was just I was pretty fed up with story after story about war crimes. Really, I'm always writing what interests me at the time, and surveillance clearly. So it's a book about cameras and Airbnb properties, more or less, and a network of voyeurs. So I was clearly interested in, the ways in which we open our homes up to technology and what that means and what it means in terms of the criminal element, the way that people can access our private lives. So I was interested in that, but I was also following just lots of these cases that were coming out of war zones, historical cases, and I wanted to. I just wanted, because I know how the brain changes, and I know how when you lose that innocence, when you kill someone, you are fundamentally changed for the rest of your life.
I know that from personal experience.
Yeah. So when I killed someone,
don't mess with him.
No, so yeah, it was just. I think it was just that. Yeah, it was news stories, endless news stories about this, and just becoming angry and trying to understand these people, understand why they did these things, and what the consequences are when they return to civilian life.
And interestingly enough, I mean, that broader umbrella of why what's happening for this character is this thing in domestic life where continual electronic surveillance of people in their homes and through online is then bridged by electronic voyeurism of people constantly looking at other people living their lives. It's a pretty fascinating concept. How long has that been gravitating in your mind that you wanted to write something about?
Yeah, so we have a little. No one will know this place because we're in Adelaide, but there's a little town called Clunes in Victoria, and it's one of the first. Oh, so we've got a flash of recognition. Yeah. So Clunes is like an old gold field. One of the first. I think it was the first gold town, and although we do have a bit of a fight on our hands with Warrandyte, who claim it as well. One of the first gold fields in Victoria, if not the first. So we've got this little house there, and we Airbnb it out because we live in the city and we get up there a bit as well. And I thought, hey, let's install some cameras and sell the footage. No, I didn't. No, I had this
That's
thing.
one way to do. Can I just say, I'm not going to dump you in it now. We were talking in the green room.
Oh no!
And Josh's big thing at the moment is he's refusing to tell white lies. I reckon it must be the premise for a new book. But
Keep that in mind.
Everything you're hearing here, folks, is the absolute truth. So drill carefully into everything he's saying.
Precisely what happened. No, we used to, whenever we went up to Clunes, we'd rent we're staying in an apartment in the city, and we'd rent it out on Airbnb, and we would come home, and the very first time we did it, it was, I'm pretty sure it was still a couple from Adelaide who were in town for a wedding. This is true, by the way. And we thought we have to get 5-star reviews, so we got them a lovely bottle of wine, and whatever cheese, or I don't know, whatever we got them. But I remember there was a bottle of wine we left for them, and we came home, and it was just like, you check them all out first, because it's the first time we had someone saying we're nervous, so we tried to stalk them online and figure them out and stuff. And they seemed legit, so all right, they can stay. They stayed, they were great, whatever. We came home and there was a bottle of wine that had about one glass missing from it. Right, so what are you going to pour it out? That seems like a waste. So I said to Paige, and I remember my wife, I pulled it out of the fridge, and I'm like, do you reckon we can drink this? I'm like, they seem like classy types. They wouldn't be drinking from the bottle, right? And so it was like a nice bottle. So we're just like, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure we didn't drink it, but I remember thinking, what's the worst that could have happened? They spike it and we pass out, So that was where it came from. Was like opening your property up to someone. I had all these. I catastrophize, obviously, and I was just like, imagine if they installed cameras. And so it sort of was born out of that.
So out of that, ladies and gentlemen, this book has emerged.
It is one of those books where even now, having read that, you go and stay at the hotel. It's not an Airbnb, but I'm paranoid about. I don't want to get undressed in the main room. It's sort of like seeing Jaws and you're scared of the water. It's it's really be warned.
Interesting character there. Interesting character at the core of Wild Place as well. Where,
good segue.
Yeah, not bad.
That was good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's a school teacher or a teacher in a very sort of cloistered suburban community where the neighbourhood watch president is hyperactive and hyper vigilant, and a girl goes missing who's into heavy metal, which all of a sudden that means there's satanic worship that's immediately pinned to the whole problem. Anything from your childhood in here? Or,
no, there's different aspects. There's different aspects of my childhood definitely in there. I was at one stage I was a dorky kid that was really into war, and then I was a dorky teenager who was sort of a bit gothy and dressed in black, and that's in there as well. And then there's this...
Good to see you've moved through that
dorky...
phase.
Yeah. But no, he really came from... well, the book is about, as you said, satanic panic, which was this wave of mass hysteria. There's a real thing that swept through the world in the 80s and early 90s where people were genuinely worried that... kids are getting brainwashed through heavy metal records, and my kid's playing Dungeons and Dragons. What does that mean? Is he summoning the devil? And I knew I'd wanted to write about that for years and years, maybe even before my first book. But I always thought it was such a kind of a silly thing. I couldn't kind of find a way in. And then COVID happened, and suddenly there were very ordinary people in my life, sharing things on social media that were just lacked any sort of evidence. Bill Gates was tracking them and all this sort of anti-vax stuff. And I was sort of forced to, like a lot of people, I was forced to get into online arguments with them. And then when neither of us listened to each other, I was forced to sort of try to empathise with them and really try to think about it and dissect it. And I sort of came up with this thing that when I think those things are sort of tempting to believe. I think when you're scared and outraged and worried, your standards of evidence just drop. And, these conspiracy theories are so beautifully created because they take, 2 or 3 real facts that you can point to and they're just strung together with bullshit. And it's so compelling that you really want to believe it. So I had this going on, and then suddenly it clicked and I thought, oh, this is just satanic panic. And suddenly I sort of had this in, and also this way to kind of write about what I was seeing these normal people in my life go through. So Tom came out of... I just wanted to create a really, really ordinary, bored, middle-aged, normal person.
Slightly befuddled teacher.
Yeah, and then just give him lots of time. So he's a school teacher, so he's on holidays. So, he's got nothing to do. It's that weird... The whole book's set in that weird time between Christmas and New Year's. So that's just a weird time of year. You just got all this time on your hands, and his wife is going off to work, and his wheels are turning, and he just thinks he thinks the goth kid next door, killed this girl, and it all sort of spirals from there. And his last name was inspired. His last name's Witter, and I didn't realise this at the time, but I think it was because I was rewatching Dawson's Creek, and there's a character, Pacey Witter, and I think I named him, I'm ashamed to say that I named him after a character from Dawson's Creek.
Without even knowing it.
Yeah.
Can we unpack the Dawson... You rewatched Dawson's Creek?
Yeah, it was actually amazing. It was really good. It was early lockdown.
He's nearly beyond belief, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's half admitted it, and now it's all the evidence is on the table.
No, it was the first lockdown, and we made 2 weeks worth of pasta, in case the apocalypse was coming, and we just watched Dawson's Creek, and it was amazing. So probably the best 2 weeks of my life, really. It was beautiful.
And yet again, a book comes out of it, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah.
There you go. Look, just listening to your explanation of both those characters and the background behind it, there's bigger social questions, bigger and large ideas at the core of all of these crime fictions. And I find it interesting that dark storytelling is the way to get into them, to actually draw people to not only draw the subject to their attention, but for people to consider it and ponder it. Not light storytelling, dark storytelling is the way for people to ponder and consider bigger social issues.
Yeah, I think in a darker story, you can just take it to extremes and push it further and further. And I think that's such a fun thing as a writer, just to, just punish your character, just be an absolute asshole to this character, and put them through hell and push it further. So sort of exaggerate those themes and really explore those themes. And I think it's a bit easier. I think.
Yeah, I think there's more of a sense of consequence. I mean, I say that, but I weep often in love stories, right? So that for some reason that's much more emotionally charged. But there's more consequences, I think, or more consequences for the characters usually in crime stories, right? So I think you can kind of access that as well. If you read a love story or something, again, great. Often, I'll read them and be deeply moved, but what they're losing is the love, as a love, will often fall apart or whatever. But in this, the consequences tend to be much more tangible from the beginning as well, right? So you start a crime novel and you know that these characters that the author's trying to make you fall in love with are potentially at risk of something horrible happening to them, and it's going to get worse as the story goes on. And so I think in that sense, you can really imbue the story with a stronger or a greater sense of consequence for them.
Right. You're both prolific in your writing. There's a crest of a wave at the moment of Australian crime fiction. There's a lot of sets of eyes on it, and there's a great enthusiasm for it. But do you feel in your writing journey that there's a finite number of crime fictions in you? Is it something that can be exhausted? Or is it something that can keep expanding as you keep writing? What I'm sort of alluding to is the genre narrow, or is it so wide that it can keep expanding as you flourish as writers?
I think you should take this one first. I'm going to think about my answer.
So my view is I'm always... I don't think I could write historical fiction, let me put it that way, and that's because lots of these stories have been mined and told in better ways by probably stronger writers for years and years and years. And so I am pretty interested in the way we interact with technology, so that'll always be a part of my stories as well. And that opens up the avenue for new stories. I couldn't have written this 10 years ago. People didn't really even know what Airbnb was 10 years ago, along with every other avenue in which we've opened up our lives to technology. So I think when you say, is there finite stories, that's a great fear of mine, that I'll run out of stories, or that I'll run out of ideas or whatever. But I think as time passes, we're accelerating in terms of technology. I don't think anyone's surprised by that. I don't think it's news to anyone how quickly things are changing. And that does really open up new stories. I'm reading a book by Jennifer Egan at the moment. It's not out, but when it comes out, you should definitely read it. It's called The Candy House, which is, again, a story that couldn't have been told 5 or 10 years ago. I think the way the world's changing, there's always going to be... great crime tends to be underpinned by a social conscience, or there tends to be some clear message. It's really hard to leave all of your politics out of your writing, right? It's really hard to leave things you feel strongly about out of your writing. So I think as the world changes, we see stories particularly, and crime fiction's a real vector to a greater readership. Literary authors are probably better at exploring these themes, but the biggest writers in the world are romance and crime writers, and so if you can imbue your story with a political conscience, or even just a strong social conscience, then you can. I think that means you're writing different stories all the time. Like, how many people are going to be writing about? This has been done to death, by the way. But how many people are going to be writing about like the Russia-Ukraine thing, and that as a kind of subtext to stories. So I think as the world changes, these new stories always present themselves, but it is a fear that I think many writers have, they'll run out of ideas.
Interesting assessment there. Assessing technology equals dark fiction.
Oh yeah. No, we're barreling towards dystopia, but
similar. I think I wrote a TV show called Clickbait, which is all about technology and. Thank you. It's the one person who you watched it.
It's the same person who knew Clunes.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
Now you're just trying to milk applause. I think that's very cheap. Come on.
What other thing? Well, I remember when the first book, I thought, what if I never ever come up with another idea again? And then thought the same thing when the second book was out. So what if I never come up with another idea? And I think probably it'll happen. I don't know. It's a really scary thought. For me, my ideas seem to be evolving in a way that I really like limitations, and I like, for me, I'm trying to write sort of, I don't know if I can even put this into words, but sort of smaller stories, like when you're a kid,
distilling.
Yeah, and trying to just distill it right down to the basic things. And when I was a kid and you're trying to get into film, and you'd have to write these films that you knew you could shoot yourself. So they're always one location and minimal characters, minimal set, and things like that. And lately, I've been finding myself pull back in that direction. I want to write something, some really small, cool little ideas. I don't know what I've really forgotten the question. No. But anyway, I'll just keep talking and you guys will just forget. But yes, no, I might. The short answer is I hope that I don't run out of ideas, but it is a fear.
He's also the canary down the mine for everyone else because he's so prolific and is writing like 10 TV shows and movies and books at once. So when he runs out, I'll be like, oh, geez, okay. Pump the brakes here.
It's interesting. I mean, the original skew of my question was to see if you view crime fiction as a narrow area to work in. And obviously by the answer, you see enormous expansion and possibilities. And that also alludes to the fact that an awful lot of crime fiction books are now making their way to the screen, either on movies, television, Netflix series. It seems to be an awful lot of crime fiction is immediately and very quickly making that transition, that springboard into the visual idioms as well.
Yeah, it's a real audience for it. And I think there will be ebbs and flows and everything, but I think it's such a, it's such a wide genre that, crime, thriller, it's not always a dead body on page one and you find out who did it. There's such a broad, especially now, and as we find more. For me, it's sort of whenever I watch or read anything, it's usually the sweet spot is something like 60% familiar and 40% new. So we're sort of standing on the shoulders of all these amazing writers who've come before us, and we have this we can just put this our own little twist in it, our own little dose of originality, and then also build on sort of what they have built as well.
Yeah, and I think the TV with all the streamers and stuff coming on and launching in Australia, there's so much opportunity for Australian writers to get their stories out to a broader audience. And, Christians, all your stuff's obviously optioned, I think,
bits and pieces, yeah.
And so like everything is getting snapped up and optioned, and I think that's a really good thing. I think we're seeing, I don't know, if everyone's probably heard the Trent Dalton news, even for an Australian story to be picked up by Netflix, it's huge. And it just seems like at the moment there's so much news, so much good news for Australian writers in terms of TV. And people go and buy the book as well. When these things happen, it's great for you get paid, but people also go out and read the book and give it a second chance in the market.
And there's an audience now for. I think before all these streamers came in, the rule was, if you wanted something big, it had to be American. It had to be American voices and set in America. And now, it's Netflix, for example, is global. So there's this thirst for, it doesn't have to be set in these really familiar surroundings. People kind of have a thirst for new settings, and so I think it's a good opportunity. Yeah.
Is it having any effect on the way that you write, either subconsciously, especially in a subconscious way? Because I felt reading both of these books, the cinematic quality of how they form pictures in my mind was very clear. I could see both of them. Without them reading like screenplays, they don't. They read like novels. Yeah. But the transition from both of these as novels into screenplays, I could envisage that happening without too much angst or difficulty. Do you want to bring a cinematic quality to this work?
I don't write with the screen in mind, but I think there is a cinematic quality in that I'm trying to set them in places I find really interesting, and I'm trying to write about interesting people and so on and so forth. And like this, so this was optioned before it was published, and I think that was off the back of one, it being high concept, but two, it's a beautiful New Zealand setting. It's like it's Auckland City, but it's also Lake Tarawera, which is just spectacular. So I think I think the setting and something that's high concept really plays a part. But those are naturally two things I try to write about anyway. It's really nice when production companies want to read your stuff and potentially adapt it. That's a really nice feeling, but it's like a cherry on top, you know. It's definitely not at the front of my mind as I'm writing. Yeah,
Yeah, I think I definitely want to bring sort of a visual quality to my stuff. I think it's partly subconscious and partly, you know, when you write for screen, every single line, not even dialogue, every line of big print, every word has to earn its place. So you're forever making things tighter and more concise and more visual. And I think that, so going between the two, you know, if I'm writing a screenplay one day and then the novel the next, I naturally bring that over. And I enjoy reading things like that. I enjoy when things, I really like spending time on character and dialogue, but I like when things get to the point. And so much of my my novels, I think, so much of the work I do is just cutting stuff out. You know, I'll often, especially with my first book, I think we cut, you know, like 15, 20,000 words out, and you wouldn't miss it. There was these sort of, I would state the same thing twice, you know, the two sentences, and they're basically the same, you know, so I think...
Because it was really serious and you have to say...
Exactly,
say it twice,
yeah, and I'll make sure you're listening, yeah.
But we joke, because Christian's books just get like 10,000 words shorter each time.
Every time, yeah.
So eventually it'll just be like,
most authors, their work gets thicker and thicker, but me, it's, my publishers will be worried about it, because it'll just be a short story next. We'll have to do really big font.
One thing I find fantastic with both of you writers, young writers in the early phases of your career, very prolific, but you're
very
both
young,
very young, but you're also taking on mentorship roles early in your writing life. You give advice to others. Josh, there was a fantastic interview I read online with you in New Zealand where you recognise and you really want to be seen as an encouragement for young Maori writers to say, it doesn't only have to work in this way. I'm a commercial modern fiction writer. I don't have to write just about our politics or our people. I can actually be a professional writer in this other area, in a commercial sphere. So I admire both of you for certainly putting yourself out there as mentors, being prepared to do that, and taking on the responsibility of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so the prize Christian won I judged a couple of years later, and I just saw so many, and this is just a general literary prize, by the way, but I just saw so many like manuscripts that were frankly miles better than anything I submitted at that stage, right? They were really amazing, and I emailed a bunch of them and said, hey, this is great, keep going. And of those ones I emailed, I think most of them have probably since been published. And it's always just such small gestures as well. Like, you don't really need to do anything to make to help people, and certainly in this field, like, there's very little you actually need to do. Most people just need encouragement, just need to be told to keep going. But in saying that, yeah, like that article, which I forgot all about, the interview, yeah, it's also about the fact that you can give people permission to write what they want as well. And I think you look, everyone, and there might be people, aspiring writers in the crowd, perhaps not, but if you look up here, you might think, well, you might think, oh, I'll write crime fiction like these guys, but your voice might be better suited to literary or whatever. So it's also about, my view is to encourage people just to write what they want and write to their strengths.
Yeah, sometimes it's about telling people, hey, just click send on the email. Just do it.
It's just permission, right?
Yeah, don't really do much and just, Sorry,
fantastic. No, we have got some time for a few questions. There's a central microphone front and centre with our lovely stage manager waving, masked up and ready to take your questions. So please do join at the central microphone if you can. And I'm sorry, I must apologise. In my wild enthusiasm to talk to these great two writers, I have failed to acknowledge that the fact that we are on Kaurna land, and I always appreciate and admire the fact that we're on country and we are able to share and divest ideas and conversations that are important, that have been important to the Kaurna people, that are important to us now, and will be important to all future Adelaideans. And for that, I certainly always say thank you to the Kaurna people for sharing their land with us today. Do we have any questions? No, every single question about crime fiction has been answered by these two.
Can I ask Christian a question?
Yeah, go right ahead.
As a extraordinarily successful screenwriter now, with Netflix and everything else on your plate, are you going to neglect your adoring crime reading fans.
Yes.
Are you finding it's
yes.
hard to write
I'm
fiction
going to
now?
sell out immediately. No, you know what? It is a different. It is a different. I love both worlds, but I always wanted to write books. That's sort of what I wanted to do, and it's my pure true love. And I get emails from readers like you do as well, and that's just the most.
Like me, you get readers from me say, "Hey man, this is great. I love this."
See what I mean about this Melbourne bro fest of mutual admiration? We do have a question from the central microphone. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Christian and Josh, for the wonderful session. I actually enjoy reading your two books, The Wife and the Widow, and The Nowhere Child. And the Abby, one of the protagonists, her hobby is
taxidermy. Yeah.
And I found out that your wife's hobby is also like that.
Yes. Yeah.
How creepy for a crime fiction writer's wife to be into taxidermy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most grotesque, strange, weird habit. But she does. There's actually a lot of that character Abby is from my wife. Definitely. Yeah. Especially the taxidermy. She only kills. She doesn't kill any of the animals.
Yes.
It's all the animals have died of natural causes and everything. But it's one of these weird things where I that character's a sort of. I was sort of thinking what would make her more interesting, and also what is sort of. It's one of those things where you've got knives, the taxidermy tools. There's knives and luminol and all this sort of stuff. So I just so people ask me, did I do a lot of research? And all I did was walk into Summer's little workbench and say, okay, scalpel, fake eyes, that sort of stuff. It's a gross habit.
Simple piece of reportage, really, wasn't
it? Exactly.
Fantastic. We have another question, thanks.
Yeah, thank you both. It was great. I've just completed my Agatha Christie collection. And I used to read her a lot as a teenager, and one of you mentioned Ngaio Marsh. I just wonder, do you have any inspiration from those kind of old-fashioned crime writers?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Ngaio Marsh is one of the four queens of crime from that golden age of detective fiction. And she's New Zealander, so of course I've read every one of her books. No, I hadn't, and I've got a panel in Brisbane about Ngaio Marsh. They just assumed I knew everything about her. And so I've just sort of dived in. But Ngaio Marsh is a name that I'd say every New Zealand crime writer, aspiring crime writer, or most writers, in fact, would know. And she, at the time, the publishing centre of the publishing world was London, and all those authors were based in England, or certainly the UK and Ireland. All the big names were over there. So she really broke the mould for New Zealand, and there's a prize named after her, and there's like a foundation, and it's just, I think it gives certainly young Māori writers, but all New Zealand writers, it gives them permission to write crime fiction. So she's a real hero. And I knew her story, I knew all about her before I started reading her work. Admittedly, it's not my favourite genre to read in, but I'm really, really enjoying her stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually, speaking of Agatha Christie, I'm slowly working my way through that back catalogue, because I was familiar with, when I started writing thrillers and crime, I was familiar with the really modern stuff, but there's so many of those classics that I hadn't read, so I'm working my way back through there now. And actually, you mentioned earlier that how there might be people trying to think, I might write a crime book, but that might not be their voice. I started out trying to write literary fiction and then comedy, and it took me a long time to find my niche and find my groove. So yeah, so it's I'm getting to it, basically.
Out of interest, what are you finding with those classics? Are you finding a timeliness or a timelessness out of those older crime fiction writers?
The stories are incredible and feel very, on one hand, feel very fresh. I struggle with, as I get older and less patient, I struggle with when language doesn't just get to the goddamn point, So sometimes there's a bit of that, but generally it's just amazing. These amazing classic things, and actually you start to see, oh, this author didn't really come up with that. It was way back here. You start to see that those kind of tropes are much older than you think, and it's kind of humbling in a way. It's sort of, all of that was necessary for us to be where we are.
Yeah, I was surprised by how contemporary certain elements of it feels, right? And also, the language sometimes is so distracting. They say ejaculate a lot, not in the way we use it, and it's just that's to the point of distraction,
Yeah,
But and there's certain language that dates it, but in terms of the writings, I feel pretty timeless. Like I find when I read anything else from that era, it's so concerned with how it's written, and it's not plain language, and because language changes, but the base of communications always stays the same, pretty constant. But there's, if you read other books of that time, they're so verbose and so over out that you kind of get distracted by it. Whereas this, I've found it's more, certainly No Marsh is definitely more grounded in her language, and it feels much more contemporary.
Fantastic. We've got time for one final question. Thank you.
Thank you both for coming. My question is also about timeliness. I'm just browsing the front of Wild Place, and I see it's set in 1989. What sort of things do you try to use to keep at that time, since things have been changing so fast in the recent decades? How do you manage that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was this sort of detail, a lot of the details. So, I knew I wanted to set something in the 80s, so I was a kid in the 80s, so a lot of it was drawn from, my childhood. But then there was little details, like there's a scene in it where someone eats, the family for dessert eats Violeta ice cream, and we always had that as a special treat in our house, and I thought that was quite a unique. I didn't really think about it, and the amount of emails I get saying, "I was so good to." We used to eat Violeta. Those strange little details.
The suburban identity, hey?
Yeah, is it like after dinner mints? Is that a New Zealand thing, or did you do that? Individually
I remember those.
Wrapped,
little.
That's when you got guests coming over.
The posh ones to show off.
After eights or whatever they're called. And then at the end of the night, you just go around collecting them all.
But yeah, for me it was just details, and also you have an editing team that catches you up. So I had for some reason, and some readers hate this, they've told me, but sometimes I like to put the exact make and model of a car that a character's driving. Drives some readers nuts, but a couple of times there was, that car wasn't available in Australia at that time. So there's editors that catch all that. There's a lot of last minute, making sure that basically we want to minimise the amount of emails I get saying, you screw, because with the first book, I had a lemon tree growing in Kentucky in the wrong climate, and people told me, "I'm so sorry, I wrote about the lemon tree. I know I was, so sort of trying to avoid. For me, that was the main thing. Can we just avoid those sort of emails?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of books that are really dated by COVID. If you've mentioned it, like we've talked about, I think Chris Hammer did it in one of his books. But now that we've kind of got a bit more of a clearer picture of what life's going to be like after, it's probably safer. But I think that in particular is something that'll really mark the time. And certainly if you were writing, in the midst of it before we knew what the other side looked like, and you're sort of making predictions about travel and stuff like that, I think then you'll get caught out. But I think, I think I've never written historical, but I'm so terrified of really dating my book and making it feel old quickly. Like if you were talking about MySpace.
Yeah.
Right. You
well, technology, it's really tricky because you will write, and I mean, for me, I had teenage characters that I can write the 80s versions because I was, but if I wrote a teenager now, it would be, come on, let's go on the TikTok. And, it would just really be terrible.
Yeah.
That's how in my mind, that's how teenagers
shifts so quickly too. That dates it as well, right?
Sweet. Yeah, sweet. And
they don't say that.
Sweet.
No, kids haven't said that for 10 years, for sure.
Cow, but all that. Yeah.
Fully sick dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our session. I think it's been a fantastic autopsy of modern Australian crime fiction. Please thank Christian White and Josh Pomare.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Two fantastic books here. Wild Place, The Last Guests. Get them from the book tent. go and get them signed by these two fine gentlemen and have a chat to them. Thank you very much for your time and continue to enjoy a fabulous Writers' Week. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. That was
Cheers,
great.
guys.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. A few housekeeping announcements. First and foremost, please be aware that we have a COVID safety plan which has been endorsed by the Health Department of South Australia. It is strongly recommended that you wear a mask when you're moving around. This will protect you as well as other people. Try to maintain some social distancing. Avoid strangers. You don't want to touch them. You don't know where they've been. Now, on a more practical level, some of the sessions, as you're aware, especially this one and probably the one after, are going to be quite crowded. You may not be able to get a seat near the front. We would ask that you do not sit in the aisles, and there's plenty of space. The hill behind the stage has got audio coverage, plus the fact if you move to the extremes, the far left or far right of the eastern stage, as well as to the rear, you will be able to find a seat. We would ask that you do not sit in the seats of the assisted listening area. If you don't require assisted listening, we need to keep some of those seats available for people with hearing aids, so that as I said, if you can't get a seat near the front, you may find you have to go out to one of the sides, but you will be able to hear quite clearly. We have good coverage everywhere. Thank you. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick reminder, please avoid sitting in any of the thoroughfare areas. It obviously makes it very inconvenient, and if there is any form of medical emergency, we need to be able to get people moving very quickly. We would also ask, once again, please do not move seats from where they have been placed. If you can't find a place to sit, you will find that the audio coverage at the rear of the stage up the hill is very good. Also on the far left or far right hand side or at the rear, there are places where you could listen as well. So keep persisting and you will find a place to sit, but we would ask that you don't block any of the aisleways because obviously we need to keep them clear for safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Welcome to this afternoon's session. My name's Nicole Aberdeen, and today I am lucky enough to be speaking to one of Australia's best-selling and best-loved writers and journalists, Trent Dalton.
Thank you so much. Adelaide is the best city in the world. You look beautiful. Thank you.
Now, we are going to be talking about Trent's third book, his first non-fiction book, The Indescribably Beautiful Love Stories, published last year by Fourth Estate. Before we begin, we acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, and we pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land, and we acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. Before we begin again, I need to reinforce some key conditions of our COVID management plan approved by SA Health. Please maintain social distancing wherever possible. We strongly encourage the wearing of masks and ask you to follow directions given by the COVID marshals, venue staff and volunteers. At the end of this session, you'll have an opportunity to ask Trent some questions, and he will also be available to sign his books over by the book signing tent. So I urge you to join him for that. Before I start with questions, I'd like to introduce Trent, although it doesn't look or sound like he needs much of an introduction to any of you. He's been a journalist for many years and he's won many awards for his journalism, including 2 Walkley Awards. But he's probably best known for his cracker of a debut novel, Boy Swallows Universe, published in 2018, an international bestseller which has sold more than 700,000 copies worldwide.
Thank you. That thing took off at the Adelaide Writers' Week, let me tell you. So thank you, absolutely. Mud Prize, all that, yeah.
It won a number of major Australian literary prizes. It was the 2019 Indie Book of the Year. It won the New South Wales Premier's Literary Award for Best New Writer and People's Choice, and it won a record-breaking 4 Australian Book Industry Awards, including prestigious Book of the Year. It was also, as Trent has said, the Mud Literary Prize it won for debut fiction. It was made into a play by Queensland Theatre Company last year, staged as part of the Brisbane Festival, and it had a sellout season. And last week, a lot of you may have read, but if you haven't, I'm just thrilled to tell you that it is to be made into an 8-part Netflix TV series.
Thank you.
Wait for it. To be produced by Brouhaha Entertainment and a galaxy of big names, including Joel Edgerton, and written by John Colley, who wrote Happy Feet. And Trent is going to be the executive producer.
Thank you, thank you.
His second novel, All Our Shimmering Skies, was also a bestseller, attracting widespread critical acclaim. We're here today to talk about Love Stories, which is his first book of non-fiction. Obviously, he's written a lot of journalism. And last year, it was the #1 best-selling work of non-fiction published by an Australian author, although it wasn't even published, I don't think, till November, like late last year. But, you know, it still achieved that. I have to add a personal note. I had the huge honour of interviewing Trent back in August 2018 at Byron Writers Festival in what was one of his very first on-stage appearances at a festival. I'm just warning you, he read an extract from Boy Swallows Universe, the bit about breaking into Boggo Road Jail on Christmas Day to see his mum, and he reduced most of the audience and me to tears. It's possible he might do that again today as he shares some of the remarkable stories he's collected about love. Let's see how it goes. Please make him welcome.
Oh, thank you. And what an honour it is for me to be with Nicole. She is absolutely the best in the business at interviewing people about books. So, Nicole, what an honour. Thank you.
Lucky me. Lucky, lucky me. So before I ask you to share some of these amazing stories, Trent, I'd like to ask a little bit about how this book came about. Could you tell us about the woman who inspired the book and to whom it is dedicated? Kathleen Kelly, who died on Christmas Day 2020.
Oh, it's a great love story, Nicole. It's a perfect place to start. Kathleen Kelly was my best mate Greg Kelly's mum, and Kathleen died on Christmas Day 2020. She died at the age of 89. Kathleen, like me, her best friend was words, and her best friend of all time was a 1960s sky blue Olivetti typewriter. And Kathleen used that to write protest letters to schools, fighting for women's rights, fighting for fairness, fighting for equality. She wrote to churches and she wrote to newspapers on this, typing letters on this beautiful machine, this beautiful friend of hers. And the last book she read up at the RBH, the Royal Brisbane Hospital, was All Our Shimmering Skies, my second book. And as per her instructions on her deathbed, she got Greg by the bed and she said, at the funeral, you need to drink the 30 cans of 4X Gold beer that were in the fridge before the ambulance came to take me to hospital. And so I'm in that funeral. Oh, man, you know, it's so beautiful to be talking to you guys about this woman, Kath, you know. Like, I just can't believe I'm here in this beautiful city talking to this many beautiful people about this beautiful woman. We're at that funeral. And you know, funerals, they're just so flippin' beautiful. Like, and they can be so sweet. And they did the picture montage. You know that picture montage, they just break you. You know, those photo montages where you see the life of someone from black and white to colour, from 1955 to 2020, you know, and it's just the most unbelievable sort of life folding before your eyes. And I looked behind me, and it was the Albany Creek Memorial Park sort of hall. And latecomers were crowded at the entry doors. And I said to myself, man, Kath, like, well done. Like, you did it. Like, that's living. Like, live a life so complete and live a life of such love. Love that many people in your life that latecomers can't find a seat at your funeral. And I looked at my daughter and 15-year-old Beth, and I just like, man, I hope you're watching. You know, I hope you're watching. Like, don't forget your old man's ambition and all of his bloody, you know, dreaming and writing books. That's real life. That's real living, you know. And we're out the back near my mate Greg's car, and we're having that 30 sort of cans of 4X Gold, and we're toasting Kath. And I said to him, hey, man, you got to know your mum actually is the reason why I went a bit deeper with my writing. Like it was like she used to send me things after I'd write some journalism and just go, hey, Trent, you nailed that one. Or Trent, what next? You know, she's one of those, you know, you need those people in life that give you that great gift of that beautiful question, what next? And she was a great gift to me. And my old man died in 2015, and it was her. I was Kel, I call him Kel, this mate of mine, Greg Kelly. I was telling Kel, I said, man, and she also, I never forget, I was going back through my emails. She was the one, the night my old man died, he smoked too many cigarettes. It's all in Boy Swallows Universe. But she sent this beautiful email, and it just said, Trent, you know, he's not dead if you keep telling stories about him, you know, and I've told several stories about him at this very spot. And she taught me that, you know, and that was so powerful. And then Greg turns to me and he says, oh, well, wait till you see this. And he leans into the back of his Subaru, and he pulls out sky blue 1960s Olivetti typewriter, Kath's best friend, and he hands it to me. And he says, Mum wants you to have it. It's yours. And it was like the most beautiful gift I've ever received. And then it was like COVID up in Brisbane, and it was like we had these short, sharp sort of like week-long lockdowns or maybe 3-day lockdowns. We were in one of those. And I called up Kel, and I just said, man, I've got to get out of this house when this lockdown's done. I've got to get out of my head, because I'd been talking about these books like Boy Swallows Universe. So deep, that book, and so real, and it takes a lot out of you, really, to sort of, it takes some of your soul and all sorts of really interesting things that it gives you and that it takes away at the same time. And I just needed to do something that was just not in here. And I really felt like I needed to get out on the street and get back into journalism and get out of here and get into the minds of strangers.
So what did you decide to do with that typewriter?
So then I asked Kel, I said, mate, would you mind if I take your mum's typewriter and I'm going to sit it on the corner of Adelaide and Albert Street, two of the busiest streets in Brisbane, right in the heart of our CBD. I'm going to have a sign that says, sentimental writer collecting love stories. Do you have one to share? And there will be 2 seats from BCF camping chairs, one for me, one for anyone, and a sign, a desk, and Kath's typewriter. I just sat there for weeks on end, and that happened, yeah.
Before you did that, you spent 2 months walking the streets of Brisbane asking random strangers to tell you love stories. Yeah, could you tell us a bit about that? How did people respond when you went up to them and just said, can you tell me a love story?
And I don't know why I was doing it, Nicole. Like, it's so strange. Like, it's such a weird thing to do. But there'd be a guy, I remember a guy holding his baby, and I go, mate, what are you thinking right now? Like, tell me. And, like, I remember these two girls, the most romantic scene I've probably seen in my in recent times. Two girls, young lovers, leaning forehead to forehead. It was like out the front of a Starbucks in the heart of Queen Street Mall. And they're just leaning. And I swear I caught the moment where, I swear I thought I caught the moment where mentally they said I love you to each other. And I just gently walked up and I just went, I'm so sorry, but there's 3 people on this planet who know what just happened. I'm one of them. Can you please explain what just happened? And then this girl, I said, no, just tell me what went through your mind when she looked at you, the way you two were just forehead to forehead like that. And she said, oh, it's silly, I can't tell you. I'm going, no, please, because I think I'm going to write this book called Love Stories. And I think it's COVID, and I think it's stuff that's happened in my own life and relationships that I've messed up. And I just think I need to just hear about the wonder of love. And then she goes, all right, well, what went through my mind is that she reminds me of a warm bowl of soup, and I can just wrap my arms around it and she keeps me warm. And I was like, that's flipping beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I just continued to do that. Like,
so I wondered, did anyone ever say no when you were going up to people in the street and saying, stop a minute, tell me your love story?
No, they all think you're selling solar panels. Everyone thinks you're selling solar, or and it's just, I'm not selling solar panels. I wrote that book, Boy Swallows Universe. But because it's such a strange thing. It doesn't happen in this world normally. Like, people don't often stop and ask you about love, and it was just for that 2 months. So it was all through that 3-month period. So then came the real hardcore sitting on the corner, and it was such a beautiful icebreaker. We're all just looking for icebreakers, right? As journos but in life, you're just always looking for an icebreaker. Well, if you ask someone, tell me a love story, you go immediately past IKEA furniture. You go immediately past discussions about real estate. You're already at the heart of what makes that person tick. I mean, who here isn't here on this planet to love 10, if you're lucky, 20 people, maybe just 3, maybe 1, maybe just 10 photo frames. It's our absolute reason to be here. It's the absolute meaning of life, and it was such a wonderful icebreaker.
So Trent produced this beautiful book, and that's what this is. This is a collection of the stories that he got, and we're going to come to some of those shortly. But before we do, I wanted to ask you, is it something that you had always had in the back of your mind that you wanted to do, or was it an idea that was born, as you're sort of hinting at, of the pandemic, as we were all locked in down? I think you call it an arse boil of a year, the pandemic. So had you always wanted to do something like this, or was it the gift of the typewriter that prompted you that you wanted to do something really unique with that? Or was it because of the pandemic, or was it a combination of all those things?
Oh, it's a great question, Nicole. Like, yeah, it was. It's a combination, but it's a real extension of like 20 years of journalism, of me pulling stunts like this. Like, it's like I did a thing once where I wanted to document an Australian family of 5 as if I was David Attenborough, and no one had ever seen an Australian family of 5. And dead set, I spent a week, and I wrote this in the Weekend Australian magazine. And the piece got rewritten because my original piece was so hard to read because it read like a science book, like the chief male in the family appears to be sullen around 7 p.m. And it was so funny. And it was like, but it was all this idea that you can document real life and just any Australian from any walk of life. And if you spend long enough with them, that story will be as beautiful as War and Peace, or as powerful as a Hannah Kent novel. So it's that sort of it's that kind of power, and that family, these putting yourself in those situations prompt good stories anyway. Because, for example, the family of 5, it got so ridiculous with them that I stayed till like nighttime in the living room. And I remember the father, he was going into the bedroom, and I wanted to like document like the man takes off his, puts on his pajama, and then I wanted to maybe I was like, hey, I'm just gonna sit here, you guys just, and he totally was just, mate, fuck off. Like, it's just like, but that's funny, and then you know, if you put yourself in a situation as a writer, it's the universe, I swear. If you put yourself on a corner for months, on a busy corner, life's gonna come at you and present amazing storytelling opportunities. And it was sort of knowing that. And then, okay, here's the cone of silence bit, though, that's not really in the book. I refer to it in a letter I wrote. I sort of, all through the book, I write letters to Joni Mitchell and Whitney Houston. But really, I'm kind of writing them to this certain person that I messed up. And, just like one of my 5 or 6 that I need to love and receive love from. So it comes, actually, cone of silence, like it comes from an incredibly deep place of me being totally out of sorts, and just missing a relationship that is one of the key reasons for me to be on this earth, and yeah, that's a fact, Sorry, that's just evolved in my head as I'm speaking to you beautiful people, but it's like, that's the truth of where it comes from, and I knew that that's a good place to write from. That's a really powerful place. Like I wrote, I read that, you were talking about that Christmas scene in Boy Swallows Universe and the kids, that's, I wrote that whole book because I knew that would be a powerful place to write from, because like that's real, that's me missing my mum on Christmas Day, like that's a powerful, and so the heart of love stories, this grand thing of sitting on the corner, it was all just coming from very powerful places.
And what you've touched on takes me to my next question, which was my observation. It's a deeply personal book, so it's not just you're not just reporting other people's stories, although you do that a lot, but interspersed there, as you say, there's a letter to Joni Mitchell, I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, and there's a letter to Whitney Houston, but there's also a letter from your wife, Fiona.
Yeah.
And you also sort of digress at various points as you're telling other people's stories, and you talk about your wife, who you've been married to for 20 years, and your love for her. You talk about your 2 beautiful daughters. You talk about your love for your father, your grief at his passing. You talk about your brothers. You talk about the fact that your father wasn't a big hugger and why that was. You talk about your grandfather. So I wondered, how important was it to you to include those deeply personal stories in what is otherwise a reporting of other people's stories?
Oh, yeah. You're amazing. Thank you for this beautiful question. It's the pact. That's the pact. That's that storytelling pact. Like, okay, it's about 150 people and maybe 100 that made it into the book, sat there, total strangers, and went so deep to the point that we were in tears many times. Okay, well, the pact is, all right, well, trust me, there's nothing that you've said that I'm not willing to go even deeper on. You know what I mean?
Did you tell them that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I already told them that in the book I wrote, Boy Swallows Universe. That really helped. Like they'd come up and go, "Oh, I know you. I know. You've shown your cards of who you are," and that was really powerful. But that's that thing that helps me sort of sleep at night too. It's that sort of thing. Like it's this shared learning process we're all kind of going for, and the stuff with Fiona, like my wife, was just like, well, I totally got to put that in there, because how ridiculous would it be if I was asking all these strangers to tell me a love story and not ask the woman the love of my life, like the woman I love most in this world, and not actually, and I don't think I've ever properly asked her, like, hey, what do you actually think of love, and how's all this going? Like, how's this,
Pretty well, according to Fiona.
Like, man, like long-term relationships, they're so complex and so hard, and long-term marriage is tough, and long-term love is tough, and it's sort of like, so it's sort of really interesting, and we're turning this thing into a play, like they're similar to, wow. They want to, and Fee and I are actually sort of going to invest it with some real discussions that aren't in that book. I tap into it a bit, but the stuff that happens at home, that was going on at home, that I'm learning on the street and going, oh, we might have had a Barney the night before, and I'm working out my idiocy on the street because a total stranger has shown me the error of my ways.
And you
know?
write a letter about that. One of the letters in the book is you writing a letter
man.
saying, "Oh God, I've just realised we had this fight yesterday. What a waste of time that was." Tell us a bit about that letter.
Oh, that's just the power of realising, I don't know if anyone's ever done it, anyone in here who's ever had any love of, the power of just going, shit, I'm sorry. Like, I'm so sorry. And, you know how you have an argument and you realise, all I had to do was go, I'm sorry, I'm such a douchebag. That was my mistake. And then I remember this guy once telling me, and he said, next time you're in one of those, just pause, walk up to your wife and just give her a big hug. And then just go, I recognise like my mistake in this, and I was like, wow. And then I tried that once, and it was profound. Like, and like we're having this, so just nothing serious, or just kitchen stuff, and I'm just like, and I stopped, and then she's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, I recognise my mistake. I would be lost without you. You are the greatest fucking thing that has ever happened in my entire life, and I love you. And it just friggin' everything just goes down. And I wanted to write a letter about that, and that letter is after one of those, and it's a total public typed letter on Kat's typewriter.
So now can I take you back and ask you to share with us the story of your proposal to Fiona?
Oh, really? You want to, really? Does anyone want to hear that?
Would you like to hear that story?
Okay, this is the pact. So, but it's in there because so many people were talking love stories, and this is just a ridiculous story, but I put it in the book because it's just, you got to get this stuff done at some point, and so we had our first kiss in this street, just an inconsequential suburban street in Newmarket, Brisbane, in the year 2000, and it was after a Sting concert. And we're living at Darra, which is like, it's all through Boy Swallows Universe. We're living out at Darra, and we're just like, no money. I was earning 26 grand a year at my first journalism job, and this kind of, I got, we'd been together for quite some time, and then I'd organised this limo to come, and this guy looked like the bass player for the Replacements, and he turned up. He might have had a bit of a daytime drinking problem. And I pieced together this sort of playlist, and then we drove across town, and Fee's like, "What are you doing?" And we went to Newmarket. It was so unromantic, and I hopped out. And I got him to pull up at the exact spot where we had our first kiss. And in my head, I thought this would be romantic, and there might be sort of Moreton Bay figs and stuff. There was just an empty chicken twisties wrapper on the ground. There was a lady in a nightie in the house over there, like doing the sweeping. And I got down on my sort of hands and knees. I'm like, Fee, this was, remember when we had our first kiss? And, will you marry me? And then, but it was, it was flipping beautiful because, she said yes for one. That was really lovely. And, but it's the story, it was this. That's our ever-evolving love story, and I had to go in there because, she inadvertently became such a character in love stories, and I throw all of that stuff in there, and then the discussion of all that stuff. There's a thing in there that this is all cheesy. I'm sorry about all this, but Fee would do this thing. She told me about where when she was a kid. Kids would run around in her school and say, "My left shoe," to the girls. Like the boys would run up to a girl and go, "My left shoe," because if you said that fast, it sounded like "I love you." And then we had this dorky thing. Like in our early days, Fee and I, where we'd just be at a party and I'd be like, just. And so that goes in there, and then I go home and I'm like, Fee, I wrote about my left shoe today, and she's like, would you stop telling all of our personal? So that's all part of it. It's all about this sort of thing of storytelling versus our own kind of love, and where you draw this stuff from, and it sort of became a bit of a theme. That's why Fee's inadvertently such a part of that book, and such a wonderful part.
Can I ask you about the letter that you write to Joni Mitchell? And in that letter, you have a conversation with her about love. and she talks to you about the low side and the high side. Could you tell us a bit about that letter and what her message was?
Yeah, this is all.
It's not a real reply from her, right? It's all you've concocted
No,
this conversation.
no.
Yeah, just checking.
No. It's dreaming, you know, and it's me just loving Joni Mitchell so much, and you know, she's so incredibly wise. That woman, like you listen to her records, and she's, you know, these rare people in popular culture who are in touch with the source. You know, like they're just. They can encapsulate. John Lennon was the same. You know, they can encapsulate it in such simple sentences. And actually, speaking of Lennon, there's some singing. I don't know if anyone's up to sing this afternoon. I'm just planting like writers would try to plant seeds that hopefully flower later on. There's just a little John Lennon line actually that I'd love to try out. I don't know if you heard of Pub Choir in Brisbane. We do this thing, and anyway, I'm just throwing it out there. But it sort of seems like the right amazing crowd. But anyway, I'll see. But Joni was able to encapsulate all this wonder in her stuff, and I just thought, wouldn't it be cool if you know, all through it, I'm getting wisdom from her, you know, as my sort of guidance counsellor, and you know, and so who better to write to than Joni about my woes with love or whatever, and so in the book, you know, the guy who is kind of me, obviously. Is getting these responses from Joni, and she's just saying stuff like, yeah, of course, you know, both sides now. I look at love like from both sides now, the high side and the low side, and of course the high side, and this is the great danger of love, the great terror of it, is that to embark on it, to accept love, you know, you risk losing it, you risk the pain of losing it, and then what she sort of says in the letter back to me is, you know, stop calling it a gift, you know, like it's not this gift that you own. It's not your gift. You know what she's saying. Stop saying that it's something that you lost. It's actually just something that person took away. You know, and that's what makes it such a beautiful gift. And you know, so it was sort of like she has all these sort of beautiful things to tell me, and it's just fictional a version of Joni Mitchell in my head, but because it's coming through her, it just got really wise and very powerful. And yeah, and I'm talking about. You know, it's like I can't talk to anyone else really about this stuff, so why not just talk to Joni Mitchell? And it was really powerful. I couldn't recommend it highly enough. Just choose anyone, you know, choose Alanis Morissette, and, you know, choose your favourite author and just write to them and then have them write back, and you'll find things in your own head that you didn't know were there because it's the other person who found it in some weird way, you know. So it was really a beautiful thing, and I really loved doing that. It was and living out my fantasies of just sitting on the edge of Brisbane River talking to Joni Mitchell. Like, what a cool day, yeah.
Let's talk now then about some of the specific stories. It was very, very hard to choose, I warn you, because they're all so beautiful. So Trent and I have talked between us. We've just picked out a couple. Let's start with Love is Blindness. So tell us about Renee, who's 61, and she was diagnosed with a serious eye disease when she was 36.
Yeah, it's right at the start of the book, Nicole. I'm glad you bring it up. It's that story, Renee, and they were all friends, and they were all vision impaired. And Renee, Graham, Diane, and you know, you don't know whether this thing's going to work, and you know, wasn't quite sure whether the whole book would work. And then Renee stops and she says, "I'll tell you a love story. I'll tell you about the love that I've never seen, and it's my grandson. And almost every day I just dream of being able to open my eyes and see this kid." I'm like, that's such a beautiful love story. And then Graham, he's been blind all his life, and he's been married for 30 years to Diane, who's also vision impaired. And he says, I do this slightly awkward kind of one of those awkward questions, and I say, look, I'm sorry if this is insensitive, but what would you do, Graham, if you had, you know, just 5 minutes of just clear vision, perfect vision? You know, would you go to the edge of Pacific Ocean and just stare at the sea, or would you look up at the stars? And he goes, that's not an insensitive question. I've thought about that all my life, and I know exactly what I'd do. I'd spend 5 minutes staring at this woman by my side. And then I say...
He's never seen her. They've
been
married 30 years.
I've never seen her. I've never seen her. And then I say, And I get really emotional, and then I go, Graham, can I just tell you, like, she's beautiful. Again, feeling I'm sorry to be insensitive or whatever, but it just came out. I'm like, can I just tell you, Graham, she's beautiful? And he goes, I know that. I didn't have to see to know that. And I was like, man, that's so flippin' beautiful. And I was like, and it was from there I felt like, Nicole, I felt like this will work, because it doesn't matter what they say, as long as it's about that word. Like it could be tragic, and it could be just heart-soaring, and but it will work because it's just about love. And then it really flowed from there. And I really felt like that's it. That's the key. Yeah, it can be 5 minutes. You know, it doesn't have to be some epic 40-year story. It can be just a guy wanting to open his eyes for 5 minutes and see his wife. Like, that is such a beautiful love story.
I mean, each of these stories is like, I mean, you could almost make a play out of each of them. There's these ordinary people who come and sit down. Were they enthusiastic when they saw the sign, you know, sentimental writer collecting love stories? Were people enthusiastic? Were they queuing up?
Australians are amazing people. They were complete strangers, and I think they felt sorry for me. Honestly, I think because
he didn't say Trent. I'm Trent Dalton. So
people
didn't know.
Didn't say, like, they didn't know, and then they'd work out later, like, oh, you're that guy, and but at the start they were like, just. Are you okay? Like, are you sort of... And they're so beautiful. And then I go, no, I'm fine. And then like, and they're like, what, do you want some money? And do you want some money or something? And do you need some money? And I'm like, no, I just wanted a love story. I'm just after a love story. If you've got a love story, if you just want to tell me about someone you love. And then that was so beautiful once we get talking. And then oftentimes they'd say, I don't really have anything to say. And then all it would take is one person, and then they just go, actually, the more I think about Mum, gee, I love her so much. And I'm like, oh, tell me more. Like, why? What, you know, when's she been there for you? Oh, well, it was this time. And then, actually, and then bang, let me tell you about this. And they're there. The stories are just in us all, but they reside in here, you know, and it's like you just got to just sort of shut up, and you know, clearly hard for me to do, and but it's like something that's really important. It was such a joy for me to shut up and just be that person. And you should, like, when I was on that street, Nicole, I was like a puppy dog. Like, I was just like, and then what happened then? You know, like, and it was just such a fun experience, and it's like you have to pay people normally to be that engaged.
How long would you spend with them, Trent?
Oh, there was like some I sat for 2 hours, and then some wonderful people stayed. And then they came back. They were there. We talked on Monday, and then they came back on Wednesday. Wow. And they said, actually, Trent, there's this thing I didn't tell you about. Oh. And then it's all in the book. And it's like all of these wonderful cyclical things started to happen. And it was such a beautiful thing, Nicole. Like, it was, and I swear, it's like, not to get all, it was just, you put it out there. You sit out on a corner. The world will repay you for it, you know. And it was so beautiful. Yeah, people would come, and then they go, hey, you should tell a story. And then they bring a friend and go, you need to hear that. And it would just build. And then, you know, just people would talk. You know, I remember the Lovebirds. They were this couple called, you know, this bank saw them every day walking through Brisbane. They called them the Lovebirds because for 56 years, they've always said, I love you to each other, like 8 times a day. And they danced through Brisbane, and they stopped and they stayed around for a couple of days, and they were just a joy, and they brought like love, and then people, it was just a good space to be around, and people just sort of, after a while, wanted to be part of it, like, what's happening here, you know. And it was, yeah.
I like the way that I mean, most of them are romantic love stories between romantic partners, but they're not all. So tell us about the 3-second rule and these two women, Rhonda and Rochelle. And you see them greet each other. They approach each other from other ends of the mall. Yeah. They embrace each other with a hug that lasts, you reckon, about 30 seconds. And you think, oh, gosh, they obviously haven't seen each other for years. Tell us their story.
Rachel and Rochelle, like that was just one of those moments of me, like, tapping and kind of like, I'm sorry to interrupt, you know, and like, what just happened here? And because that just looked like the warmest hug. And you know why? It was so beautiful at that, because then she goes, and I'm like, you just look like you have not seen each other in 20 years. And they laughed and they go, we had coffee on Friday. And they were just best mates. And then they proceeded to sort of articulate that they were together at kindergarten. And they, you know, I bet you right here in this, I bet you there's, you know, like those friendships that like women have amazing friendships, like strong. You know, my wife's got 5 of them, you know, and it's just like, And she could tell you the most amazing journeys that she's had with all of those friends. And blokes have them in completely different ways or whatever, but it's just those friendships of lengthy 50-year friendships can be so remarkable. And then the most amazing thing happened, like 2 nights later. Rochelle emails me and she goes, like, you know how it's that funny thing when you get someone at one point in their life and you get half of the story, but when people really sit on it for a bit and they go deeper, and then you get all the story. So Rochelle sends me an email and she goes, actually, Trent, Rhonda, I'd be dead without her. I had depression. I was suicidal. It was just the most powerful letter that she sent me. And she said, Trent, everyone had given up on me, but this friend I have had since kindergarten never gave up. And it's the greatest love story of my life. You know, she's like, this has been the most enduring love story of my life. And I was so completely sort of moved by that. And yet that's such an ordinary love story that I'm sure exists. There's 100 of those out here right now today, I'm sure. Yeah.
Pretty hard to pick between them, but I think the one that broke my heart the most was called Pinky Promise.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us about Reuben Vui. First of all, I'd like you to tell a story about his teeth, and then I'd like you to tell the story about his love for Isis, who he started dating when they were both in year 8.
I love it. I love telling the Reuben story. So the corner was really colourful. There was just so much going on the corner, and it's a really wonderful thing to go to the same place every day because you get a sense of it. It's like staring at the ocean for 8 hours. You're going to know the tides and the rhythms of the waves and stuff. And I really got to know that corner really well. And on that corner, you know, there were buskers and Reuben, and there was Reuben. There was just amazing, just eclectic sort of group of people who would constantly return to this corner on Adelaide and Albert. And Reuben was selling Child Fund Australia packages, sponsor a child packages. And he'd first come up to me almost the first day I was there. And he's like, hey, bro, you want to sponsor a child? And I'm like, I do. I love this stuff. But I'm really I'm doing this thing here and I just don't want to. And I just had that, I was like that, I don't want to give my credit card out on the street. I don't know much about this organisation. It was that, I said that. And I felt a bit crap for saying that, but it was really that was true. I was like, man, I'm not comfortable just handing out all my details just on this corner right now. And then 2 days later, Reuben comes up and he's like, so what are you doing? I'm like, oh man, I'm just collecting love stories. I'm going to put them in this book called Love Stories. And because I think it just could be really good to put it out in the world around COVID and all this stuff. He goes, I'll tell you a love story. And he just goes, he smiles. And he goes, see the gold flecks on my teeth, that each sort of corner of his smile with his gold flecks on the what do you call that? The molars, I think, and with his gold flecks. And he proceeds to tell the story of how he just tough life, right? Tough life in New Zealand, this guy. Homelessness, parents not in the picture at times, raised by his grandparents. The most amazing grandparents you could ever dream of. And then they pass away. And it's the greatest, most heartbreaking thing for Reuben. And he gets flecks of their wedding rings and he fixes them to his teeth. And he smiles and he's like, see? And I'm like, yeah, man, I can see. It's really beautiful. And he had the most beautiful smile, like one of those just brighten your day type smiles. And then he goes, you see, bro, when I'm sad, and I'm sad all the time, I go to my bathroom mirror and I just smile. And my grandparents are with me again. And that's all I have to do. And I'm just like, holy, Reuben, I'm getting teary here, man. And he goes, don't cry, bro, don't cry. And he goes, I'll tell you when I cried the hardest. And I'm like, well, yeah, all right. And he goes, I lost the love of my life. And it was his high school sweetheart. And
how old was he, Trent, when you met him?
He's probably 16 at this time.
But how old, when you met him?
He'd be 26,
yep.
Reuben. And girl named Isis. Beautiful. Love of his life. Primary school love, goes right through into high school. As they're just nearing to go to his high school formal with Isis passes away from cancer. And And then she does, on her deathbed, says this thing called the pinky promise. She says, come here. And he's crying as he's telling. We're standing on the corner of bloody Adelaide and Albert Street. Two blokes just weeping as he's telling this story. And she pulls him to the bedside and she says, pinky promise. It was something they did in their relationship. Pinky promise, you will find another love. And you swear to me, pinky promise, you will find another love and forget me. And and he's telling me this and he goes, bro, I can't stop talking to her. Every day after I leave this corner, I go back to my car and I go, this was how my day was, Isis, and today was a tough day, Isis. And I'm like, man, you got to keep your promise. You made that promise, you know, maybe it's time to sort of, you know, keep the pinky promise and, you know, just start exploring. And he goes, I can't. He couldn't. And he goes, but I'll try, bro. I'll try. And then he tells me this, and I just go, give me that form. Here's my credit card details. And today I sponsor this kid named Eric. I swear to God, and he's from Uganda, and he's the brightest light of our life in our house. And it's the most amazing journey. And that all came because in our last words, it's all in the book, but our last words, this is life. This is no joke. This is not me, like, you know, egging this up or anything, I swear. And Ruben goes to me, you write to Eric after I've bought the child sponsorship. You write to me. You write to Erica, right? And I'm like, man, I will. And he goes, you promise? And I go, Eric. I go, Ruben, I pinky promise. Yeah, it was just beautiful life stories. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's cheesy. But yeah.
We love cheesy.
Yeah, I know.
I want you to tell us now a little bit about the response that you've had from readers. What sort of response have you had, Trent?
Like I swear, like I get like some really beautiful things about Boy Swallows Universe and All Our Shimmering Skies, but I'm not just like the things you get about love stories are just so deep. Like it's been really beautiful. Like things like I lost my son, 6 months ago, and thank you for showing me that there's still love in this world. That there's still light I can find. And I remember this letter, this woman saying, "I swear, Trent, you're a cheese ball, but thank you for reminding me. Like I'd really stopped. Like she'd stopped looking for love for like 15 years. And sorry for swearing. I know it's the Brisbane Bracken Ridge in me, but this is her saying this. She said, I didn't believe in that fucker, meaning love. And she said, thank you for this book because I'm going to let that fucker in. And I just thought that's so beautiful, isn't it? That's it right there. You just got to let that effing thing in sometimes, and you get battered around a bit by doing so. And the letters like that have been so amazing. But even just quirky ones, this girl wrote a letter about how, I swear to God, this is like, I put this on Instagram. This girl writes in and she goes, Trent, I was reading your book. I sat your book down. I was by a lake in Canberra. I sat your book down and a bee came along. And it was the most beautiful bee. It sat on the page, and I stared at this bee. She goes, 2 days later, I met the man of my dreams. He's a beekeeper.
Amazing.
I'm telling you, the world is amazing. It's just crazy. And stuff like that, like just little love stories that are just so beautiful. Yeah.
So I've just got a couple more questions before we open up to questions. So if you want to ask Trent a question, start thinking about them now. I've just got a couple more. I was wondering about what it was in you that made you really want to hear and record these stories. And at one point in Love Stories, you are telling someone about Boy Swallows Universe and about how that was based on your own life. When you were growing up, where you were deeply loved by drug dealers and other criminals, and you explained to someone that what the boy in that book was trying to work out is whether good love is still good love if it comes from bad men.
Yeah.
And you go on to say, because of my background, because of what I've grown up with, I've got fairly complex views about love. And I wondered, is that why you set about this project, to try and find some answers?
Oh, Nicole, that's such a wonderful question. The truth is, this is a thing that I try and tell people about the book. Like I know what it's like because I've seen it like firsthand to go without love for a long period of time, and the book addresses that. And like my old man's life was a tribute to his love that he messed up with my mum. Like it's just, he was so romantic, that guy. Like Australian sort of, a beautiful, best dad in the world, terrible drunk, miss him every second of my life. And every night, he'd get on the Terps and at midnight and kind of sing these horrible whale song type songs to my mum, and there was something so romantic in that. And even as a 10-year-old boy, I loved that guy so much because I saw the pain he was in. And I really believe in that kind of love, and that's so inspiring, that form of love. And it's, when I was a boy, I found love in a Steedon football, and I bet you there's thousands of kids across Adelaide who are finding love in bloody ballet slippers and Sherrin footballs, and you take your love wherever the heck you can get it. I got it briefly from a drug dealer when I was a boy, and it meant the world to me, and it's just, that's what we humans do, and that's what kids do. It's what we adults do. It's why it's so hard to kick people out of your life. So hard, and maybe you shouldn't, because love is so complex, and you shouldn't beat yourself up if you haven't had the strength to kick that person that you love out of your life, because love exists as this thing that is morphs, and it's so powerful and so beautiful, and it's just something. It is absolutely inside of me from a boy, that kind of sense of that, and it's like, yeah, why did I love Storm Boy, the book Storm Boy? Because the kid's in love with a pelican. And I saw myself in him, and it's so beautiful. And I love books for that reason, and I love any of those books that speak to that, these stories where people are finding love wherever you can get it. And this is just me absolutely leaning into that notion and just going, love is absolutely everywhere. Here's 200 examples.
And did hearing those stories and sharing them help you to answer your own questions about love?
Absolutely. It was so weird how many times anything I was processing in here and here came up on that corner, because it was exactly the same things everyone else was processing. We often got to the point of, damn, I wish I hugged my old man regularly. That just came up all the time. So many people coming up as you better go home, Trent, and hug those 2 daughters of yours. And I was like, I will, I promise. And it's yeah, okay, that's it. And Kathleen Kelly knew that. Trent, you don't write enough handwritten letters to people. You don't pick up the phone and tell your mum you love her enough. All of that stuff is actually why we're here. And, and it was just every time on that corner I kept being reminded of that.
All right, now seems to be a good time.
You're amazing. Thank you.
Sorry. If you have a question for Trent, come and line up behind the microphone, just where the lady in black's waving her hand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Trent, thanks. There's been tears. My question is, what difference would it have made if it had been a grey Olivetti rather than sky blue?
That's so funny. It's why do I keep saying sky blue? I say it because it's a link back to this love of this thing, Sky Whispers, and this idea that this thing's up there for us all. And I found a little connection there. I found something in it. Maybe it would have been a bit more Nick Cave-like if it was grey. But I actually took that as hope, and it was yeah, man, I do believe in that thing up there, because that's where I talk to all the ones I've lost and that I still love, and that was a really neat link. So yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, no difference though. It still types right. It still gets the ink on the white page, and that's all that matters.
Next question.
Thanks a lot, Trent.
Thank you.
My mother had a sky blue Olivetti typewriter.
Oh, no! Wow.
And you worked with my son at the Courier Mail.
Who was your son?
Michael Ray.
Oh, I love Michael Ray. Michael Ray. Please send him my love.
I will. I told him I'm here. Anyway, my question is, could you think of another subject that you could have sat on a corner and written about, not love? Could you have done it with hate? That would have been horrible, or war, or, could you have done another subject?
Oh, that's such a brilliant question. Clearly the mum of a journo right there. Here's the thing I want to do. it's a bit macabre, but grave stories. I swear, like I was this close to doing that instead of this. There's an amazing cemetery in Brisbane called Toowong Cemetery. It's got the most incredible stories and the most incredible love stories. But I want to sit, and I swear I'll do this after I finish maybe my next fiction book or something. But like I really need to go back to these non-fiction things regularly. It's so good for the soul and gets you out of here, and it's just really humbling and amazing. Anyway, what I want to do is spend like 2 months in Toowong Cemetery, right? And when someone's just for a lengthy amount of time, spending some time near a gravestone, I'm going to gently...
Yes.
This lady's howling. Just gently go up beside them. Gently.
With the microphone.
With maybe not with the recorder on, but just tap them on the shoulder and say, like, honestly, just quietly and just go, I'm sorry to bother you. But would you please tell me everything you miss about that person? And just listen. And I just like, so death, I think, is the other thing that I really think could be very powerful, just to sit and just... But, of course, when we talk about death, whenever we talk about it, we're talking about love. You know, it's... You know, we fear it because we fear losing love. We fear losing the greatest thing on this planet, the greatest thing we've ever harnessed together. That's why we fear death. And, you know, so it's such a beautiful thing to talk about. And I think that would be such a... And then within that, have little mysteries to solve as I'm sitting in that cemetery. You know, I thought that would be kind of a cool book, yeah.
Next question.
We all bleed red, right? So we're all humans. But do you reckon it's a different world when you might not live on the streets, but you're street focused? You know, like
Yep.
you're. It's something about.
Oh wow.
Living at street level, like it's a different world, because I experienced that because I've never owned my own car.
Right.
It doesn't make me a heroine or anything, but just that's how it is. Just that it's a different world, the way we might be discovering it in a park. Just different world between... If you'd gone up to a traffic light at a car, can you wind down your window and tell me your love story?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such an insightful question. Thank you. You're so right. Like putting yourself on, you know, like low. I was low on a chair and vulnerable, like incredibly vulnerable. A guy came up, and it's in the book. This guy comes up, and I think he was on something pretty strong, and he just goes, "I've got a love story for you. How about I bury your effing head in concrete?" I was like, "Oh man, what a way to go!" Like. And then I just hit him with the love. It's like, no, mate, I just want to know about the people you love. And he's like, "Ah!" He went away. But that was really, you know, and I think you're so right, to get down to the street and you see so much life. It's such an equaliser, you know, and you're out of, for me, you know, for my usual routine, suburbs of Brisbane, kids' school, back to the suburbs of Brisbane, back to my phone. You know, it's like, man, you're so right. You go walk, you know, walking, trains, buses. It's such a great way to see so much life. You're so right. Yeah, I totally agree.
Next question, please.
Thank you for coming back to Adelaide.
Oh, pleasure.
And thank you for your 3 books. Page 323, you say, things people say... Yeah, I read the book.
Love it.
Things people say when you take the time to listen.
Oh, yeah.
It is very sad that when I go to a cafe, restaurant, I sit and people don't talk because they're on the phone. They're attached to a device.
Yeah.
People mention to you or to me that they're very busy, but they're actually very busy on the device. My question to you, or your opinion, I would like to hear is, if you hear anyone telling you the story and they lose the partner because they were addicted to technology, or what's your opinion about grandparents losing the contact with grandchildren because they are on the phone?
Oh, it's such a great question, and the things... your things you miss. You know, I'm guilty of that, you know, with my own kids, you know, and like, you know, and sort of, you know, they're guilty of it with the other two people in the house known as their parents, you know, and but let me tell you about listening and conversation. The thing that often came up, and this is like whatever it is, and I don't know how long this has been around, but a recurring theme that happened on the corner was elderly widows coming up and sitting and saying to me, my children don't want to hear me talk about how much I loved my husband anymore. And I just thought that was so tough to hear, and it was so kind of beautiful and powerful about how we are as listeners. And I thought, wow, if you can't talk about your lost husband, what can we talk about as family or as loved ones? And yeah, it's such an interesting thing right now, how we process all that. That said, you know, these things, these horrible things, phones, I see such beautiful things as well in terms of my kids can easily send a message of love to their grandparents. You know, so it's sort of wonderful at the same time too. I don't know whether I'm answering your question, but it's like I can tell you one thing though, is like just listening is the greatest gift we'll ever give someone else. It's just an amazing thing to do for someone. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll do a quick question. Then, I don't know if anyone's up for singing. All right, okay, I think it's going to work. Okay. Well, we've got one more question.
One more question.
I'm going to just, it's so easy. I'll tell you this cool thing.
First of all, I just want to say thank you. I drove 7,000 kilometres in December and January to my daughter's wedding after not seeing her for 7 months, and love stories kept me in the car. Thank you for the diversity of the stories that you told, Trent. I thought that was really interesting. You know, I kind of work in the storytelling space.
Oh, thanks.
So that was really good. My question to you is, and it's probably where my background is, there were some people I know that you asked for their permission and you said, look, I'll email it to you before I publish anything.
Yep.
Of the 150, which you got down to 100, how many people did you say, because I mean, it's not like it's Boy Swallows Universe where it's your story to give.
Yeah.
This one is other people's stories to give. So how many people did you end up consulting with on the final version of their love story in your book?
Great question. There was probably about 30 who used their full names and had lengthy stories. So all of those people had to be, and they were amazing at actually helping making the stories better. I mean, all writers out there, I could. It's a journo thing anyway. It's always let that person work with you on the yarn. It's just such a powerful thing to do, and it helps you sleep at night too. There was some where they were so intense. The story about Sakura Tome, for example, she wanted to use her name. And I changed it to protect her, and sort of certain things. It's that delicate balance of trying to do the right thing by all. But yeah, I reckon if there's it was probably about 50-50 who read, and then others who were just like their name's not used, and it's just part of the wider story. Yeah, but thank you so much. Can I try this thing quickly? Really, it might work. I'm going to look like the biggest idiot if it doesn't. And that's fine. What's the worst thing that could happen? But when I was in Brisbane, right, we're launching this book, and we did this ridiculously cheesy thing because I looked out and I said it to Nicole. It's like, I'm going to do it, Nicole. But you got to help me if you don't mind. So I don't know if you're aware of this little band from Liverpool. 4 guys, around 1960s. It turns out they were right about everything. One of the things they were right about was a little song called All You Need Is Love. One lyric, it's the easiest lyric in the world to sing. And in Brisbane, we did it, right, in 1,000 of us. And there's about that here, maybe more. So if I was to do, and we got this thing in Brisbane called pub choir, right? And people just, you know what it's all about is just harnessing every shitty thing that has happened to you in the past 2 years, right? And turning it into something good. So I was wondering if I let us in a bit of a pub choir, and I'll give you the cue, and I'm going to split this crowd into 2 parts. It's the easiest pub choir of all time. And if you're up for it, we could really raise the roof. But before, I'm going to give you a cue, and the cue is, you'll know it. It's easy. And then you sing. Oh, man. Okay, and then that's what you sing over there, right? So we're going to split it down here. You guys sing that beautiful line. And over here, you're the amazing brass band. So you're John Lennon. Over here, you're the amazing brass band. And all you have to do is da-da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah, this is going to work. This is going to work. But before you do me a favor. Can you think of Ukraine? Can you think of COVID? Can you think of anyone you've lost? Anyone you love? Anyone you miss? Anyone you don't get to see? Anyone you struggled to see through the pandemic? I'll be thinking about my old man. I'll be thinking about my mum and my daughters and my wife. I'll be thinking about Nicole. And I'll be thinking about all of you. So this half John Lennon, this half brass band. Here we go. We might do it twice if it works. It's easy.
All you need is love.
It's working. Now together. Love. Love. Love is all you need.
Woo! Thank you.
You did it. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
That
Trent.
actually worked.
Thank you, Trent. Thank you, everybody. Please go and line up and buy this fabulous book. Give it to someone you love and go and get Trent to sign 2 copies for you.
Thank you so much, Adelaide. Thank you.
You did it.
Hi there, ladies and gentlemen. As you're aware, some sessions can be a little bit more crowded than others. I would like to remind you, please try to maintain some sort of COVID awareness. Wear a mask wherever possible, and try to, if you can, social distancing. A couple of other reminders. As I said, some of these sessions are going to be a little bit more crowded than others. Could we ask that you do not sit in the aisles at any stage? And also, could we keep the hill in front of the stage clear? The hill in front of the stage, could we please keep that clear as well? There is plenty of space to be sitting behind the stage, up the hill, or on the fringes. The sound is carrying to virtually every point. So we would ask that you keep the centre in front of the stage, the hill in front of the stage clear. 3. Yes. Oh, so many do. Another thing I would like to remind you, there is an assistive listening area right in front of the sound desk. If you need that, if you have a coil hearing aid, you could sit here. We would also remind you that seats are for people, not bags. Thank you. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, back again. Just reminding you, please, could we keep the area in front of the stage clear? We also have signing going on. It needs to be able to be visible to the people sitting down in the front row who are hearing impaired and need the signing to see. So that area just in front of the stage on the little hill, could we keep that clear? If by now you haven't got a seat near the front, you won't have a chance of getting a seat near the front, as it's obviously very crowded. Please do not sit in any of the aisles. There is room on the hill behind the stage. You'll find that the volume is fine up there. You'll be able to hear clearly. Also, to the far right or the far left, you will probably be able to find a seat. I would ask that that the hearing impaired area, that we keep the assistive listening area with some seats clear for those who need it if they have a hearing aid. And one further reminder, as I've said before, the seats are for people, not bags. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to ask something that we normally wouldn't ask anyone who is involved in Australian business, which is I'm going to ask you all to self-regulate, please. We obviously have a massive crowd for this session. Can I ask you all, please, if you are in a chair that is required for Auslan assistance or hearing assistance and someone needs that chair, could you please give it up? We ask that you keep the space in front of the stage clear and please do not sit in any of the aisles. We can do this. You will be able to hear Grace and you will be able to hear the session quite clearly from up on the hill or also at the back or over onto one or the other sides. But we do need to be self-regulatory here and basically make it a pleasant experience for all of us. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Adelaide Writers' Week. So my name is Jo Dyer, and I'm the director here for 2 more days. Yeah. So it's been an honour and a privilege. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are, of course, seated here on Kaurna land all this week at Writers' Week, unceded and enduringly Aboriginal land, a place where people have gathered and stories are being told for many thousands of years. So we pay our respects to their elders past and present, and we acknowledge their ongoing custodianship of this land. Now, it was back in 2017, another eon, it seems, that the world woke to the news that one of Hollywood's most powerful men, winner of multiple Oscars, major donor to the Democrats and self-styled industry underdog and champion of independent movie making, was actually a terrifying sexual predator who used the power that he wielded as one of the film industry's most successful and influential producers to prey on young women, often starting out in the industry. Harvey Weinstein's demise was a seismic moment, but an interesting thing about the cultural and political moment was that as the avalanche of stories spilled out into the open and the sheer scope and scale of what was occurring seemed revelatory, it became clear that many of the high-profile cases that were being reported on were, in fact, open secrets. They'd been known about for years in certain circles, and no one had done anything about them. As noted in the quarterly essay that's going to frame some of our discussion this afternoon, the behaviour of so many of the men whose secrets were known and kept wasn't deemed sexual assault, but rather just shit that happened to women. 2 very well-known women have joined us today to discuss this. Jess Hill is an investigative journalist and author of the groundbreaking Stella Award-winning book See What You Made Me Do, that gave us new insight into domestic violence. Oh, no, stop. And this powerful and rigorous quarterly essay from December last year, The Reckoning, How Me Too is Changing Australia. Grace Tame is last year's Australian of the Year. She's old news now. But she was elevated to that role for her advocacy as part of Nina Funnell's Let Her Speak campaign, which we'll talk a bit more about later in the conversation, and she is celebrated for her unapologetic advocacy. Woo! Yeah! Hell yeah! As we look back on 2021 and the revolution that seemed to sweep the country, fuelled by female rage, it's important to note that for a while it very nearly didn't, and the Me Too movement was nearly derailed in this country. While important conversations were happening in the US and starting to get underway in Australia, there remained a focus on high-profile scalps. And after a team led by Kate McClymont broke the story of Don Burke in The Age, for The Age and the ABC, News Corp were clearly worried that they didn't have their own scalp. Instead of months of patient work by investigative journalists leading to stories with multiple women telling their stories on the record, the Daily Telegraph's gossip columnist rushed to print with a punny headline about Geoffrey Rush playing King Lear, get it, who then elected to sue. Jess, did Australia's draconian defamation laws nearly derail the movement here? And if so, how?
A lot of people have run that narrative, and it's impossible to say whether we would have had an American-style outing of powerful men had it not been for defamation laws. I think, though, and I'm advised by defamation lawyers who I spoke to, namely Michael Bradley and Josh Bornstein, that actually what the Daily Telegraph did by outing a complainant against her wishes without even actually being in touch with her, and having not established the evidence before putting out the front page, they handed Geoffrey Rush a defamation trial on a platter. And later, the legal counsel for News Corp was at a press freedom breakfast with other notable, like Kate McClymont, Peter Grester, and I think had the gall to say that, if Harvey Weinstein had been a case in Australia, then he would still be producing films. And my sense of it was, if Harvey Weinstein had been reported on by the Daily Telegraph, he would still be making films because you did a crap job. And actually, to out powerful men for histories of sexual predation, you need to, as the lawyer Michael Bradley described it, you need to prepare the complainants who are featured in your story as though you're preparing them for trial. That's not just because we've got tough defamation laws, it's because it is a serious thing to out someone as a sexual predator in a national newspaper, and you need to have the evidence to back up your claims. So I personally think that case gave... boosted the confidence of other known men who have taken on defamation claims against their complainants. I also think, though, that we have a culture in Australia of mateship, for better or worse. And I don't think Australians were ready to have the type of mass outing of sexual predators, of known and admired sexual predators like we had in the States. The United States, for all of its flaws, has a culture of comparable transparency. I don't think, defamation laws or not, that would have happened, but in a way, that not happening created space for something, I think, much more seismic and long-lasting to occur, because actually outing individual perpetrators is not the end goal. The end goal is systemic change. And I think actually we have a chance at that is better than what's happened in the States.
Can I just point out someone who actually said our defamation laws are not fit for purpose during his time as Attorney General? Christian bloody Porter even said that. That's how bad they are here in Australia.
Look, that is true. He was saying they were not fit for purpose until suddenly they suited him.
Exactly.
Fit for this purpose, not that purpose.
Fit for a certain type of purpose. The law's capacity to silence women was playing out in a different way, though, for other survivors of sexual assault, wasn't it, Grace? And that was a law that was silencing you, and something that you and 16 other survivors then took on. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that campaign came about and the success that you ultimately had?
Yes, well, I was actually living in the States at the time, interestingly. It was back in 2017, and it sort of happened by accident. So my story is kind of complicated. It has many layers of injustice. There wasn't just the abuse itself that I suffered at the hands of this known serial pedophile who was at my high school from 1992 until 2011, when I decided to report him to police. And I was one of several victims of his. So there's that abuse in of itself, which was an injustice. And then he committed a second crime against me when he was released from prison on good behaviour, believe it or not, after only serving 1 year and 9 months of his 2-year and 10-month sentence, which he received for committing up to 30 counts of rape of a child, as well as possessing 28 multimedia files of child abuse material, which included 9 videos of adults engaging in sex with children. Yeah, and so he went to prison, and then when he was released from prison, while he was studying at the University of Tasmania on a federally funded PhD scholarship, yeah, shame, and actually he was put into student accommodation with fresh 17 and 18-year-old undergraduates. This is a 60-year-old at this time convicted pedophile. He boasted online about what he did to me, because somebody called him a pedophile, and because he was convicted of not the persistent sexual abuse of a child, he was convicted of maintaining a sexual relationship with a person under the age of 17. He was able to argue that he wasn't in fact a pedophile, but that he was just a person that had a relationship with an underage person. And he then went on to describe in very lewd detail what he did to me. And I can't, because I would actually be committing a crime if I described what he did to me, because it constitutes the production of child abuse material. But he went to jail again. And all this happened, obviously, while he was studying his PhD. So there are all these layers of injustice. And my mother, who grew up in a working class family and never got the opportunity to go to university, she was also studying at this university, because there's only one university in Tasmania, because obviously there's only like 50 people in Tasmania. And so all this was happening while my mother was studying at university, and because I'd buggered off to America to try to get away from all this trauma. I was a bit removed from it all, but we were really struggling to cope, and we just thought, this is so wrong, all these layers of injustice. And somebody reached out to us and said, hey, do you want to tell this story? Because it's just so wrong on so many levels. And they put us in touch with this fantastic journalist, Nina Fennell, who has a history of reporting on sexual assault and had quite a lot of success doing so. And so Nina and I connected, and we spent months and months at the beginning of 2017, going over all the layers of my story. And that's actually what led me to discover what the word grooming was for the first time, which was another sort of turning point for me, and what really inspired me to pursue a different kind of advocacy, because I thought, hang on, this is wrong. Why am I learning about this word for the first time 7 years after I've gone through this experience? When you go through a crime, or when we experience most things in life, we're sort of equipped with the vocabulary to explain what happened to us. Like if you're stabbed, for instance, you can say, I was stabbed, this is what happened, these were the circumstances. And then we also have the skill set to then ask for help, the appropriate help. But that's certainly not what I had. And so there was that part as well. But so I guess that's where Nina and I were at. We were documenting all the things that happened to me. And then we got to this impasse, because when we were about to go to print and Nina was about to share my story, and especially these layers of grooming, these complexities of the psychological manipulation, which people didn't seem to understand, especially because it was playing out through all these other layers of injustice. This man had sort of, obviously manipulated the university as well, and the community, because people were just giving him free passes left, right and centre. Because as we know, perpetrators don't just groom and manipulate their individual targets. They manipulate everyone around them, because it's not just a single act of abuse, it's an entire ecosystem of abuse, as I like to describe it. And so, when we were right on the verge of sharing my story, we discovered that there was this prohibitive law that stopped child sexual abuse survivors from publicly self-identifying. And I go, well, that's just another abuse of power that protects perpetrators, because perpetrators were not barred by the same restrictions. It was just the survivors. Now, how is that equal? Because perpetrators already have such control over the narrative. That's built in to their experience of the crime, is that they have the agency and control. And here again was that being played out, and the reasoning, the supposed reasoning behind it was to protect children from exploitative journalism. Exploitative journalism, the first front page headline that came out after what that man did to me was teacher admits to affair with student. I read that. My family read that. And I was 16. In fact, I read a glorified description of the exact moment that man locked me in a cupboard after I told him months beforehand that I was abused as a 6-year-old by an older child who asked me to undress in a cupboard beforehand. It's so messed up. It's so messed up how society has all these layers of victim blaming entrenched, codified at every level. And we just don't see it. We just allow it. We turn a blind eye. We sweep it under the rug, you know. And if it's not happening to us, it's okay. We just let it go. And that's how the Let Her Speak campaign came to be, I suppose, as the long-winded answer to that question.
That's a very good answer to that question, though. Very good answer.
Well, can I add to the tour de force that Grace just delivered, that, yes, victim blaming is codified into every layer of our society and into every system, but the work that you and others are doing and have done over the... I know, and others are doing and have done for years, but what has come to the surface, especially in the last couple of years, is an unprecedented community awakening to how that happens. And as you say, this ecosystem of abuse, where we have erred in our understanding of gendered violence, of child sexual abuse, of all these types of violence and control mechanisms, is we have looked to the incident to explain the whole. We've looked to the individual rape to explain the whole, the assault, the hit, instead of looking at the entire ecosystem, whether it be the grooming, whether it be the coercive control, whether it be the institutional betrayal, whether it be the betrayal of friends and family. That is the system of abuse that, to varying degrees, we are all a part of, and to an exceptional degree, we can all disrupt and change. So I just want to thank Grace and everyone who has worked in this area, because the awakening is happening and it's on.
Yeah, and that's why it was so important that there were 16 other brave survivors who lent their stories to the cause, and it is because it's a puzzle, and all those pieces of the puzzle were so vital, and breaking down these concepts of coercive control and grooming, as you said, it helps paint this picture, and I think that's what's been so important this year, and why I'm so keen to bring this concept of grooming to the fore. And one of the things that's been so rewarding for me is speaking with these survivors, who for so long could not explain the layers of psychological manipulation that they went through, people who were going to go to the grave with these stories of abuse because they didn't have the language, because it wasn't taught to me in school. That's the missing piece of prevention education. Why aren't we equipping kids with the knowledge? Knowledge is power. You know who has that knowledge? Perpetrators. That's messed up. That is the imbalance. That's why it's so frustrating that we've got these governments who are like, responses, reviews, reports, inquiries. Yeah, great. It's already bloody happened. Stop it before it starts, you idiots. Excuse me.
Well, I think that really has been the revelation of the work that you've been doing, Grace, hasn't it? It's been
not just me, though. People have been yelling into a void for a long time.
No, they absolutely have. This notion of prevention, I think, which is so important, and how to identify the process of abuse, and the fact that sexual activity is only one part of the whole process of abuse. And I think understanding the process has proven quite transformative, and the way that has been brought to the fore by the advocacy of you and others, how we understand perpetrators' modus operandi. You did a fantastic Twitter thread on this, which was just so clear and encapsulated so well. Can you talk a little bit about that, the process that you described there, and how you can, through knowledge, deliver power?
The grooming.
Yeah.
The layers of grooming. It's just sort of, it's actually not, it's not my intellectual property.
Sure.
It's something that I have adapted actually as my way of coping. When I first discovered it, it was quite a confronting thing to discover. There were two things that happened, because it was equal parts validating, to feel like, I wasn't alone, and this was textbook, but also, this was textbook. Why didn't someone fucking tell me this? Sorry, but that is the level of rage, Absolutely. Because, this guy was so good. at this stuff. And they are masters of this. And it was to the T, every single thing. It was like he had studied his PhD in this. And I mean, to an extent he had. One of the things that he was found with was not only this, collection of child abuse material, he had on his home computer a trophy file of all the girls that he collected over his 18-year tenure at the school. And guess what? All of them, like me, I come from a broken home. My parents were separated when I was 1. And my childhood was pretty unstable. My parents both loved me and I loved them dearly, but it was not a great way to grow up. I didn't have any consistency. I was 3 days here, 3 days there, and I think it's a misperception of me that I'm a rich white girl who went to a private school. I went there on scholarships. My parents are both from the working classes. My dad was a teacher, and my mum had to work really hard just to pay to get me to private school. And all the other girls in that trophy file, guess what? They were also from rural areas, or they were from broken homes, or, he was an expert. So the grooming phases, the first one is identifying a target. So picking someone who's vulnerable, and obviously children inherently are vulnerable. The second one is gaining trust. Befriending the target to lull them into a false sense of safety and security. Sort of as I described, my situation was at home was, it wasn't secure, and my parents both loved me, but I haven't talked about this a lot publicly because I don't want to upset my parents, but my mum worked a job where she didn't come home until like 7 o'clock at night, and I didn't spend a lot of time one-on-one with my parents, and there are gaps, and you can fill those in, if you will. And so to have that undivided attention was something that I was looking for, an adult figure, if you will, who gave me that time, was a novelty to me. And the third is filling a need, which I guess I sort of is self-explanatory, and I've sort of explained that there. And the fourth one is the isolation, and so that's actively breaking down the genuine connections that you have, driving wedges between people. And this pedophile was very, very nasty man, and actively undermined the already tenuous connections that I had. My mother was pregnant at the time with my now almost 12-year-old half-brother. He said, pregnant women, they're full of hormones. And he said pretty nasty things about my father, which I won't repeat. And other such things. He undermined his colleagues, said really nasty things about members of the female staff. He was a very sexist man, homophobic man as well, deeply racist man. Yeah. I mean, if you couldn't already tell, he wasn't a great person. Anyway, he's not getting a job anytime soon.
No. So some of that... Some of that, Jess...
Yeah. Being a child sexual abuse survivor advocate, it's a natural segue to stand-up comedy, I figure. Anyway, and he undermined relationships with my student peers as well. And then there was this the fifth phase, which is all of these phases are concurrent, so they're happening at the same time, and especially this fifth phase, because this sort of started at the beginning, and it's very, this is particularly insidious, and it's insidious for a reason, because it involves an element of gaslighting that plays into your self-doubt. and the sense of sort of conspiracy that they deliberately construct to sort of trap you in their world. And that is the sexualisation. And very early on, I remember him bringing up the concept of sex, and I suppose to test my boundaries. And now at the time, and this has been talked about publicly a little bit, but probably not very directly, I am autistic, and I was only diagnosed as a 20-year-old. And I don't... boundaries, I mean, I didn't really understand as a child, except maybe in the concept of tug of war. So I'm not really very good with boundaries. And also because of the way that I went from house to house, I lived my life just pleasing other people and making sure that they were okay, and I lived by the rules that other people set, and that's what I did. And so I never really considered what my own needs were, what my own boundaries were. I was just like trying to keep the peace wherever I went. And I just, I remember him like bringing up the concept of sex, and I just kind of went, whatever. This man's funny, weird, but that's okay, and I never thought too much of it. But that sexualisation is very gradual, insidious, and he peppered that into conversation here and there. And I remember him exposing me to sexual content like The Graduate, and then that being reinforced in a really eerie way with Simon and Garfunkel's music, which was, of course, the soundtrack to The Graduate. Those of you here in the audience who are of a certain vintage, not making any...
There's a few of us.
Of course, you remember like that one song, The Sound of Silence, the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within The Sound of Silence. And all you need to do to trigger me is put me in a little tiny room with, like 70s furniture and far out, right back there. It's gross. The sixth phase is, again, one of the concurrent phases. This is happening throughout the process of abuse, is the maintaining control, and that is the perfect balance that perpetrators are masters at striking, and that is causing pain, but also being the provider of relief from that pain. And again, that feeds into the self-doubt and the confusion. And this is where a lot of people who don't have an experience of abuse, they ask those ignorant questions. Why didn't you just leave? They're a good person, because it's not as simple as they just harm you. They also reward you. They also relieve you. They build you up as well as break you down. It's the cat and mouse. If anyone's ever owned a cat and watched them torture a mouse by letting them go just a little bit, but then right when the mouse feels like it has enough freedom or agency, it just puts its paw right back down on their tail. It's so cruel. That is exactly what a perpetrator is like. It's the cruelest thing.
And there's a lot about that, Jess, that's actually very similar to what perpetrators of domestic violence are also doing. That's what really struck me hearing Grace talk and having reread your book in the last sort of week or so, particularly around the isolation and the kind of the breaking down of self-esteem and so on. So whilst the targets are potentially different, there is a continuum of behaviour.
And the providing, and exactly what Grace is saying about the feedback loop, that all of this is happening simultaneously. And I think that being the bringer of pain, shame, isolation, degradation, and then the bringer of relief. Because especially, I think, in intimate partner relationships, often that first phase is one of like quite intense love, and where so many victim survivors, not all, but it is really common to them say, I never felt so loved, so boosted, so understood, like this person was right inside me, like they were the closest thing I'd ever had. And then to have that person then degrade, threaten, shame, project their own shame on you, and do this in a constant feedback loop. It's like the only person who can ever absolve you of that shame is the person who gave it to you. Only that person will never absolve you of that shame. But that's what so many people who are subjected to this wait for. Yeah. And they are held in this suspended animation. And I think what's been really powerful about Grace's work, and what I'm really looking forward to now that all of the hoopla of Australian of the Year has like passed, and that there's so much work going on from so many different people in these seemingly disparate sort of areas of child sexual abuse, of intimate partner violence, of sexual harassment, but with so many similar themes around the systems and the feedback loops that occur to entrap people in these scenarios and in these dynamics, that we are going to, together, start to really help the community understand how these systems work so that they can better prevent themselves from being entrapped in it, so they can better identify it when it's happening. It's very hard, even when you know what it looks like, to identify when it happens, because the nature of coercive control, the nature of grooming is to make itself invisible. It is like a sleight of hand from a magician. But it's not impossible. And I know Grace would have had feedback. I've had feedback from people inside coercive control relationships who, once they have had it explained and who, once they really get it, start to just get this little chink, this little gap where they can see something is going on here that I am starting to be able to put words to. And it can take a long time. It can take months, years, decades. For some, it will never happen, but it's possible. And as Grace says, knowledge is power. It's the good kind of power. It's the kind of power that we need more of. But also, and I'm not saying for child sexual abuse predators and pedophiles, but for some people who are perpetrating this type of thing in intimate partner relationships particularly, sometimes they don't know what they're doing. They don't know that they are replicating the same systems as people with very direct consciousness are inflicting this on people. So sometimes the language for them also helps them identify what they're doing. So this is a huge waking up that the community is going through, and I find it profoundly hopeful.
And on the issue of prevention, I mean, what I found interesting about the reckoning, as it were, and indeed some of what you describe in your essay, Jess, is it's about trying to relieve the burden, if you like, from the individuals and look at the systems that are protecting perpetrators. And in particular, just touching on the issue of harassment, you talked about how there was an employment lawyer, Samantha Manguana, who migrated here in 2019, and she was shocked at how far behind our workplace cultures were, for example, how archaic they were that allowed debilitating harassment to flourish within them. And Kate Jenkins documented that in her first of the very pivotal reports that she's produced recently, commissioned by Kelly O'Dwyer in 2018. What was Kate's findings, particularly in relation to what we could do about active prevention of harassment in the workplace? Can you tell us about that and what its current fate seems to be?
Well, it's the Respect at Work inquiry, the report that came from that and the 55 recommendations that stem from it. It's actually one of those rare examples of a report that was actually really useful and a review that absolutely needed to happen. I remember reading the Respect at Work report from cover to cover, and as someone who's been steeped in this for many years now, I shouldn't be shocked, and it takes a lot to shock me. I put that report down and was just sick to my stomach about what is going on in workplaces across the country in every conceivable industry. Worst of all, media and arts, with 81% and 83% of women and men being sexually harassed within arts and media. But what that report really looked at was the ecosystem in which this happens and how we can change that ecosystem. That's why 55 recommendations, they're not meant to be like a lucky dip, like let's close our eyes and just pluck one out and, see how that works. It's not meant to be sliced and diced. It's meant to be brought in as a package because it sees sexual harassment as it works as an ecosystem and it solves it from that system's perspective. The central recommendation that people have focused on as a key intervention point, because in systems, even though you have all of these necessary reforms, sometimes there are key intervention points that will create a massive change, is the positive duty on employers to prevent sexual harassment from happening. Now, when I heard that statement, I was like, what the hell is a positive duty? I don't understand what that means. So it actually took a little while to understand. What it means is it's putting sexual harassment on the same par as workplace injury as something that employers have a responsibility to prevent from happening, a legal responsibility. Now, if we cast our eyes back to the early 20th century and workplace injuries, we'd be looking at a society that saw workplace injuries much the same as we see sexual harassment now. Unavoidable, unfortunate, sad you got your arm cut off in a factory, but, well, you're just a worker. You know, we'll get another one. Yeah, exactly. And it took decades of unions and workers absolutely pounding the streets to get those laws changed. Now we don't have that happening so often, or not as a routine, run-of-the-mill type of thing. That's what Kate Jenkins wants to do with sexual harassment. She is a visionary sex discrimination commissioner. She knows that the moment that we are in right now is a rare one, and she is absolutely taking advantage of it and doing everything within her power to make this culture-changing moment stick, because cultures change this way, they change that way, the wind blows, an event happens, culture changes in the opposite direction. We can't just put all our eggs in the culture-changing basket. It needs to be in reform, in legal reform, in legislative reform, and it needs to happen at the level of government, not at the level of individual workplaces. And I think that's why, you know, Grace and others are doing that work at the legal level. That's where it has to happen.
Now, the government to whom Kate Jenkins delivered her report was somewhat different from the one who had commissioned it under Malcolm Turnbull and Kelly O'Dwyer. And Samantha Manguana, was surprised by how far the UK was behind the UK our corporate culture was. People like Malcolm Turnbull and Julia Banks had been saying, business people prior to entering Parliament, that our parliaments were even further behind than our corporate culture, which is pretty scary. Clearly, the change of leadership in that interregnum period had an impact. Leadership matters. And the attitudes of our political leaders in this sensitive area was found to be dramatically wanting. Grace, you've had to deal with the government quite frequently over the last year. What would you say your experience was trying to deal with the current government as you tried to educate them and the rest of Australia about the critical and sensitive issues? Or is it all in the eyelashes right there?
I reckon I have to say shit. Oh dear, it's been an interesting journey. And I've got to admit, when I stepped onto that stage on the 25th of January last year, I was pretty politically naive. I reckon now I'm an optimist. I came out there and, when I entered this space, I still do. I actually try, despite what the media says a lot about me, certain people in the media, Andrew Bolt, Mark Latham, they try to say that I'm divisive, and I do want to work with people on all sides. I'm actually, believe it or not, apolitical. And I believe in being able to put differences aside in the spirit of progress when you've got a common goal, especially when it comes to the abuse of children. That transcends politics. But you also have to draw a line in the sand at some point, and a certain person is not authentic, to say the least.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Nice. Well, look, I think that...
I've sat down with politicians on all sides. I've met with a lot of people throughout the year, and Max and I have just established the creatively named Grace Tame Foundation.
You won't forget it.
Look, we tried to come up with another name, and we just we found it's quite difficult, because especially when you're dealing with a really sensitive topic, and you come up with a name, and there's lots of foundations that are already established, and you get something that's too close to something else, run the risk of anyway. But we're determined to do the work that we need and work with whoever we have to work with, because as I said, that the goal is more important than anything else. But we've found that certain people, certain groups are more concerned with maintaining power and control than running the country.
Well, I mean, I think Jess...
Yeah,
and that's sad.
literally in a nutshell.
And that's the sad truth. And I don't want that to be the case, you know. And as I said, I stepped off that stage and I entered this space with hope in my heart, and I've still got that hope. It's, you know, there's a little bit of cynicism mixed in there now, but you know, I'm still going to keep doing what I'm doing. You know, but that's the sad truth. And you know, I received a threatening phone call, and you know what? It wasn't an empty threat. I didn't share this at the National Press Club, but you know what the threat was from that person who phoned me? Was that they wouldn't support the foundation if I said something about the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And therein lies the rub.
And that's the rub.
That's why what Grace has been doing this year in terms of speaking honestly comes as quite a surprise for a lot of people, because a lot of foundations, a lot of parts of the sector who are government funded cannot speak with that type of, be that candid, because they rely on government funding.
That's right. Yeah.
And it pains the people who are in those positions. What Grace has done seems so outrageous to some people because they're not used to hearing it, because everyone else has just been trying to keep the water from submerging the people that they're working with, you know, just trying to keep it at bay, keep enough government funding so the whole thing doesn't go under. But Grace doesn't have to do that, and that's why she's so powerful and so effective.
But to me, I tell you a little story. To me, because to me, it's, excuse my English, I swear a lot, and I warned the National Australia Day Council when they...
Yeah. You told us you were a bogan.
My mum would be upset, you know, because my mum's a lovely, lovely lady, but I'm a little bit rougher around the edges than my mum. She says, you don't have to swear, but I can't help it. Because to me, it's the same shit that I saw with this pedophile. You know, as I said, not only, you know, was he a mastermind at his behaviour, you know, and he had all these victims before me, but the school knew. They knew about these girls. There was staff there that told. The first girl was in 1993. And the male principal at the time, there was a female principal that came after him, but the male principal at the time was told about this girl. And you know what he did? He went round to this pedophile's house with a slab of beer and he said, oh, could you tone it down? It's the same shit. People smile and they just, you know, they just excuse it. And it's... You know, I saw it over and over and over again. There were people that actually, I believe, knew it was happening when it was happening to me. And they pretended that everything was okay. And a lot of people that I've spoken to who are abused never actually stood up to their abusers. But I did. Not only did I report this pedophile to police, I did something that I never thought that I would do, and this is what actually I remember whenever I think that I can't do something like frown at the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Whenever I think I can't do something, I remember this day. And I was terrified when I did this. But this is what I draw on when I need self-belief. I was terrified of this pedophile. He wasn't just a pedophile. He was a soldier in South Africa, a South African man. He told me stories of killing people. So he's also a murderer. I actually stood up to him 4 days before I reported him to police. I'd been submissive. He'd never seen my true rage towards him. But as he sat in his office chair, I pointed a finger at him. I was crying my eyes out. I started yelling and screaming, and I told him exactly what I thought of him for the first time. I told him I thought he was a monster. And I told him I thought he was pure evil and that I hoped he died. And I pointed to a picture of his own children who were twice my age at the time. And I told him I hated him for what he had done to me and for what he was doing to them too. I told him that, and I will always remember that. And you know what? So will he. So my fear of upsetting the apple cart died that day, and it sure as hell died publicly standing next to Scott Morrison.
Well, that does seem... That does seem really to encapsulate a lot of what a lot of women were feeling over
Women
the
and
last
men.
12 to 18
Women
months.
and men. It's all of us. It's all of us. You don't have to participate in this trivial, superficial continuation of mindless abuse culture just for the sake of civility.
No.
You know what? Rudeness is subjective, but hypocrisy is self-defeating.
I think it was over the last 12 months that we really saw how far our parliaments were from setting the standard. And there were so many women, in particular, some men too, who last year did say, enough is enough. And they were able to really get back our version of the Me Too movement, if you like. And there was, what you describe in your essay, the resurgency of it began, didn't it? And there was an insurgency and a resurgency that was happening at the same time over the course of the last 12 months.
And you became a big part of that, Jo. Your friendship and your loyalty and your steadfastness and your courage have been central to this story. And I know, well,
Big
anyway,
part.
yeah, a huge part. Because it's about people who are willing to risk their comfort to establish a new normal. And that's what both of you are doing. It's something that it keeps me engaged in this subject matter. I don't have a history of abuse or gendered violence. I write about this because I get to be around people like you guys, and it makes life something so much bigger than what I had before on that personal level. I think what people got a sense of last year was together we can actually do this. We can actually bring about this change. Together as a community, as the people who are taking the risks on a public stage, this does not have to be unavoidable. It does not have to be what we all just put up with. And it is central to us being able to address the major problems that are besetting us. Everything from racism, from climate change to gendered violence, everything that is threatening to overwhelm us as a society. Coming together and understanding and seeing how it works and putting something at stake to change it, that is what is in all of our power to do, and it's what we must do. Because I'm sure many of you, I came from Sydney last night. No one has ever seen flooding like what is happening in New South Wales and Queensland. The rain that is falling out of the sky doesn't stop. I've never been afraid of water like I have been in the last week. It's the same fear that I had of the bushfires in 2019 and 2020 in my family who were down south, and for the billion animals who perished. This is what is at stake. All of this is interconnected. This is the system that we are all living in. It's not just gendered violence. It's not just any one of these issues operating in isolation. And this is what we all have to stand up and say, no more. We are going to overthrow this old way of thinking, these dominated cultures that produce this type of result, and we are going to come together, and instead of just letting the world go off a cliff, we are going to salvage it back.
And I think that is, if anything, that is the key thing that we have heard from so many of our speakers here this week, is that when leadership fails, when we are failed by our leaders, then it is incumbent on all of us to continue to step up and to say we as citizens are going to do something different. Grace, that's clearly been such a motivation for you and the fact that you have stepped up with your brothers and your sisters and so many others alongside you, but nonetheless the leadership role that you have had foisted upon you in many ways as first Tasmanian of the Year and then Australian of the Year. I mean, your life has been transformed. How have you been throughout that process? And you've obviously had Max steadfast beside you, and you have given such strength to so many. But I hope through it all, you too have felt the support and the solidarity that we all have for you, and how we admire what you have done.
Oh, thank you. Now, I don't think we're going to have time to go to questions, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. We did start a little bit late, and I apologise for that. But also, some of what obviously we've talked about today has been very sensitive for people on this stage and off. So I want to thank Grace for everything you've done, but for being here today. Can I?
You can.
Can I
You are going to
just-
have the final word
No,
for sure.
yeah, no, and that is to thank the people of Australia for your generous support of people like me, but also all the people that came before me. Because an advocate is only as successful as their supporters. Because one thing to have a message, it's another thing for it to be so warmly received and carried on. And I wouldn't be here, and all the people that do the work around me wouldn't be here if it weren't for people like you who actually just carry it along. So, thanks.
I want to thank Jess as well. Her essay is masterful. I just threw this away about halfway through because they were so much more interesting than anything I had to say. But I really do recommend you buy this because it is a wonderful account of what we've all been living through over the past few years, and Jess will be there to sign it too. And I want to thank our wonderful interpreter who's been doing such a good job too. So thank you all very much for coming. Go buy the book. We've got one more session here today and one more day tomorrow of the 2022 Writers' Week.
Thank you.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. That self-regulation thing worked really well. We'll ask you to stick with it. Please be aware of the COVID plan that is being maintained for Writers' Week. Wear a mask wherever possible. It's not mandatory, but it's strongly recommended. We would ask that you do not move any of the chairs from where they've been placed. They've been placed there for a reason. Could we also ask that you keep the area in front of the stage clear? If you need a hearing aid loop or assistive hearing, there is an area in front of the mix position in the central block where there are 3 rows of assistive hearing available. Also, could you be reminded that the chairs are for people, not for bags or jumpers or things. Obviously, everyone would like to get a good view. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this afternoon's session. And we begin by acknowledging the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains, and we pay respects to their elders and recognise their cultural heritage, their beliefs and their relationship with the land that is of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. There is a COVID message. I apparently need to reinforce some conditions. I don't want you to breathe for the next hour. Would you mind, or if you are going to breathe, would you breathe into your elbow occasionally? Please maintain social distance. Yes, you're beautifully socially distanced. There are about 1,000 people here socially distanced. Wouldn't you say, Tim?
I reckon so.
You have to acknowledge the extraordinary discipline of every second person being socially distanced to every second person, but not to the person next to them. After the session, Tim will be signing books over there in the bookshop, and it's time for us to get underway. Tim is an historian and critic of architecture who has lived...
Right.
How's that? Does
That's
that get
good.
past the censors?
That's good.
Who has lived with this story for 30 years?
Yes.
And this year wrote it down.
Finally.
In this book, The Death of Dr. Duncan, which is a book, yes, it is a book, but it is actually really a tightly packed explosive device which once again blows open this case. I didn't think that I would be capable of being as angry again about the Duncan case as I was when I read this book, and of course, when I saw Watershed. I have to apologise at this point. There were half a dozen powerful reasons for me to come to the Adelaide Festival, to leave the perfect climate of Sydney and come here to the discomforts, the traditional discomforts of Adelaide in this season. One of those reasons was Watershed. Another of those reasons was this panel. And another of them, with an unfortunate clash, is the opera, which is at 6 o'clock. So at about 10 to 6, I'm going to evaporate, and Joe Dyer is going to take my place to handle questions. And I regret that because I'm gentle with an audience, I'm understanding and patient, I'm known for it. That's why they invite me back and back to the Adelaide. But Joe is hard. She's hard. So my apologies, I'll be disappearing at a certain point. Tim, how close are we sitting here to the scene of the crime?
We are so close, you could probably walk there in 2 minutes.
Keep going.
Right, okay, that's a great start. Thank you for your comment. So I'm pointing straight through just over Victoria Drive, and if you walk down to the riverbank, and you'll see a set of concrete steps, and that's very, very close to where it happened.
Tell us about the geography of the riverbank on that night.
When people hear the word beach, they think straight away of toilets and sex out of doors or indoors in the toilet, but this was an extraordinary space, this what was called the number 1 beat, which had operated from as early as 1910. So it stretched from City Bridge all the way on the southern riverbank down to the University of Adelaide footbridge, in fact past the footbridge sometimes, and it's a huge space. And yes, people did go to the toilet, had sex there or had sex out of doors, but sometimes they'd meet someone who'd driven here and they'd go home with them. But beats are complex organisms, and this was a social space as well. This was a time when men came just to meet like-minded men and talk to them. It wasn't just about sex.
And beats don't exist anymore, do they?
They've kind of...
I mean, you've got Grindr.
I can't talk from personal experience, but there's no question that Grindr and Tinder have... you can have someone at your front door in about 5 minutes. Whereas in the old days, yes, you had to come here, you had to risk getting bashed, you had to risk going to jail, and it was very dangerous.
And at this time in Adelaide, we're talking about exactly 50 years ago, the police were actually getting busier policing the beats. What was that about? Have you any idea?
It's... I try and draw out the issue as much as I can in the book. There's a wonderful book that Dino Hodge wrote about Don Dunstan. It's his political biography, and it really examines the issue in greater detail if anyone's interested. But it's this extraordinary situation we have where the taxpayers of South Australia are paying SA police to enforce law and order and to protect its citizens, and what they're doing is actually bashing them and throwing them in the river, because this is a time when male homosexual acts are criminal in public and in private. So it's a very unpleasant and scary time for homosexual men.
I wonder if there is a rule of which the Duncan case is a beautiful example, that just before great social reforms occur, and indeed spurred by it, the police have got completely out of hand. It's true of the Mardi Gras in Sydney. I think it's true of the Duncan case here. It's true of the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. Reform is actually driven by the misbehaviour of the police.
Yes, Duncan's death was an extraordinary trigger. It caused so much distress for the community. He was a law lecturer. I have to say that it could have been a different response if he'd been a working class man, but he wasn't. He was a respected academic, and you have to remember that within 11 weeks of his death, there's the first bill introduced, a private member's bill introduced into the Parliament by a Conservative member, the Liberal and Country League Party member, to decriminalise male homosexual acts. It has an almost immediate effect.
We should not, however, be surprised that it was a Conservative politician who took the first step. It so often is, actually. And of course we remember, don't we, that about 4 weeks ago, the Labor Party in Canberra, while voting to protect gay and transgender children, would not vote to protect gay employees of faith organisations, which includes not just teachers, but gardeners and cleaners and brain surgeons. The Labor Party of Australia will not, at this point, actually protect them.
I should give a shout out, though, to Don Dunstan, because it is absolutely true that yes, thank you, David, that was completely true. In 1965, Don Dunstan actually tried to move for decriminalisation and, in fact, got it past the Cabinet. He was then newly appointed Attorney General, but he was blocked by the Labor caucus. So Labor did make that first attempt, but there's no question the second attempt was a man called Murray Hill, who was extraordinarily, I call him the hero of the piece in relation to law reform in 72, and I'm sure he came under attack from his Conservative colleagues in Parliament.
And let's not forget that night where the bill would have got through, except that a member of the Labor Party just didn't hear the bells. I mean, if you're a member of Parliament and you're in the Parliament building, I mean, you can just not hear the bells sometimes. You're supposed to be expelled from the party for not hearing the bells, but he just didn't hear the bells and couldn't get to the vote.
That was the 73 bill, yes.
So the bill failed?
The bill failed in 73 and succeeded on the third attempt in 75.
Yeah. Look, let's go back to the night.
Right.
Let us go back to the night. The evidence is in so many ways contradictory. The evidence is contested in so many ways. But you have been looking at it, living and breathing it, for 30 years. And I would like you to tell the story of that night as you believe it actually happened. And as it happens, I've written the first sentence.
Thanks, David.
On Wednesday, the 10th of May, 1972, members of the Vice Squad were farewelling one of their own at the King's Head Hotel, while in his lonely room at Lincoln College, Dr. Ian Duncan put his wallet on top of the wardrobe, picked up his car keys and headed for the beat.
So, first of all, let's just quickly pick up Dr. Ian Duncan. He was not Dr. George Duncan as everyone knows him. He was actually known by his second name. So that's a correction of the historical record. Dr. Ian Duncan. Yes, Ian Duncan did leave his wallet on his wardrobe, which would indicate some kind of caution. He got into his white Vauxhall Viva, and I don't know in what depth you want me to go into.
I would like the number plate.
The number plate, RTY 282. He drove and in fact parked his car again. It's about a minute's walk away. It was 3 bays up on King William Road. So it was interesting that he didn't park on Victoria Drive itself, which was normally if you were wanting to pick someone up, you could see someone and flash the lights in your car. So very cautious. Now, the problem we have is...
But firstly, Tim, how had he dressed for his night on the beat?
Good question. Very formally attired. He left his overcoat in the back of the car, but otherwise he was dressed formal trousers, shirt, tie, cufflinks. We have the footage of the body being retrieved from the Torrens, which is gruesome. We'll get to that. So parks the car, and the problem is that I can't tell you how he entered the beach. We don't know whether he walked down and went straight to the toilet to see if there was anyone in the toilet that may interest him. Did he have a sexual liaison? We don't know. Did he walk along here and decide that he had... I mean, he'd been here 7 weeks.
In Adelaide.
In Adelaide. Perhaps he had been going to the beat a lot and knew it well and
now,
knew
Tim,
how it
I'm
operated.
going to have to discipline you here very severely.
Sorry.
I want to know what we know. What you believe.
What I believe.
There are mysteries, but let's...
Oh, David, honestly.
Yeah. He's hating this process, and I'm loving it. Tim, so Duncan enters the beat.
Yeah.
What time do you think it is about?
It's around 11 o'clock.
Right.
It's around 11 o'clock, and there's another man who enters the beat, and his name is Roger James. He's significant. He's the only witness to the events. He says that he goes down to the riverbank, he lights a cigarette, and then a man approaches him. And I do believe him, so that's why I'm relating this. A man approaches him from the right and says, "Do you take it or give it?" Which is
we
rather...
don't need to explain that.
No, I think people understand that. No. He had a sense that this was possibly not another homosexual, was rather crass, and also the man was again formally attired in a suit. So while that was going on, noises behind, and a man is being dragged down a pathway which comes down at an angle, and it's Duncan. He doesn't obviously know, well, he says he doesn't know Duncan. He's surrounded by 3 men who are dragging him down. He makes no sound, he doesn't cry out. They come to the lower path, which is where James is conversing with this other man. They come up, James says he steps back, and they throw Duncan in. Duncan goes in strangely, almost horizontally. He has striations on his back. He makes no sound as he goes in, and he makes no sound as he drowns.
Could he swim?
It's a very interesting question.
He was brought up in Australia for a number of years. He went to a Melbourne school. I can't imagine them having a kid at the school who couldn't swim, but...
It's always been assumed that he couldn't swim, but actually he went to Melbourne Grammar for 10 years, and it's very unusual for a school where, sporting prowess would be as important as academic achievement, that he didn't learn to swim. And in fact, it was played out quite well in Watershed. I'm sorry, I'm aware a lot of people didn't get to see it, but because
demand extra performances.
Yes, it's worth saying.
Demand them.
So James explains that what he sees. So I haven't said that Duncan's thrown in. Could he swim? He certainly made no sound, and he didn't splash. He certainly didn't try and swim back. When James is pushed in, because the man who's talking to him joins with the other 3, and instead of Duncan was pushed in frontally, James is pushed in backwards. He breaks his ankle as he goes in. He surfaces. He can see the other man, Duncan, is in distress. He cries out, he tries to get out, and those bastards, I'm sorry, but that's the only way to describe them, come back and push him back in.
This is James.
This is James.
Yes.
So James is there with his broken ankle. He cries out again that the other man is in trouble, and the man who originally was talking to him strips down to his Y-fronts and actually dives in to the river.
Have you any idea how long it was between throwing Duncan in and this person, one of the throwers, going in to see what had happened?
I think it's just a couple of minutes.
Right.
But at this point, James says that he sees the water about here, just under Duncan's nose, so it's just going straight into his mouth. But the key point is the arms, and Duncan was he was an Anglo-Catholic and very devoted to his faith, and his arms are just stretched out almost to God. So does that tie in with can he swim or not? It's an interesting question. The man dives in. It's about 10 past 11. It's dark. The Torrens is muddy. They can't find him at this point. He's actually gone beneath the water. He climbs out, says, I can't find him, and his craven killers basically just scarper east.
Now, at this point, let's just pop back for a moment to the King's Head Hotel.
Yep.
This was a group of Vice Squad members farewelling a member of the Vice Squad, and things are said at the King's Head Hotel.
There is Mick O'Shea, who comes forward later, says that there's clearly discussions about flicking poofters in.
Into the river.
Into the river. The party started at 6 o'clock. They're down here. Well, there's certainly policemen down here at about 11. They've been drinking probably the whole time. They're probably pissed. They're probably feeling like they'd like to bash someone. And so Corley and Clayton do come down here, and are seen actually by several of their uniformed colleagues, so they're identified.
So there were police actually at the beat?
There was a man, there's actually a small police station just down there that's still there, and there was a uniformed officer there who actually saw Corley and identified him. And Corley also identified him. When he saw Corley, Corley said, F off, F off. And it was Constable Harris, and he thought the strong sense was that Corley was there doing his job, which was to monitor homosexuals.
Corley's rank was?
Constable.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Corley sees that there are two uniformed officers sitting in a car on this side of the Victoria Drive, and he goes up to them and tells them to clear off.
Yeah.
They're buggering up. You're buggering up our poofters on the riverbank.
Yep.
That's what he said.
Next morning, the body was found and withdrawn from the river, and then the press turned up.
Yes, it's a horrific tale. The link, thankfully, it was filmed and it's available if you want to see it, although it is very distressing. It was a Channel 7 cameraman. He used to listen to the police on his radio, and he rushed down, and they had just pulled the body out, and the rigor mortis had set in, so the body's coming out, and it's like this. And so they put the body back in the river, and...
Yes, Channel 7 got there a bit late.
Just a bit late.
You'd understand this. You don't get cooperation like this with the police these days, but Channel 7 got there a few minutes late, and so the police graciously threw the body back into the river so that it could be filmed. Am I right? Could be filmed being taken out.
Absolutely. The police, it seems, thought it was a drunk who'd fallen in. I mean, who cares what it was, the reason the body was there? It was the most appalling act of desecration. And yes, they put the body back in, pulled it out again, and it was filmed by Channel 7.
The body was then taken away for an autopsy, and while a good deal of attention was paid to the lungs, and it was clear that the person had died by drowning, a great deal of attention was also paid to his anus. Could we talk about that?
Sorry, well, this is probably going to get a bit uncomfortable for some people, but...
No, we've all got one.
Okay, right. Well, do you have a funnel-shaped one? That's the question. So
Yeah.
The autopsy was carried out by Dr. Colin Manock, who I'm sure many of you would know in relation to several cases, especially Henry Keogh. Back then, he testified at the inquest, and the coroner accepted that Duncan was a homosexual because the autopsy revealed he had a funnel-shaped anus. And the extraordinary thing is that goes back to a book that was written in the middle of the 19th century, completely discredited, which said that passive homosexuals had not only the funnel-shaped anus, but wide, protruding hips. And men who practiced fellatio had crooked mouths, short teeth, and thick lips.
And as I look around this audience now... Not really funny at all. That was considered to be essential evidence when the inquest was held.
It was accepted. His evidence was accepted, and that was basically the evidence that the coroner used to conclude that Duncan was homosexual.
But there was something about this town provoked by this, provoked to rage. And what do you reckon it is about this town where this case became a cause célèbre, became a cause?
It comes back to what I was saying earlier. Academics were really highly respected. The University of Adelaide, where Duncan was teaching kicked into action, and his professor Horst Luca, who was extraordinary, followed the case.
What a fine man.
He was amazing. He wrote to the police commissioner and asked very pointed questions, especially when quite soon, within about 10 days of the death, there was a front page story in the Advertiser which was saying that Vice Squad officers had been interviewed and the suspicion of police involvement in Duncan's killing was just horrific.
And that was 10 days, and it was the Advertiser. Talk about the role of the Advertiser in this whole case.
The Advertiser was extraordinary. It's not a newspaper I bother to read nowadays, but back then they had obviously an incredible editorial team. They followed the case. I mean, this is back when it was a broadsheet, and they went to the inquest and they must have sent someone to transcribe it. It was almost verbatim evidence, whole broadsheet pages.
It was called shorthand.
Yeah. Shorthand, thank you.
Yeah.
In the old days. But also they were incredibly powerful in supporting law reform. They stepped in 72 when Murray Hill came forward, and they supported it in 73, and they supported it in 75, and they wrote numerous editorials, and yay, the Advertiser. I mean, this was another time, and they really made a difference.
How early on was it known generally that 3 members of the Vice Squad had refused to answer questions put to them, and 1 member of the Vice Squad had refused to give authorities his number plate on the grounds that it might incriminate him?
It all got a bit silly when it got to the inquest. So a third officer called Hudson, who was actually a senior constable, so he was 37, he was about 12 years older than Corleen Clayton. Corleen Clayton were called in and really actually given a grilling. The police actually did follow it through. And Corleen Clayton were young enough that they answered the questions. Hudson walked in, refused to answer the questions from his inspectors.
From the get-go?
From the get-go. And then by the time it got to the inquest, they had clammed up, but it was really good. The original interviews were actually taken into evidence at the inquest, and we've actually got the full report of them.
But they didn't admit to the crimes in those interviews?
They certainly did not.
No. So from very early on, Adelaide knew that there were 3 members of the Vice Squad refusing to give answers to questions because it might incriminate them. Those 3 members of the Vice Squad were soon departed the Vice Squad?
Yes, they were suspended and eventually resigned. And we have to remember now, while we're talking about the 3 men that we know of, there was a 4th man. So the 4th man that approached James, he's still a completely mystery fellow. We don't know who he was. He's never been named.
A 4th man who took part in throwing those 2 men into the river?
A 4th man who wasn't involved in throwing Duncan in because he was talking to James, but was involved in throwing James in. I should be specific about that.
And we should also say, shouldn't we, that earlier that night, another person had been thrown into the river?
There was a horrific attack. I encourage you, don't do it straight after this talk. Someone possibly could fall in, but at some point, please do go down there, and there are these 2 sets of concrete steps, and a man called Mr. X, who was actually married, his name was protected. It still is by a Supreme Court order. And he was thrown down the steps. He got up, walked up the steps. He was thrown down the steps again. And then when he got up, they were down the bottom, and they just said, time to go for a swim, and they threw him in the river. He drove round saturated clothes. He had to go home and burn his clothes and explain to his wife what had happened, and he only came forward. He was so terrified, and this is how the police operated. You couldn't go to a police station and say, I think I was just attacked by a vice squad officer. He was only identified because someone saw his car with his number plate and the police tracked him down. He probably wouldn't have come forward otherwise.
What followed, and is still, in a sense, alive today, which I suppose is another reason for the Duncan case to be still so extraordinarily gripping, is that no one was ever made to take responsibility for the crime. But reading your book, it struck me that one government or another in South Australia, while on the one hand bravely reforming the law about homosexuality, never ruthlessly pursued Duncan's killers.
It didn't start off well because the coroner brought down an open finding. He found that Hudson, Corley and Clayton were no closer than 300 yards from the point of the killing. Of course, when New Scotland Yard was brought in barely 10 weeks later and produced their report, but that report was not actually unveiled until 2002, when there actually had been, two people had been charged, or three had been charged with Duncan's manslaughter. But that report said that Corley, Clayton and Hudson had killed him. It did name them and said they were responsible.
But let's go back. I mean, I'm reading this book and I'm thinking with my experience as a journalist, these governments of South Australia, they've done everything the textbook can do to make sure that police aren't found guilty of a crime. Now, Tim, stop me if I get any of these wrong, but it's the police as well involved, of course. But the first thing is you terrify would-be witnesses. That happened?
Absolutely.
And then, if a couple of witnesses do come forward, you go to extraordinary lengths to discredit them.
Yes.
Yeah. Then you decide you'll have an independent inquiry. Independent inquiries are wonderful. Our Prime Minister does a lot of independent inquiries by the head of his own department often to absolutely ensure independence. But the South Australian government decided that 2 detectives would come from Scotland Yard and have a fresh look at the case. Tell us a little about the after careers of those 2 detectives from Scotland Yard.
It was not good. They came over here. Roger James, who was the witness, said that it was just a bushman's picnic for them. There's a photo of them actually in the book. They went back. One of them was jailed for 7 years for running a pornography protection racket, and the other one was jailed for 3 years for tax evasion.
Yeah. So you have a couple of leading detectives from London come over. One, clearly from the photograph in the book, which is a photograph taken from the advertiser, is a drunk. But put that to one side. They produce a report in which they actually name the people they suspect, who they say, more than likely, these are the 3 men who killed Dr. Duncan.
Yep.
But there was also a paragraph in the report that said there is insufficient evidence to mount a prosecution.
It was more that the Crown solicitor decided that on the basis of the report, and they also brought in Rod Matheson, who'd been counsel assisting the coroner, who confirmed that the report didn't contain enough to actually convict, so they didn't proceed.
Yeah. At the presentation of the report, I love this one, at the presentation of the report is not actually given to anyone. In fact, it remained secret for how long? How many years?
It was released in 2002, so 30 years.
30 years. And, was it the police commissioner who was presenting the report, or was it the minister?
It was then Harold Salisbury
Yeah,
who had to announce it. And, of course, he'd recommended bringing in New Scotland Yard, so it was mildly
And he didn't take any
embarrassing.
questions, which you would understand, wouldn't you? So you're presenting a report and you don't take any questions. I thought that that was right up there on the list. Then a whistleblower comes forward and you destroy the whistleblower. Yeah. That was Mick O'Shea.
Yeah. And for anyone who saw Watershed, there's a really powerful piece which we thought it was so important to acknowledge what he did, because he was destroyed. Like all whistleblowers, he was destroyed. And yes, he came forward, he said there'd been a cover-up, and of course he was painted as a drug addict, and but unfortunately he'd lied himself at the inquest, and so it was easy to dismiss him, and unfortunately he was dragged through the preliminary hearing and the trial, and his name was destroyed.
And then Labor in opposition promised that if they were elected to, re-elected to government, they would hold a royal commission. How did that go?
Well, it's no royal commission. There were various promises over the years, but I think it was just too hot a potato, and one never eventuated.
Well, you see, the thing about a royal commission is, when you're at an inquest, you can refuse to answer questions because they may incriminate you. When you're at a trial, you can refuse to answer questions because they may incriminate you. But you can't refuse to answer questions to a royal commission, or they put you in the slammer. But there was never a royal commission before which Corley, Hudson and Thingo could be brought. And so, the case, as I understand it, remains open today.
Well, in truth, so Corley, Clayton and Hudson, with O'Shea's evidence, at least the case was reopened under Chris Sumner, the Labor Attorney General, and they were eventually charged with Dr. Duncan's manslaughter. It went to the preliminary hearing, and the magistrate decided there wasn't enough evidence for Hudson, so he was dismissed. Corley and Clayton were ordered to stand trial, and they were both acquitted. Clayton with a unanimous verdict, and Corley with a majority verdict.
And of course, the trial, they didn't give evidence themselves.
They did not.
They took what we now call the Pell option of not being questioned. And I have a great deal of sympathy for the jury at those trials. A long time after the event, circumstantial evidence, a very difficult case to prove.
I thought it was very bold that the government actually proceeded, because you're right, it was basically all circumstantial, and unfortunately, no conviction.
In your work, and in particular writing this book, you found a suitcase. What was in the suitcase? And what's happened to the suitcase?
Oh, yes, the suitcase. In 1993, when I was writing the entry on Duncan for the Australian Dictionary of Biography, suddenly, the coroner's court, we discovered a suitcase, very bad condition, split and damaged, and we were allowed down there. I was in Canberra, an Adelaide colleague went down and catalogued its contents. We found a card. He had a card for the Gaytime Friendship Society, a London club.
Doesn't your heart just break with that name?
Yeah,
the Gaytime,
Friendship Society. But he also had copies of Spartacus, which was an early gay international travel guide, and that actually listed cruising spots in Adelaide, including Victoria Drive. And that's far better evidence for his homosexuality, I can tell you, than having a funnel-shaped anus. We also found some incredibly heartbreaking letters that a woman who fell in love with him wrote to him, in which which are in the book. But that suitcase, the coroner refused to give it to the State Library. And in 2016, SA Police, in what can only be described as an act of cultural vandalism, destroyed the suitcase and its contents.
Why are you talking about cultural vandalism? That's cover-up.
Yeah. It's
just cover-up, isn't it?
We had also found in the suit, it was an extraordinary thing. The suitcase was opened, and the first thing my colleague found on the top of everything was the original police records of interview with almost everyone involved with the case, which he managed to transcribe in the couple of days he was down there onto tape, which obviously shouldn't have been there, which is possibly why the police didn't want the suitcase to remain.
But how wonderful that he did that. Yep.
Yes. No, it was... He was very lucky. He was just left to his own devices and copied them all down.
Is this case, as far as you're concerned, closed?
No, I don't think it is. I think this has been a difficult book to write because Roger James being the only witness, we have to rely almost entirely on his evidence, and unfortunately, having gone through everything now in really minute detail, I've just discovered a lot of contradictions and inconsistencies in the evidence and testimony he's given over the last 50 years. And I just think I would like to ask him to consider that it may be time. You know, we still have a man who was senselessly killed, and we still have his killers unconvicted, and I think it might be time for Mr. James to come forward and tell a different story, a new story, because what he's told thus far just doesn't add up for me.
It's also time, with the conflicting riches of the Adelaide Festival, for me to disappear. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and thank Tim. And there'll be questions now. And Joe Dyer is here. And as I say, this woman is hard. Thank you very much.
If you squint your eyes, I still look like David Marr. I'm sure, particularly with an Adelaide audience, there will be questions for Tim. And I hope some of you had the opportunity to see Watershed because it really was an exceptional piece. So moving, I think, to have a piece like that in the Adelaide Festival where it rightly belongs 50 years on. And for those, well, certainly for me as a young person growing up in Adelaide, it was one of those sort of seminal stories that you heard all the time. But what I did get from reading about the show before seeing it as well, I hadn't been aware, for example, that Dr. Duncan had only been here for 6 weeks, and that somehow made the tragedy so much more poignant. That here is a guest in our country, and that was the welcome that our institutions gave him. So, first question there.
Oh, thank you, Tim, for your work and presentation.
Thank
I just wanted to ask you, I mean, you mentioned Horst Lucker from the law school. Can you talk, I haven't read your book, but
okay.
Can you tell us anything more about the university's response to having one of their employees murdered, or his colleagues' responses?
The university was extraordinary. It just stepped right up to the mark. It was mainly through Horst. Horst went to every day of the inquest. As I said, he wrote a letter to the police commissioner basically saying, you know, how can we rely upon the integrity of the police force? And then the Advertiser wrote an editorial saying much the same thing. So it was really bold, and the pressure was on the government. Horst is still alive. I think he's up in Brisbane. I've spoken to him several times, and he's kept all the records. A lot of people wrote to him and told him about Dr. Duncan because they were devastated when he died, his friends over in Britain. But yes, the university was really pushed the case very strongly, and it's to their credit. But it was he was an academic and he was a member of their law faculty, and it was the entirely appropriate thing to do.
The reason why you wouldn't have read the book is because it's absolutely only just brand new out, published. This is your first event, Tim. It's literally just hit the bookstores. So you have the opportunity, all of you, to buy it today and be one of the first to read it and have it signed by Tim.
Yeah.
I think the next question, please.
Tim, thank you very much for your book. Thank you for presenting today. I was a student at Lincoln at the time. It was my first year.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Sorry, could you?
I was a first-year student at Lincoln College at the time of Dr. Duncan's sad misadventure, and I thank you very much for your book, and thank you for your acknowledgement of the biography of Don Dunstan too, which I think is a seminal work in this area. My question, and I haven't quite finished your book, but my question relates to a wider issue that came to mind when I read the book, and that was, given that there was this degree of collusion, meaning corruption within the Vice Squad, and that's the clear inference that I think most of us would draw. Did you find any evidence of wider activities like that through the South Australian Police Force at that time?
No, I didn't. I kind of had to focus. I wanted to write as tightly and punchy as possible, and so I mean, David said when he read the book he could have written it. I could have written it twice as large, and he was right. But I just decided to focus on the key points. So possibly that's another book, although.
Oh, your publishers will be very pleased to hear that. Wakefield Press, Michael, if you're out there.
I'm rather exhausted, I have to say. So. Yes, hello.
Hello, thank you very much for your work.
My pleasure.
I think it can be said that the Adelaide University Law Facility played a very profound role in ensuring that somebody came to justice. But also in the legislation change. And South Australia was the first state, I believe, to legalise homosexuality. So that was in, 1975. Yes. But I'm not sure if you know this, or many people might know this, is that South Australia was the last state to repeal the provocation law, the gay panic defence, as a provocation for manslaughter. So until 14 months ago, anybody who was approached by somebody who they thought might be gay could kill that person, claim they were provoked into a panic, and get 5 years. And unfortunately, I read through, as it went through the throngs of assessment, and I was at uni at the time studying it, and I think it's just interesting that, between 1975, where we were ahead of the pack, we were lagging behind 14 months ago, but at least it's gone through. But how do you feel about that?
Oh, it's just this extraordinary... Thank you. It's a very relevant point, and I can't explain it. We lead in one way, and then as you say, we're just completely behind the country decades later. I can't explain it, I'm afraid.
Do you think it is a failure of South Australian political leadership? I mean, there is always a moment when you have such charismatic and forceful leadership as we were lucky enough to have with Don Dunstan, that he presaged then what Whitlam was able to do. And then since then we have had, good leadership, and we have had reforms in certain areas, but nothing that quite had that momentum and that dynamism at the time.
I just haven't done enough research, I'm afraid, on that issue to be able to give more information. I'm sorry.
That's a very good answer from an historian right there.
I don't want to try and second guess.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming to the Adelaide Writers' Week. Can you tell us a bit more about how Dr. Duncan's family were treated throughout this whole affair?
Well, they weren't treated at all because they were dead, unfortunately. He became an orphan at the age of 21. His mother died of cervical cancer when he was 14. His father died when he was 21. He'd had a very strange upbringing. There was a nurse who came into care because he got tuberculosis as well and was actually sent to a sanatorium. And the nurse said that his upbringing was worse than Dickens. He was a very queer fish. I'm sorry, that's a very bad pun, but he was quite a queer fish. But just before he died, he had a half-sister from his father's first marriage, and she died about 6 months. And in fact, it's one of those absurd ironies that he was a lecturer in law, but his estate, he'd written his will and left the estate to his half-sister, and he basically died with a will that couldn't be applied because she had died, and I couldn't find out if he knew she'd died and had forgotten to update his will, or if he hadn't actually kept up with her because she was in New Zealand, I think, at that point, and he'd been in Britain.
So what became of his estate?
It was divided amongst a group of cousins around the world.
Right.
Wow. And it was a substantial estate. I mean, when his father, he came into the money when he was 25, and it was worth, I calculated in today's money, about $500,000. So he was quite independently wealthy at an early age.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. This has been such a moving conversation. Thank you for your work. I really appreciated your distinction of cultural vandalism, and I wanted to know through your research for this book whether there was any recommendations that you could make for the audience about other examples of cultural vandalism for the gay community that you would recommend, or any other comments about cultural vandalism that you'd like to make in erasure of a community's experience that can be diminished through a case going through the criminal system or other systems that may erase the cultural importance?
That's a complex question. I don't have an immediate answer to it. I'm sorry. I'm hoping to write for I'm writing a book on Adelaide modernist houses at the moment, but I want to do my next book on 100 key LGBTIQA objects and places in South Australian history. And I think I might be able to answer your question once I've done that book, because I'm hoping through that process to find some really incredible things that, yes, I hope haven't been destroyed, and especially by, state apparatus like the police. So I'm sorry, I'm probably not really answering your question, but I don't really have the information to hand at the moment. But thank you for it.
Do you have a kind of a top 3 objects that has inspired you to write this book? The book on the objects, the 100 objects. Is there something which has led you specifically to?
I definitely want to go back to, remembering that the colonists came to Australia and buggery. I mean, anal sex was punishable by death. And in South Australia in 1859, they removed the death penalty, hooray, but they replaced it with life imprisonment. And I really would like to get a copy of that bill signed by the governor or whoever was in power then. I think that could possibly be the first document. That's about as far as I've got at the moment.
Wow, well, that's a very important place to start.
Just
absolutely,
thinking,
right back.
doing some early thinking.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, good afternoon. Thanks, Tim, for your talk and so on. And I wondered if you could tell us what Roger James said happened to him at the time, from the point where you broke off your description, where he said how he'd seen Duncan with his wife. What happened to James himself? How did he get out of the river?
Thank you for that question, because it's actually a very pertinent something that was missed. James, he said one of the men helped him out. He was there with his broken ankle. He was terrified they were going to come back and kill him. So they'd gone east. He crawled, obviously in acute agony, away from them, thinking they might come back and kill him. He came to the top of Victoria Drive and tried to get a car. There were cars driving past. One car drove past. A motorist finally stopped. It was a green Renault. The driver got out, said that James, this was at the inquest, was saturated, covered with leaves, and was so hysterical that he wouldn't even be helped into the car. And the driver of the car was Bevan Spencer von Einem.
Oh.
And he drove him to the Royal Adelaide Hospital.
Wow. I don't think any of us were expecting that.
That's a goodie. I can't believe we nearly missed that one. So
well, thank you very much for your question,
Thank you so
ma'am.
much for the question. That was fabulous.
Wow. Yes.
This is a comment. I went to hear Alana and Christos talk, and I think, Tim, that they played a song at that event. You were there, but over on the side, and at the end, you were in tears. And that's what made me dedicated to trusting you, and that they had done an amazing job, this research that you'd spent so much time on and knew so well, that the art of their work moved you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
that was
you.
Drowning Song for Ian, and if anyone wants to hear it, it was actually played as part of an interview with Michael Cathcart on Radio National, and it's not just the words in that song, it's Joe Twist, who is barely 40 and is this extraordinary composer, and of course Mark Oates sang the piece in Watershed, and yes, I just dissolve into tears every time I hear it. It's just I'm getting teary thinking about it now. It's incredibly moving.
I think we have time for one last question.
Hi, I'm a gay man myself. I cannot understand why people in this day and age think that being gay is a choice. Margaret Court, for one thing, one person, doesn't like us because of our choice. I'd never made a choice to be gay. I was born this way. I didn't wake up one day and think, oh, I'm going to be gay. Why is this misconception that we have a choice and we can end up like Dr. Duncan, or overseas in some African countries, we can be sentenced to death for being gay? It's not a choice.
I mean, Margaret Court also believes that you can speak in tongues, so it's not the best kind of authority. Tim, any comment there?
Yeah, it's kind of... I was thinking about this the other day and thinking it's 50 years, and look what we did in 1975. We led the nation, we led the English-speaking world, but, I mean, what have we achieved? Look at the vote for marriage equality. It's, yes, it went through, but 38.4% of people voted against it. And when you... That's millions and millions of people who think that you deserve to be a second-class citizen. And so it is distressing. It is... We still actually have an incredibly long way to go. We still really treat so many of our minorities so badly.
We do. That it was anybody was entitled to vote on whether or not relationships were legitimate and valid and should be legalised under the eyes of their own state was appalling in and of itself. Thank you all very much for coming. It is time. Tim's fabulous and very new book is available at the book tent, and he will be signing. So please join me in thanking Tim.
Thank you. Thank you.